Need to know, this is Tech Early Birds. This is the first way to kick off your day here for the next 3 days of VivaTech, and we're going to be bringing you inside all the exhibits, all the panels, and be bringing you some of the biggest VIP guests. I'm talking about CEOs, I'm talking about some of the coolest, most innovative startups coming right here to set to join us at VivaTech News over the next 9 hours that we'll be with you live. And I want to start by telling you a little bit about what we're in for this year. So we're going to be looking at over 165,000 attendees. This is going to be a massive year for VivaTech. More than 13,500 startups, more than 3,500 exhibitors, and over 3,000 investors. This is a really exciting time for many startups who want to get investment. They're going to be coming here to hopefully meet that perfect investor that can really help scale their company, and we're going to be bringing you along for the ride. We are also going to be hearing from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang throughout the day, but we're especially excited for a big roundtable that's going to be at 5 p.m. at the Dome with France's President Emmanuel Macron, as well as Mistral AI's Arthur Mensch, and that will be at 5 p.m. We'll be bringing you along for everything you need to know. And now it's time for Inside VivaTech. I'm excited to now be joined by Luke Brown, who is at the entrance, at the gates. I'm already seeing a crowd kind of coming in, trickling in behind you as we kick off the 9th edition of VivaTech. Luke, what are you seeing?
Good morning to you, Upton. It's good to hear from you. Again this year, it is that time of year again. The temperature is rising here in Paris. That means it is time for VivaTech 2025. After months of preparation, the doors have finally opened for the latest edition of Europe's biggest tech and startup extravaganza. The first thing to catch the eye is, of course, the famous colourful logo has been revamped. Just as colourful as in the past, but perhaps bigger and better than in the past. Of course, last year, 165,000 attendees came through these doors as the attendees are arriving just now to over the course of the 4 days of the event last year. What are they going to see this year? Well, it's AI applications, it's green tech wonders, it is the tech innovations that will really drive the business of the future. Now, as we move away from the logo itself, we can take a closer look at the hall, the rest of the space here. We've got 55,000 square meters. That's 3,000 plus exhibitors covering every field from quantum computing, tech solutions to the environmental crisis that the world is going through, and of course how AI, artificial intelligence, innovations can be harnessed for business. Really, a pride of place here at the very entrance is the AI Avenue. That is because VivaTech is all about responsible AI, putting AI at the heart of the solutions that they want to propose to the businesses. To speak to a bit more about that, we're here with one of the attendees, Felix Lorenzen. You are the CEO of AI Health Solutions. Can you tell us a bit more about the product it is that you're proposing here at VivaTech?
Of course. Thanks a lot. So yes, we have here the AI Health Companion. It's our new product we launched today. So we bring medical-grade diagnostics to everyone's home. So you don't have to go anymore to see a doctor or a clinic to do your preventive tests. And this is part of our bigger ecosystem for AI-enabled preventive health.
And tell us a bit more about why it's important for you to be here at VivaTech in 2025.
VivaTech became one of the central and most important tech conferences in Europe. To be here now today at the AI Avenue, launching our new product is a no-brainer and also kind of a privilege. So thanks a lot.
And what do you hope will represent AI here at VivaTech 2025, and what do you think you can contribute to the AI debate here in Europe?
So after software ate the world, AI is now eating everything, right? So it's changing everything we do and how we interact and what we can create. AI has a massive impact in health. We can finally have an impact into changing the healthcare system. It was always reactive, which doesn't make much sense. With AI, we are now finally able to make a change.
Is that kind of evolution that you're seeing? Is that something that you hope can capitalize on here with your product here at VivaTech and build the connections that you're hoping for?
Yes, because we're building an ecosystem for preventive health, AI-enabled preventive health. So we have a lot of components left and right to build the big vision of a digital twin, so to say. we can't do it alone. We are partnering with different companies and many companies, and this is the perfect spot to be here today.
So VivaTech is really very much the objective for you is to come out of this in 4 days' time with a great deal of development for your product.
Voila, exactly. Awesome.
So, of course, now, VivaTech, as you mentioned there, Upton, is in its 9th edition. Of course, it's not just a tech show. It is the place where business meets innovation. There's 13,500 startups, just like that one we've seen, 3,200 investors. They're all here to make the right connections. Just to give you an idea of the situation that we've got here, all the people are arriving, and throughout the next 3 days, there is a whole host of tech giants that are really rubbing shoulders with national governments and all the movers and shakers. There's the startup founders pitching their concepts in the exec lounges, and of course all that with the background, as you can see here, of all of this innovation that is on display. Really, the tech giants and the startups demonstrating what they see will be the future, both for business but also for a great deal of the societies in which we live. Of course, Upton, as you well know, not everybody can be here in person. That is unfortunate, but they can of course follow all of the most important speeches and all of the biggest innovations here on VivaTech TV. That's with you, of course, in the studio, Upton, with all the latest updates.
Absolutely. We're here covering for those who can't be with us, and then for those who can, we're excited to meet them here in Paris at Porte de Versailles. And now it's time for our first interview of VivaTech News for 2025. All right, I'm now excited to be joined by Gonzague Dupire, who is leading digital data and AI at LVMH, which of course is the French luxury group behind the brands like Louis Vuitton and Dior. He works across the brands to make technology impactful, from client experience to supply chain, as well as in-store operation. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you very much, Upton. I'm very happy to be with you today, back to VivaTech.
Yes. What are your first impressions as you walked in this morning?
A lot of excitement, a lot of expectations, and to see all these beautiful booths and this program, which is totally outstanding, with the incredible keynote, incredible program. I mean, a lot of excitement and expectations.
It's going to be a good year. So you're rolling out AI across very different brands. How do you make sure that it works for each brand in your portfolio without losing your unique Maison identity?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because as you know, LVMH is a very large group that counts 75 maisons, as we call them, playing in various and diverse business sectors, like fashion and leather goods, watch and jewelries, wine and spirits, beauty, selective retails. I mean, so big differences and diverse businesses. So we pay a very specific attention to ensure that all our AI solutions really increase the brand desirability, that are truly anchored into the Maison identity. So how do we do that? Of course, we develop tailored solution. We train our algorithm, our model on the Maison data to ensure that we can nurture the Maison culture. And but of course we leverage as well to be a group to be able to share knowledge, best practices, to ensure faster development and faster adoptions of the solutions.
Absolutely. And when it comes to AI solution, do you identify a need or do you respond to a request?
Well, now AI is quite popular, and I have to say that we have, I would say, a lot of requests coming from the group. So that's why we are playing, I would say, on two fields. The first one is to have a generalist tool available for all employees in the group. We call it Maya. It's kind of our internal ChatGPT or Gemini, but that is totally secured for our employees, and that everyone can use. And as soon as someone would like to have a specific need, we can direct him to this generalist tool. And then we are developing a tailored solution for specific work positions that are very specific and that are truly making a competitive advantage for our maison.
And in which area have you set the most concrete business impact from AI so far?
Well, quite a few fields now we are covering, but I would say, as an example, I can give you that across LVMH we have 90,000 client advisors, being in the stores and advising the customer and to help them in their buying process. All of them are now equipped with clienteling tools on their apps. They have these kind of apps, and all of them now are powered with AI Engine AI that help them to be more effective, to be more productive, and then they can, I would say, save time and quiet mind to be able to be 100% with the customer, emotionally connected with the customer while the customers are visiting the stores. So more quantity of time and more qualitative time as well.
It's a good differentiator. What are the key elements of a successful AI and data transformation, especially at a group level?
Yeah, actually we believe that we need to have very strong three foundations to be successful. The first one, of course, is a tech foundation, ensuring that we have the right infrastructure, secured infrastructure, etc. It is super important. Second foundation is a principle. We are super committed to responsible AI. We have a charter for responsible AI. We have a governance around responsible AI. It is extremely important. And we're also part of the Stanford University Human-Centered AI program that is a true commitment for us dedicated to human-centered AI. And the third one is a governance, a very specific governance AI to say at the group level, across Maison, we have a collective effort to do this transformation, because we believe at the end of the day that AI is not an innovation as such, it's a true transformation for our group. And to do so, we would like to focus our AI developments on the core business topics. We are not in the mode of testing and learning on side topics to ensure that we are not taking too much risk, or etc., which could be understandable, but we have made the opposite choice to use AI and develop solutions on the core business topics.
Finally, how do you strike the right balance between the human touch and technology and technological innovation, and why is responsible AI so important in luxury, where traditionally craftsmanship and creativity have been the core?
I mean, it is a very, very good question, because as everyone knows, luxury is all about human. It's about artistic creation. It's about craftsmanship. It's about the selling ceremonies that happen in the store with client advisor, human being, with emotions, etc., etc. So our goal is not to replace all of that. It's to put all the technology and the AI at the service of those values. It means we don't want to be or to become a technological company. We don't want to sell technology. We would like to develop the concept of quiet tech. It means that the tech should be present absolutely everywhere, but invisible, to keep the magic of luxury, which is based on human.
Absolutely, that human experience. Well, thank you so much for joining us first thing this morning at VivaTech News. We're excited to go visit your exhibit, and we'll see you throughout the week.
Thank you very much, Aptin.
Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. And speaking of AI, from scaling AI to new approaches to efficiency and security, leadership in the AI era poses a number of new challenges to tech leaders, CEOs, and digital decision makers. One element remains clear throughout these transformations, and as we were just talking about, that is the human touch. It's more necessary than ever in the coming era of intelligent machines and quantum computing. Take a look.
Three challenges facing tech leaders which are likely to reshape the next decade of business: digital sovereignty, scaling AI, and redefining tech efficiency. The question of who owns which data has become even more critical in a time of decentralized AI, cloud infrastructure, and blockchain. True digital sovereignty now means the ability to act with autonomy across borders, systems, and standards. Control over data depends on using interdependent systems and navigating regulation at a local as well as global level, all while staying agile and compliant. AI adoption has surged, but most initiatives face growth challenges. Companies like Palo Alto and Volvo have faced this by integrating AI into their core operations in a bid to move beyond experimentation. Organizational readiness remains the most important factor for success rather than the technology itself. Strategy, governance, and company-wide alignment remain critical. With the advent of quantum computing, readiness also means forcing leaders to rethink digital resilience. Efficiency is key in a cost-conscious and KPI-driven environment. Companies like Evolva and Cisco have understood this, setting the pace with technology that boosts productivity as well as supporting long-term sustainability in line with CSR targets. This year's VivaTech Tech Leaders program brings these challenges into focus through closed-door sessions, real-world case studies, and VIP discussions designed for immediate impact. This conference aims to be vital strategic planning sessions for the leaders shaping tomorrow's ever-changing business landscape. VivaTech also empowers marketing decision-makers with its dedicated CMO Summit.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. We are just about 15 minutes into the day here. It's day one of VivaTech 2025, the 9th annual edition of VivaTech. We're looking forward to a lot of exciting things, and I'm excited to get to our Tech Trends editor, Rudy, who will be joining me just in a second to talk about what we're looking at this year. Every year, Rudy joins me to talk about AI and the big themes of the conference. So this year we have a lot going on. A big staple for today and throughout the week is going to be NVIDIA. We're excited to hear their latest announcements that will be coming out throughout the day. And so it's going to be a lot to look forward to, a lot to discuss. We also have French President Emmanuel Macron joining NVIDIA's CEO and co-founder Jensen Huang, which will be at the Dome at 5 p.m. So if you are joining us here on site, be sure to attend that. And if you're not able to join us here in Paris, no worries, we've got you covered here at VivaTech News. And now let's bring in Rudy, our Tech Trends editor. Rudy, welcome to VivaTech, the 9th annual edition.
Good morning, Upton. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I think 2 years ago, you and I were talking a lot about AI. That was the first year that was like, ooh, AI. We were kind of optimistic, but a little bit left in the dark. Like, what is this actually going to mean? What is this actually, how is this going to actually impact companies? Last year, we saw a little bit more tangible impact of artificial intelligence. It's year 3 of AI being a big theme. Where do we stand now?
We're starting to see more implementation indeed. Still lots of uncertainty about what AI can do. Obviously the potential is humongous, but we still need to see a lot of that. Iterating technologies, big focus recently on the energy consumption of AI, so that is something that the companies really need to be aware of, and I think that any of the big AI companies that you're going to be hearing from at this VivaTech, they're basically going to have to touch on that because it's one of the big issues that, the potential is enormous. Unfortunately, there is also an impact right now, and that needs to be mitigated. And you mentioned President Macron, who's obviously created a really tech-positive environment in France. I'll be very interested to see whether, because he'll be on podium, as you say, with Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, but also with Arthur Mensch, the CEO of Mistral, which is one of the French unicorns, the AI company. Macron likes to talk a lot. I wonder if he'll listen a little bit as well.
Yeah. How do you see the France's ecosystem currently within AI?
I mean, the French ecosystem has been strong. I believe within Europe, it's the strongest or the second strongest after the UK. It would be nice if some of the companies that have sought their financing in the United States, I'm thinking of Hugging Face, for example, a French founder team, but they're based in New York because that's where they could get the money.
Yeah.
So, there is the question, can you still get the kind of valuations that you can get in the United States? Can you get those in Europe? Because that is still a hurdle.
I think that just the fact that NVIDIA's GTC is taking place alongside VivaTech, I think it's a big statement. It's a big deal to see NVIDIA CEO, which is the world's most valuable, or second, depending on the day right now between NVIDIA and Apple. It's a really big deal that they've chosen Paris and Europe and here to be announcing a lot of their latest projects. What do you make of that?
Well, it's very interesting also that after the keynote, he's also coming back for the meeting with Macron. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what NVIDIA's plans are exactly in France, but it's definitely a sign that VivaTech, is recognized as an event to be at in Europe.
Absolutely.
Which is nice to see. I mean, we're almost at the 10th edition. I believe it's the 9th edition this year.
Yeah.
So going strong and. interestingly enough, reinforces the tech ecosystem in France. One of the things that you mentioned, a very large AI company, obviously NVIDIA. Who knew that GPUs were going to be so? NVIDIA used to be a company that you'd buy a GPU for your gaming computer, and all of a sudden it turned out that they were so useful for these large language models, and even if we're going to tensor processing units for large language models in some cases, but as we move into video and images generated by AI, the role of NVIDIA is going to continue to be primordial. But what I also find interesting is that we have a company like Aramco, which is one of the biggest companies in the world outside of technology. But they're actually using technology a lot, and they're going to be talking, for example, about how they're using AI within their company to actually create those efficiencies that we're hoping to see that will also create some sustainability.
AI aside, what else are you, what other trends or talks are you looking forward to?
I must say it's a lot of AI this year. It's a foundational shift, so it can be avoided. If we're stepping away a little bit from the pure AI technology and the developments in AI, something that's going to be treated today is AI in healthcare, and that's just really exciting because, again, this is one of the areas where, for all the potential downsides or the fact that, we have questions about the energy consumption, this is where AI could make a really positive change. And if you look at some of the numbers, I was looking at an ARK Invest report. I think the costs of, so for a budget of $450,000, in 2001, you could decode one genome. And in 2025, you can decode 1.4 billion genomes for that same amount of money. And that just tells you something about how exponentially, we're beating Moore's Law here, and that's really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year obviously was a big theme around sports with the Paris Olympics. It seems this year, we have a lot of new countries, countries that are saying, hey, come invest in us. A lot of new regions, cities. I even saw Miami is here for the first time. What do you make of that amidst everything happening within the global economy and within kind of tech migration, going to places with good tax incentives or good infrastructure, or a place like Paris with Station F, things like that?
Right. I think first of all that everyone realizes that AI is a must-have technology. You need to invest or risk being left behind, which creates some interesting questions around equability, because there's always going to be some AI winners and some AI losers. I think energy mentioned already, but it's going to be a big deal as well, because some of the new data centers are popping up in places where there's still grid capacity and where there's still where there's still electricity. And France, in that sense, if you look at the actual carbon cost per compute, is actually very well positioned because it's so strong in nuclear power. And you're seeing some of the large technology companies now also looking towards nuclear power to keep it all going.
Rudy, thank you so much for joining us. We will catch up with you throughout the day.
Looking forward to it, Upton. Thank you.
All right, you're watching VivaTech. Let's head out back to the main floor. All right, I'm excited to bring in Alexi, who is out in the main floor, who has a very special interview for us today. Alexi, what can you bring us?
Well, hello, Upton, and hello to everyone as well behind the screen joining us on VivaTech News to follow this new episode of VivaTech this year. Definitely feels good to be back down here for this. Can you hear me? Oh. Okay, all right. Sorry for that. So this year again, we'll make you live VivaTech from the inside. And to start with, today I'm on the KPMG France booth. Today I'm joined by Alban Liger-Belair. Is the pronunciation correct? Yeah? It is. Okay, all right. So she's the Chief Innovation Officer for KPMG France. So this is your 9th year over here at VivaTech. This year, your main theme is You Can with AI. So basically, can you tell me what's behind this message? What does it really stand for KPMG?
So You Can with AI is our new campaign. And what we want to demonstrate with this is the huge potential of AI that we want to free up for enhancing human performance. and especially in our businesses. Furthermore, what I would like to say about this is we've got a trends book which really make echo to that campaign, which is called the Intelligence Economy, which really explore the hybridization between human, technology and collective intelligence. And last but not least, we are a purpose-led company. So the way we want to explore AI and the you can with AI needs to be made with ethical, responsible and trusted approach. And that's the way we help our clients transform and use the full potential of AI.
Okay. Yes, of course, that makes sense. So can you basically tell me what's new for KPMG as well? And I guess we're going to make a little tour of the booth together, starting this way. Is that it? Or that way?
Let's move that way.
Let's move that way. Okay, all right. And so, yeah, tell me a little bit. What's new for KPMG this year?
So we've got a huge range of content and great experts. We've got our keynote space, which is absolutely fabulous this year, bigger than last year. And we will welcome more than 20 keynotes on the Friday. On every day, sorry. But I encourage you to come, especially on the Friday, because we will have a great keynote on the Friday morning. I think it's around 10 o'clock with QTI CEO, Patrick Perez, with Grégoire Geneste, who's the lead and founder of Albert School, and with Gilles Moïse, who's the lead and founder of Recital, and we will explore the new frontiers of intelligence. So that's going to be on the keynote space on Friday. We've got there startup, and we're hosting this year 8 really very innovative startups with great solution, covering different sectors and activities. But maybe I can sort of highlight 2 of them. I think Sweep is a great one. I mean, they're all great, but I need to choose some. So Sweep is really a platform that help hosting sustainable data, plus helping clients build some transitional plans to go through a more ESG behaviors. And the other one I wanted to highlight is Adaptive ALM. Adaptive ALM is really a platform that allows companies to implement some AI large language models in a very secure and efficient way, because this platform allows you not to use your customer data, providing the same results with the solutions that are having your customer data. And last but not least, we've got Micofito, which raised lots of interest. Just behind you. And Micofito is generating lots of interest because it's in the biological agriculture. It's the way they use kind of mushrooms to support, to enhance the soil fertility in a very natural way.
Okay. All right.
So it's a great solution as well.
Beautiful. Okay, so many. Right now.
All right, Alexei, thanks so much for bringing us that interview. We're excited to catch up with you on the floor throughout the day. And for those of you watching, you can follow all the action happening here at VivaTech on our website and our social media channels. Just head over to VivaTech or at VivaTechnology and join our community, like, follow, and share, and join as we shape the future of technology. More coming up next on VivaTech News in Paris. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this short break.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore the VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions. Use the AI-powered navigator to create your personal experience.
The future of healthcare will be shaped by innovation.
We see a very big potential future growth of this company, and we're trying to help them to make this potential come true.
Our ambition for Contura's hydrogels is to be the leading treatment in osteoarthritis over the next 5 years, and we rely on BNP Paribas to help us along this journey.
Welcome back to VivaTech News. If you're just joining us, you are watching VivaTech News inside the 9th annual edition of VivaTech, Europe's largest startup and tech event. We're going to be bringing you inside all the exhibits, all the talks, all the panels, and bringing you some of the biggest CEOs and most innovative startups to hear about how they're impacting technology, the world, and business. So you're in the right place. I want to head out to the main floor, so let's go inside VivaTech. Let's bring in Allison now, one of our correspondents this year who is kind of finding some of the most innovative and unique countries. We have a lot of different countries represented this year. Allison, what can you tell us?
That's right, Upton. There are over 50 country pavilions sort of sprinkled throughout VivaTech. I'm in a little cluster that's right by this year's major big fish country. That's, of course, Canada, the country of the year. You see their pavilion behind us there with lots of red and maple leaf motifs. Lots of action happening there. Those countries all here for the first time. There are also a lot of countries here, returning players such as Senegal and Ivory Coast. We're going to talk to one of the people who's here from Ivory Coast. This is Maimouna Touré. She's the managing director at Quantech. Maimouna, this is
network. I'm learning a lot, also giving a lot. We see a lot of technology, innovation, solutions, things we didn't think about. Also networking, also to know my peers, CEOs, learn from CEOs that have been doing this for the longest time, and also investors, right? Because the whole point is also to grow and also be able to advocate for my country. We definitely don't want to be left out when it comes to innovation, so it is really encouraging to come back and support the country.
And tell us about your company, Quantech.
So Quantech is a company headquartered in Ivory Coast. So we accompany enterprises to develop and optimize the processes. We develop solutions for them to kind of stay away from anything manual, to get back to technology, be more efficient. And besides also solution, we accompany them, right? It comes to strategy, because not only selling a solution, you got to be ready for it. I think for me, innovation is a whole mindset. You need to continue to adapt yourself. It's going fast. So we also support the company from the strategy from beginning to end. Yeah.
So you're more of a business startup startup. Is Ivory Coast sort of known for a certain type of startup, different themes in the country?
No, I think anything financial institution. So when it comes to mobile money market, is very advanced there. There's a lot of transaction going between countries and region. So anything financial institution is a big thing right now. When it comes to also technology and services, people are also investing a lot. So there's market for it. We're learning a lot. We're trying our best to be more inclusive of things like AI, intelligence, artificial and all that. But it is really booming right now.
And what are your goals for VivaTech for the next couple of days?
Have fun. I think we forget as company managing directors, we don't have fun. So for me, it is important to have fun, to network as much as I can, be able to improve my solutions, make sure it's up to par, right? And it's also up to the level here, because it is a level up. So for me, it's a good opportunity to learn, come back more ready for next year, and come back with more innovations.
And are you looking for investors?
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, you cannot grow without it. We've been doing it without so far, but it will be an amazing opportunity to collaborate and partner with somebody. So next time, Quantech will not only be here, but it will be known globally. So that's really the goal.
Maimouna, thank you so much. Again, that's Maimouna Touré, the Managing Director at Quantech. A reminder that VivaTech, of course, is all about doing business, something that's particularly important for smaller startups such as this one, and for startups from countries like Ivory Coast. Smaller countries may be less represented in other tech and startup events. A reminder that VivaTech really is a very global place that emphasizes the fact that innovation comes from all over the world. It's not just in Silicon Valley. Upton, back to you.
All right, thanks so much for bringing us inside around the world. You're watching VivaTech. Let's head out to another part of the VivaTech floor. All right, let's now bring in our other correspondent, Simon Harding. Simon, it's never too late to start building those smart money habits, is it?
No, absolutely not. And if you're like me, I didn't know how to manage my money when I was a kid. I wish I had something, someone, an application perhaps that would have helped me. We know how important it is for young people to manage their money. And that is exactly what MoneyKeys does. And I'm joined by their CEO at the moment, Julide Ninek. Julide, thank you for being with us here live on VivaTech. So first and foremost, can you tell us a little bit about the purpose of your business? What is it that you do and how?
Of course. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. And I'm proud to be at VivaTech with Impact Builders to show the world MoneyKeys. MoneyKeys it's an application that's going to provide to the children all the literacy, the financial literacy, for them to be able to be responsible grown-ups.
And it's your second year at VivaTech, so you were here last year. So what are your goals this year, perhaps even compared to last year? What's happened in the last 12 months and going forwards?
Last year, I was here. Thank you for mentioning it. Last year, I was here as a participant, and when I saw all the magic, I said, next year, I have to be at the VivaTech. And here we are. So the purpose this year is really to show the world that this app is something really essential, that without financial literacy, without people at the young age being able to manage their money, we have a huge gap about their future, the way they deal with money. And today we know that young people, thanks to social media or other jobs, they are able to make millions. So if we don't teach them how to manage their money, we are in trouble. They are in trouble.
It's certainly something that happened to me in my youth, Julie. I didn't know how to manage my money, but I always felt there was no one I could talk to about this. Is part of what you do also about education, about perhaps breaking taboos, breaking stigmas, and actually talking and encouraging people to talk about these issues?
Exactly. Thank you for mentioning it again. I love your question. It's exactly that. So MoneyKeys, it's an app with two sections. It's as a Netflix. We have the access for the children and also the access for the parents. And the parents, they have their special clues and tips, so it's going to help them to manage, through the app, everything the children learn, but also to be able to applicate everything in the real life.
And Julie, a final question from me. You know, why come to you? What is it that makes MoneyKey so special in this field? You know, it's your area of expertise. So why is it that? Is it the expert? Is it the software? Is it the people behind it?
Of course, the team. Without the team, I was nothing. So, and I'm really happy that all the team is here at VivaTech with me. So come and meet us. The special, what makes special the app is that we made it for the parents and the children, and also for the whole family to be able to talk about money easily, to be able to enjoy the time with the app. And we also put some games in it, so we're all gonna have fun. They're all gonna have fun, and we're gonna learn how to manage our money easily.
I know I said last question, but I'm going to do one more because it's just so interesting to speak to you. Making that part fun, is that important? Because you often think of finance as something that's very difficult. It's maybe boring, especially for young kids, you know. So is making it fun, gamifying it in many ways, is that part of actually making it more accessible?
Exactly. When you put game, you know, today everybody knows, not only the children but also the adult people, we have only 3 seconds, you know, with the social media. If it doesn't catch our attention, we just scroll. So what we wanted is like really put some inside of what we do with the social media and some games, because all the children, they play. I'm not gonna tell all the games, but we know them, and so we wanted to experience that with the application. And of course, it's only 15 minutes a week, because I don't want them to spend the whole time with the cell phone. But it's really for them to have access to those words, to those topics, and to those techniques easily with their own words. And we're going to try to, as soon as we can, put AI. So we're going to also be able to have them do their own subjects.
Julie Deninec, thank you very much for speaking with us, the CEO of MoneyKeys. Well, there you go. A better way of managing your money, sustainability as well, and also dealing with that social media part of it and gamifying, making topics that sometimes perhaps can sound overwhelming, more fun to deal with, and a great way to learn.
Absolutely fascinating interview. Simon, thanks so much for bringing that. Well, creators rejoice. AI continues to open up huge new possibilities in art, fashion, music, and gaming. Now, combined with blockchain and augmented reality, the creative possibilities can seem infinite. But with NFTs and smart contracts, advances are also being made in how artists can protect themselves and their original work. Take a look.
From music to film, fashion to design, advances in artificial intelligence technology have been pushing creative industries into a new era of innovation. According to Grand View Research, the global market for AI in media and entertainment is expected to surpass $99 billion by 2030. Over 60% of creative professionals say they now use AI tools to enhance their work. Filmmakers are using it in everything from script writing to post-production. Directors can now summon up digital effects using machine learning that would have cost millions just a few years ago. Similar leaps are happening in music, where artists can now collaborate with AI to compose arrangements, master tracks, and even generate entirely new sounds. That's only on the recording side. Live experiences and concerts are also starting to benefit from advances in augmented reality. Both visual and audio elements come together in the gaming industry, which is now larger than both the film and music industry combined. In October 2024, Dentsu found the gaming industry to be worth $184 billion, engulfing both the $28.6 billion music industry and $33.9 billion film industry. Game developers are now using AI to create dynamic narratives that can respond uniquely to a player's choices. Blockchain technology, smart contracts, and non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, have all given artists new tools in protecting and monetizing their work. Important steps in a world where audience expectations have evolved into demanding ever more personalized interactive experiences. A world of creativity that is more dynamic, accessible, and boundless than ever before.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News 2025 live from the action of the 9th annual VivaTech. Make sure you're following us along online and on the website at VivaTech or at VivaTechnology. And we will be back in just a couple minutes with so much more as the attendees are descending into Porte de Versailles. It's going to be a very exciting day. Stay with us.
If you're sitting here, you're curious. Good news, Explore Media was made for you. Join a community of 10 million subscribers. We help brands create relevant and viral content. We call it edutainment. Contact us to learn more.
Bonjour, de Margarita une pepperoni.
Merci, mais est-ce que vous pourriez revenir nous livrer demain en fait? Parce que on a fait des passes finalement.
Bah non.
Et comment ça non?
Bah vous pouvez pas changer votre livraison au dernier moment. Il n'y a pas écrit La Poste ici.
Avec l'application La Poste, modifiez votre livraison la veille jusqu'à minuit.
Bon bah les enfants, ça sera pâtes et pizza.
Not getting the results you expect? Don't use AI trained on any old data when you can use AI trained on your data. The AI built for business, IBM.
Welcome back to VivaTech News. My name is Upton Saidi, and you're watching the Tech Early Birds, your way into the first way to get into VivaTech 2025. Now, this is the 9th annual edition of VivaTech. We're expecting over 165,000 attendees, many of whom have already ascended on to the ground floors. It's already buzzing with energy and people, and it's really incredible that it's not even 10 a.m. and everywhere I'm looking right now on the main floor, I'm seeing a good crowd of people ascending into the different pavilions and exhibitors and into the talks. The talks have begun as well. And speaking of being on the ground floor, let's head out now onto the ground floor where we are going inside VivaTech. All right, let's bring in one of our correspondents, Karen, who is standing by with an interview. Karen, what can you tell us?
Yeah, thanks, Upton. I'm on the bridge, actually, and I'm going to join Christelle Malbé-Tran, one CEO and co-founder of Square Miles, and we're going to know what she is working on these days. Hello, Christelle.
Hello.
So, what is Square Miles, and what are you presenting this year at VivaTech?
So Square Miles is a digital company, and we are focused on urban logistics issues. What we propose with Square Miles is a digital twin that enables
I lost program. All right, thanks so much. We are going to bring in another guest now. Let's go to the guest. All right, we're just bringing our guest in here as it's Tech Early Birds. And, we're really excited because it's going to be a huge year with over 165,000 attendees. And also lots of excitement coming up with us now. And now we are going to VivaTech on set. All right, I'm now joined by Manjari Chandran Ramesh, partner at Amadeus Capital Partners, a leading European venture capital firm investing in breakthrough technologies. Manjari, welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
Yeah, we're very excited to have you. So for nearly 3 decades, Amadeus Capital Partners has backed some of the most innovative companies that have been shaping the future of AI. A lot of people think AI is, the past 2-3 years, but in reality, it's been decades in the making. So I want to start by hearing about, first of all, what is the purpose and goals of your business right now?
Yeah, sure. So as you mentioned, we've been around for 3 decades. We have invested in deep tech companies all across the world. We've deployed $1.3 billion into 190 companies, and more importantly, we've actually exited 100 of those, where 17 of them have been IPOs. And we have been investing in AI since 1999. So this is not a 2 or 3 year journey for us. Your Apple Siri was a spin out from Cambridge University by Professor Steve Young, which got acquired by Apple, and that was one of our investments. So it's that kind of wave of technology that we tend to invest in. And so we do investments in AI, but also cybersecurity, novel materials, medtech, quantum, photonics, and semiconductors, so across the whole board.
It's amazing. And what are you presenting and what are your goals this year at VivaTech 2025?
So I'm involved with the quantum panel, the 3 Ws. Why now? How are we going to get quantum? And that's because we've been investing in quantum since 2017. We have a wonderful quantum portfolio for very, very exciting and huge companies like Photonic Inc. out in Canada, New Quantum in Cambridge and Los Angeles, Riverlane in Cambridge and Boston, and one of our companies out here in Paris, CryptoSense, got acquired by Sandbox AQ. So, we've got the whole remit in the quantum computing space.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting week. So related to your business and presence here, what is the biggest trend or topics that you think people should be thinking about this year?
I think AI is super exciting, but I find it very interesting that people are so focused on LLMs, and that's understandable, I guess, because the public are most affected by LLMs. But where we're looking at is actually AI at the edge, where AI can really make a difference to industries like the financial services, or indeed the healthcare or education. And then the next paradigm of technologies is quantum. How's quantum going to help solve interactive problems that currently classical computers can't solve? And so those areas are very exciting for me.
Absolutely. And when it comes to, so it's interesting you mentioned that about LLMs. That's kind of the big consumer intro into AI. What do you think will be beyond that? How do you think the average everyday consumer is going to be being like, wow, AI is really impacting my life beyond ChatGPT or a Gemini or something like that?
So I think sort of the Joe blogs in the public perhaps doesn't quite grasp that even if they apply for a loan at a bank, AI is being instrumental in giving that or deciding that loan, or sort of helping planes land, for instance. That has a little bit of AI. Or your doctor, you go for your healthcare checkup, AI is assisting in that. So for me, that's really going to be the key of how pervasive AI is, in that it's so seamless that the public doesn't even realize how much help AI is giving to these particular sectors, and helping with personalized medicine, with your personalized credit loans and your personalized travel. That just makes it so much more powerful.
What are some of the big trends you're seeing within travel and as it pertains to how we're going to be, kind of shifting our habits as a result of AI?
So one of the things that, I think the LLMs has brought about is we started using LLMs for a little too many things, shall we say. Right? What's the weather forecast like? Yeah. That does not need ChatGPT to tell you, right? So I think that's swung the pendulum a little too far. So I think I'm really looking forward to a time when, the public is really aware that ChatGPT or other LLMs are used for the right kind of purposes, where you really want to understand the subject, and that's possible to be explained, but very well aware that there are hallucinations from there. And the rest of the AI is really going into areas like healthcare, like the financial services, where it's going to make a real difference to our quality of life.
Absolutely. VivaTech is known for having a lot of startups here who want to get funding, or want to just learn and scale, or even get mentorship. Saturday we tend to get a lot of students here as we open the doors to the public. What is your advice for them coming into this tech ecosystem, maybe coming into this job market, is particularly at a time where whatever you learned in those 4 years is obviously going to change, in the next few months. So what would be your advice for them to get the most out of VivaTech?
So I love coming to VivaTech. It's sort of arguably one of the biggest conferences in Europe, and everybody comes here. So it's not just about the quality of content on stage, but also everybody you get to meet, because everybody's here this week in Paris. And to the students particularly, sort of what I'd say is, it's great that you've learned what you've learned in the last sort of 4 years of your degree. That forms a foundation, a great basis for where you go. But always be intellectually curious. Be very, very clear that you have to keep learning every day. And if you're not learning every day, then just work out why you're not learning every day and keep learning new things. And you never know when it's going to come in helpful.
Absolutely. And it also seems like having soft skills is going to be more important, than it used to be. As a result of that, right? How you're able to lead a team, how you're able to communicate, how you're able to go and sell a product or a service. So, VivaTech to me is like a great opportunity to shake some hands, because I notice that so many people now, especially younger generations, they live behind the screens. They're not used to picking up the phone. They're not used to making a phone call. They're not used to that human interaction. So yeah. And when is your panel?
So my panel is tomorrow on the Purple stage at 2:00. So hope to see a lot of people there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll hope to see you throughout the week.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Take care. So you're watching VivaTech News. Let's head out now to Inside VivaTech. now bring Karen back in. Karen, what can you tell us? We're excited to have you with us again.
I'm still at the bridge, and you see there's so many people here. And we're going to meet Christelle Malbetran at the Climate Village. She is working on the future of logistics with her company, which is called Square Miles. Hello, Christelle. Sorry, we're back. So, for those discovering your company, what is the future of logistics, according to you?
So, and particularly urban logistics, we are focused on today. The way we see it today is that there is a high level of demand, so the growth is very high, and today urban logistics is already facing three main points. First, pollution, and this concerns everybody, I mean citizens and also local authorities, to find a way to reduce this impact. But there is also traffic saturation. It's it becomes very difficult to travel in the city, and as soon as you are blocked in the traffic jam, you have more pollution and you are less efficient to deliver, so you need more time to deliver and so on. And so this is a third point, which a big issue for urban logistics is profitability for actors.
To what extent is your the solution of Square Miles, which is a digital twin, to what extent is it, enabling a complete change in urban logistics these days?
What we can do with a digital twin is to represent reality today in real time, and then we can explore new ways to do. So no need to spend 6 months and 1 year of physical experimentation to see if the choice we have done is worth or not. We can do it in a few minutes and see if the combination of trucks and bikes is worth for the company, or if we can use a river to deliver and use the boat as an urban hub to deliver the goods, and then bikes, for example. So all is possible to be explored thanks to this digital twin, and we can quickly have results about CO2 emission reduction, but also less kilometers to be traveled, and economic results as well. So to be able to decide.
Who are you hoping to reach out in this edition of VivaTech?
So we hope to see new customers because, logistics, moving goods from one point to another or means is something which is needed for every activities. So we hope to meet some direct customers, but also we are looking for fundraising. So we are open to have contact with investors, for example, who could be interested by our solution.
Okay, can you show us your digital twin?
Yes. Here it's, I guess, moving on the screen you can see just now is about results of simulation, and you can see different key numbers about numbers of the packages delivered, and on the map to see what is the travel for the trucks, and also what will be done by bikes, for example. So this is in Paris in this example. And this is just to show you how it works.
For you, what innovation will matter most in the years to come? Really, logistics will do everything, or what are you looking forward?
Every way of transporting goods is good to be explored. So today, of course, we have trucks, we have bikes, we have boats. For some specific needs, maybe drones could be interesting to explore, but for sure it not be for everything. So we need to clearly clarify, depending on the goods, what is very worth, and for what is for me very important as an innovation is a combination of all these forces, because going one way in a silo, we can optimize, but it will not be the best. Optimizing many different ways of doing can enable to proceed. But it's more difficult, and this is where digital tools help to proceed.
Thank you so much. And if you want to know more about the future of logistics, come here and meet Christelle and at Square Miles on the bridge. Thank you. Back to you, Tim.
Thanks so much, Karen. Appreciate that great interview. And now let's head back onto the main floor here at VivaTech and go inside VivaTech. All right, one of my favorite exhibitors every year, of course, is LVMH. They always have a lot to see, so make sure you give yourself plenty of time. And let's bring in Will, who is our correspondent, who's giving us a little sneak preview of what to expect this year.
That's right, Upton. You're exactly right to say LVMH is one of your favorite exhibitors. We're here at the Dreamscape. It's a lovely pavilion. Standing next to me is the Chief Information and Technology Officer, Franck Lemoyle, and we also have Olivier Le Garantezec, the Director of Digital Tech Partnerships. Can you tell us a little bit about the pavilion?
Thank you. Welcome VT News to our LVMH pavilion. We call it Dreamscape this year because this is for us a kind of inspiration. This is a space where innovation meets heritage, savoir-faire, know-how, and the future of luxury. This is why we call it Dreamscape. And you will see just behind me, fantastic innovation. Most of, let's say, 11 of our maisons are showcasing great innovation with big tech partner, with a startup. So it's really, I think, a fantastic pavilion we are having this year. And you will also discover what we call now the concept of quiet tech, because in fact, at LVMH, we are not a tech company, but we are using and investing more and more on tech, but we want to make sure that this tech is really more and more invisible and supporting absolutely fantastic luxury customer experience and customer services. So this is the purpose of Dreamscape. So I hope you will enjoy the visit with us this year.
Right, they call it quiet tech, but I got to say there's a buzz going on right here. Olivier, tell us a little bit about some of the startups here.
Yep. Welcome once again in our LVMH pavilion. So this year we have actually 11 maisons which are presenting successful collaboration with 13 startups. And by the way, those startups are competing to our famous LVMH Innovation Award. The ceremony will take place tomorrow morning at 9 with the presence of Bernard Arnault. And this year we're going to have 3 awards: the Business Award, the most promising award, and the most impactful award. So maybe we can start a quick tour, beginning with Dior Couture.
Yeah, Dior is one of the brands you think of most when you think of LVMH. We're going to try to navigate through our way here at VivaTech. Again, this is where business meets innovation. This is one of the most beautiful parts of the pavilion. We have these 2 lovely giraffes. Tell us a little bit more about what's here.
So here you have a full journey at Dior Couture, starting online until a visit in the real store. So first, Dior Couture today is able to personalize the full experience online, even if the user is not logged in. So it's thanks to a startup called Kauna, and they've built an AI real-time profiling solution. And then the user, when he is in the store, he's going to have a smarter and faster experience, especially because the sales associates will be able to find easily the right product or the right size of a pair of sneakers, for example, thanks to Scandit, which is a solution embedded in an iPhone where you can scan at once hundreds of barcodes. So maybe you can jump to Loro Piana.
Loro Piana, Italian luxury textile brand. Let's go that way. We've got to go through this pavilion again. It's very busy, a lot of buzz. And I can also tell you, this is one of the best smelling pavilions you can visit. They have the symphonies of the olfactories. It's about fragrance extraction, jasmine, rose, and vanilla, and other elements that you have there. And we're going to just follow Olivier this way. It's over here. We've got to get through the pavilion. And there are so many different brands that are on hand here, so many different things. We have video games, here's the olfactory symphonies. And now we're going to go look at l'Europiana. L'Europiana? L'Europiana, right here. We got lost on the way. So what can you tell us about l'Europiana?
You know, l'Europiana, so one of the fantastic maisons of LVMH. I think, voilà, it's a fantastic use case. We call this journey from ship to shop. L'Europiana illustrates the journey of Mongolian cashmere from the god to the creation of finished garment with the support of optical quality control of cashmere through the whole supply chain. So you know that L'Europiana is investing a lot on supply chain transparency to reinforce product authenticity and raw material authenticity. So you will see a fantastic use case explaining how with an innovative startup called Machine Zero, L'Europiana is tracing the journey of the cashmere from Mongolia to the store, to the final customer. A fantastic use case, really a perfect example of what we call quiet tech for the best, let's say, quiet luxury brand in LVMH, L'Europiana.
And so much of those concerns are something that's new, that the consumers are demanding, that we want to have traceability, we want to have sustainability, and we want to know about where these elements are from. We're also going to go look at Tiffany, one of the best-known brands within the LVMH empire. And this is one of the most beautiful things. I think we can look at a trophy up here. Olivier, tell us a little bit about the LVMH Innovation Awards trophy. Talk us through this.
Fantastic. You know, Tiffany this year, the trophy is doing the trophy of our LVMH Innovation Award. So it has been created by Tiffany. And here at the booth, Tiffany is really showcasing, as you can see, his artisanal savoir-faire and exceptional capability of engraving. They are also introducing, and this is also, let's say, the perspective of our innovation and our innovation at VivaTech, how we mix, let's say, innovation and savoir-faire. So this year, Tiffany is introducing a new AI tool which allows us to get inspiration and of course, with a fantastic summary of 2 centuries of history and archive at Tiffany. So beautiful booth and beautiful savoir-faire, mixing innovation and our tradition.
It certainly is, but there's also a bit of sports here. First of all, I want to say I'm very happy I see American football represented here. That's not often in France. We also have Formula One. Formula One, not something we would expect, but it's very interesting. Tell us about that, Olivier.
Yes, so last but not least, we are super proud to present you our new and exciting partnerships with Formula One, especially because we are the unique luxury partner of Formula One. So we have 3 maisons which are leading the game. First, Louis Vuitton with the famous stunk for every single Grand Prix. We also have Tag Heuer on your left, which is the official timekeeper, and we also have Moët & Chandon with the official champagne partner. So please come and join the LVMH pavilion where innovation meets savoir-faire and heritage.
I'll tell you what, the LVMH pavilion is certainly buzzing. It's a dreamscape, and they're making dreams come true. I want to thank you so much, our guests, Olivier and Franck. Thank you very much. Upton.
And come to see us. Huh?
Absolutely. Upton, back to you.
Wow, I cannot wait to come check it out for myself. Thanks so much for giving us that sneak peek preview. And I want to head out to another correspondent. We have Luke, who is going to bring us inside VivaTech to another section here at VivaTech. All right, Luke, it's only been about an hour, 15 minutes since the doors have opened, but it feels like it's been open for a bit longer than that, because just by the looks of it, the energy here is already incredible. People clearly are very eager to come in because it is looking like a great crowd here.
Yeah, you're quite right. Last year it was 165,000 people came through these doors. You may assume that I haven't moved since earlier because I'm back at the main entrance, the main sign, of course, of VivaTech, really introducing the first site for all of the people that are coming through these doors. 165,000 people last year, from my experience, are already having a busier first day than in those past days. And one of the first participants that we've come across here and taking part, one of the attendees of VivaTech 2025 is James Peters of Global Expansion. Very many thanks for joining us today. You've come over from the UK.
Yes.
Tell us a bit more about your first impressions since you've just arrived through the door.
Well, there's a lot of people here, but there's a lot of space, which is really good. Pretty much every single global technology client that I can think of is here. I think it's something like 3,500, so my feet are going to be hurting by the end of the week trying to get around all those stands to come and meet all these different people. But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, and it's beautiful. What a beautiful weather to come here to Paris to this event. So yeah, it's lovely.
Tell us a bit more about exactly the reasons that have brought you here. What's the product that you're presenting today?
So about 5 years ago, I launched a company called Global Expansion, and what we do is we help companies go international through what we call an employer record solution. And now what that means is essentially we can employ anybody anywhere on the planet without them having to set up a local entity, because we have companies in pretty much every country in the world. And so we take on the employment of that person. We take on their payroll, their taxes, their benefits, their pension, their equity, everything, and we centralize it all through our technology platform. So for us, we're here to demonstrate that platform, demonstrate our technology to some of our existing clients, but also hopefully some new clients as well.
You mentioned earlier that it's your first time here at VivaTech for you and your company. What are your expectations from the next 4 days here?
Well, it's interesting you asked that. I mean, just because you're asking me this question, I'm not saying we've exceeded expectations, but very rarely do we get a return on investment when we come to an event like this. And even before we've arrived, we've set up 25 meetings with potential new clients, even before we walk through the door. So it's been a real success, even only after the first 2 hours where we're rocking and rolling. So yeah, very happy to be here.
And you were telling us also that the app has been a success from your point of view as well. How is it working out for you concretely?
Do you know, it's we've been to a lot of events, and they've got this great app. 9 times out of 10, it's pretty atrocious. This app's been really good. People who want to connect with me have been able to send me messages, tell me a bit about what they do. And it's been really fluid in being able to get people to reach out to us, and we reach out to them with, pretty seamless. So it's almost like a WhatsApp event app. It's pretty easy, pretty straightforward, and it's proved 25 meetings before we even walk through the doors.
Tell us a bit more about that. That's the innovation from the VivaTech perspective. Tell us a bit more about the innovations that you're providing too. You were telling me earlier that you've brought your own podcast crew to kind of demonstrate what it is you're doing here. What's the value for you of bringing a podcast team with you today?
Well, I think, in this day and age, people want to see people. They want to read long articles. They want to be able to hear the person discuss those interesting topics. And what we found is that having a face to the business, somebody who they could trust, and they go, oh, I recognize that individual, or they could become subject matter experts. One of the great things about having a podcast for us is that it's not all about just listening to me. We've actually flown in some clients from America. We've flown some of our colleagues in from around the world, and they all have a place to have a voice. And so when a client goes online, they say, oh, I read that, or I saw that podcast of you talking about AI and permanent establishment risks, and et cetera, you feel like you already know them. And I think that's what we're trying to do, humanize the whole experience, I think is probably the best way of doing it.
Yeah. Humanizing the tech experience. Okay, yeah. One final question before we go, and I pass you back to the studio. Tell us a bit more, what are you expecting to be a successful VivaTech 2025 for you? At the end of the day, what are you hoping for?
Well, there's 2 things for us, really. We are a distributed workforce as far as on my own company, so we've got people in 10 different countries. We use this as a base, really. So we were flying people in from South Africa, we've flown people in from America, we've flown people from the UK and across Europe. So we're actually using this as a base for us to actually build camaraderie and relationships with my own staff, which is one of the reasons why we're here as well. But I think for me, it's going to be just a fantastic opportunity to develop new clients and new opportunities for my business going forward into the rest of the year.
James Peters of Global Expansion, that was a really interesting look at really, as he mentioned there, putting a human face on a lot of the perhaps anonymous tech that goes on behind the scenes here at VivaTech 2025. And really one of the advantages for all of the participants and the exhibitors here is really ensuring that they can make the contact between their company, their startup companies, and the investors that they're looking for. So back over to you, Upton, in the studio.
Absolutely fascinating stuff, Luke Brown. Thank you so much for bringing us that interview. And now let's do an interview here with VivaTech on set. I'm excited to now be joined by Rohit Prasad, SVP and Head Scientist, Artificial General Intelligence at Amazon Web Services. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me here. It's very exciting times.
Yeah, so you're leading the development of advanced AI technologies like Amazon Nova, and with a distinguished track record, you previously led Alexa's AI innovations, which have impacted millions of users, including myself, big Alexa user for very many years now. Your groundbreaking work earned you a spot in the 2024 Time 100 Most Influential People in AI. So congratulations to you. So as AI continues to evolve rapidly, Amazon is moving beyond powerful foundation models towards more collaboration, reasoning capable AI. How do you view this next frontier of AI?
Yeah, I think of us as being in this profound inflection point in how humans interact with technology. I think of this as an evolution of how computing has evolved, right? You're not that old, but we grew up like in the mainframe days to personal computers, and now I think we are ushering in a new whole computing paradigm, which is about collaborative computing, where first time ever we have not an AI that just responds to your questions, but it's actually a digital thinking partner that lets you accomplish way more by understanding your intent and then taking your intent to actually work with you to solve complex problems at work, at home, and on the go. So for instance, you can right now develop software and actually deploy it everywhere. With AI, you can program anything in AI or build an app of your own. You can plan your trip like I did for coming to Paris with AI. So you can shop for products through AI. So this is where it's essentially really about having a digital thinking partner with you all the time that is there when you need it, and it recedes into the background when you don't.
Absolutely. This past December, you launched Amazon Nova models while continuing to offer models from providers through AWS. So why build your own foundation models, and what's the strategy in having a diverse selection?
So first of all, as you said, selection is key for customers. We know everyone wants the selection. In fact, when we were building our own applications and I had that bird's eye view to thousands of applications being built, there was no one model that did everything our customers wanted. So we did it. Why? For Nova, we introduced 7 models because customers wanted them. And this has been true with us in everything we do at Amazon, that selection matters. The second thing is, when you're deploying AI applications at scale, cost becomes important. And this is where with Nova, we could bring with everything we do with from Trainiums to AI as a service to the applications we are building for consumers like Alexa, for enterprises like Q, where it's an enterprise assistant at work, for sellers and advertisers, we can with all these assets bring cost way down for AI, which is going to be important at scale.
Mm-hmm. And Amazon operates across a broad range of industries, obviously retail, entertainment, cloud services. So how has this influenced your approach to developing and deploying AI across the company?
Yeah, first of all, with AI, as I mentioned, that we now have these foundation models, including Nova, where it's more general purpose in nature. But when it's general purpose in nature, it doesn't mean that it can do everything on its own. You still have to have these specialization happen, where these foundation models now are great teacher models for you to train more student models that achieve, let's say, in the cases of shopping. We have a shopping-specific interaction model for Rufus. We have a model that lets customers do a lot more with Alexa as a personal assistant. So that's happening is at that level where we are able to get all these technologies get better that power these applications. And what is central to this is also a very trusted AI. So this is where we are actually working very hard to bring hallucinations down, because you finally have an AI that has so much to do that it can do like you and I can do with humans, that it has to be held at the same bar as we hold humans. In terms of the bar for trust is the same as we apply to humans.
Yeah, that's a great point. What are the key factors involved in creating AI solutions that are actually effective, reliable, and scalable, especially in such diverse industries?
Yeah, so this is where, again, going to you mentioned the term reliable, and this is where we have to make the model way more reliable at everything it does. And this we do through many technological aspects, like you may have heard retrieval augmented generation, or how the AI calls tools. So it comes down to competency first, right? So it has to be very competent at what it does. It has to be reliable, which means it's not just about accuracy, but it's about predictability. And going back to how we trust as a human, then it should have the same human values that we aspire to, which means it should be discreet, it should be transparent when needed, and it has to be reliable, as we talked about.
Absolutely. Finally, looking at the broader AI landscape, I'm curious, what emerging trends or tech do you believe will define the next wave of breakthroughs?
Absolutely. I think, first, I strongly believe we'll be living in the era of millions of agents at work, at home, your own personal agent that are interoperating into what I think of it as Internet of Agents. Mm-hmm. So when you live in that world, the biggest thing we have to build is essentially the analog of how we have cars on our highways, which means we have to build this digital highway which is meant for autonomous agents to operate on. So that infrastructure piece itself will be gigantic in terms of what everyone has to build. At the same time, when you're building this Internet of Agents, going back to the fact that we now have an agent of our own, right, that you and I can use on a daily basis as a digital partner that thinks through with everything that we do. This agent ultimately is gonna have an accentuate our human thinking power. So we were in the Industrial Revolution, we multiplied human strength. Now we're gonna be in this AI revolution, which is essentially gonna force multiply human intelligence. And then when we get into that human intelligence, that means we are really on the journey to our artificial general intelligence, which to me means that we have an AI that can essentially do what you and I can do through a computer, and be that digital companion with you that is with you on everything you do on a collaborative basis. So you suddenly have thousands of agents of your own, which means these AI models, the frontier models that we are building, need to become more capable, and I'm very optimistic about their trajectory.
Absolutely. Fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Throughout the week here at VivaTech.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so VivaTech spotlights Canada proudly as our as our country of the year. Is of course Canada, a unique collaborative ecosystem driven by huge government investment, world-class research, and groundbreaking companies. Canada boasts a high concentration of top-tier AI talent and a robust environment for innovation. So let's learn more about that.
Today, artificial intelligence holds a central place not only as a driver of economic transformation, but also as a lever for societal progress. It is in this spirit that I have the great pleasure of leading an unprecedented Canadian delegation, 600 tech leaders, including some of the most prominent figures in our AI ecosystem, making this the largest international delegation at VivaTech 2025. Our startups, large companies, research centers, investors, and public institutions are here in Paris to showcase Canada tech excellence and to build strategic bridges with France, Europe, and the global stage. Just steps from here, the Canada Pavilion features more than 230 organizations ready to do business. We are here to listen, to learn, to share, and above all, to show you the very best of Canadian AI, useful, responsible, inclusive, and deeply committed to the common good.
All right, let's bring in our next interview with VivaTech on set. I'm excited to now bring in Benoit Fret, CEO of Chronopost. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now, Chronopost is France's leading express parcel delivery company in La Poste Group. Now, you have steered the company towards groundbreaking innovations in logistics and delivery, from smart tracking systems to sustainable last mile solutions. And let's just, get right into it. Under your leadership, your company has integrated intelligent tools like Leonard and AI-powered chatbot. I'm curious, what impact do these solutions have, especially on customer satisfaction?
Okay, right. Our chatbot already handles 60% of the contact request. It represents 30,000 requests per day. It's really huge. It simplifies the understanding of the parcels tracking, provide complete answer to the consignee, and interact directly with the customer by voice. It also qualifies a complex request and to push them directly to the special agent of the customer services. These solutions improve customer satisfaction in terms of quicker answer and more comprehensive responses.
Mm-hmm. What are the most significant ways innovation has improved operational efficiency across your network?
First, Chronopost uses classic data science for the strategic decisions. Two examples. First one to EA. Thanks to EA, we have developed our activity forecasting tool. It's very important. This tool allows us to significantly improve the forecast of the number of parcels per day. And like this, we adjust perfectly our human organization to the strong variation of the market. Another example with GeoPost, we have created a digital twin for our line-haul network. And thanks to this digital twin, we are not also able to have a global vision of in real time of network line-haul, but we can adjust our different line-haul. If the line-haul is not completely full, we can suppress some line-haul and maintain, of course, the quality, and like this, make a lot of cost saving, in fact. Another example, thanks to the data science, we use tools like OCR or Google Lens to improve our ability to handle parcels which might have lost their label. And thanks to these tools, we are able to manage the double percentage of labelless shipment, and like this, identify them and send back to the shipper.
Okay, great. Chronopost has invested in temperature-controlled logistics. How are you leveraging innovation to meet demands of sectors like healthcare and especially like food delivery, which can go bad quite fast?
Yes, right. In fact, 10 years ago, we created Chronofresh. It's the first parcel company able to handle parcel under controlled shipment in the next day delivery. And this offer disrupts completely the market and change the customer behavior. That's very important. And 10 years after, we are alone to do this offer. And when we create this offer and the IT solutions, we create to be scalable. And thanks to these solutions, that we use the same technology to create temperature control offer for healthcare products and support GeoPost to implement the food under control temperature offer all over Europe.
Fascinating. And what emerging technologies are you most enthusiastic about for enhancing the delivery experience and maintaining Chronopost's leadership in the future?
Yes, by the end of this year, our customer services agent will benefit from generative AI to bring more value for the customer. Generative AI already knows how to interpret our sometimes complex parcels tracking. And based on the intelligence, we will use other generative AI building blocks to communicate in natural language with our customer, and the result is really stunning. both in terms of quality of the answer and in terms of quality of the language, in all language with better accent than mine. And this solution is just the first steps, because we would like transform our customer services in more proactive customer services thanks to this ability of generative AI to manage a lot of data.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
and we're
you.
excited to see you out throughout the week.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. We're about halfway through the first show of Tech Early Birds. It's 10:34 now here at Porte de Versailles. Many people have already ascended on to VivaTech. So if you're just joining us, welcome. We're excited to see you, and make sure you're following along online on social media, as well as the website vivatechnology.com, and we will be back in 2 minutes.
If you're neurodivergent, the internet can feel overwhelming. So we created the TD Accessibility Adapter, a free tool for all.
It's nice to know that TD cares about something like this, because it makes me feel like they care about me.
Our focus is helping you focus. TD, ready for you.
Only the ServiceNow platform puts AI agents to work across your company. They deal with the small stuff that bogs you down.
Agents like secret agents?
You know, I once played a secret agent.
Oh, I missed that one. I heard you were great.
I was great.
Explore the new frontiers of innovation at VivaTech. Witness the tech breakthroughs redefining what's possible. Scale faster, partner smarter, and see what's next for your business. Explore the innovations reshaping global politics. And champion sustainability, ethics, and inclusion. All at VivaTech 2025.
You're watching VivaTech News live from VivaTech 2025. The energy here is contagious. Welcome to Tech Early Birds. We're bringing you inside everything you need to know to set you up for the day ahead, whether you're joining us here in Paris at Porte de Versailles or anywhere around the world. We're excited to have you. We are expecting over 165,000 attendees this year. It's going to be an absolutely massive, exciting event, and I want to head out onto the main floor to check in on the energy. So let's go inside VivaTech. All right, Luke, it seems like you've moved officially from where we saw you the first two times this morning. What can you tell us? What are you tracking this morning?
Yeah, of course, here at VivaTech 2025, one of the hot topics is a responsible tech, a responsible AI, and how technology can really benefit the clients, the customers, and of course, the rest of society. To talk a bit more about that, we've returned to the AI Avenue, which is very much at the center of VivaTech 2025, and we're meeting with the team from Ashirashi. They've come all the way from Japan. They've just arrived, a bit jet-lagged, with Toshiko Akimoto, and you've got a tool, really, to help people who are short-sighted.
Yes, we are providing AI navigation service designed for visually impaired individuals. So our key feature of our product is to provide navigation by using vibration, haptic vibration. Our product can attach to the user's shoes, and then user start the navigation by using our iOS app. Once navigation started, the vibration will start. So then, by using vibration, our user can notice which side is the correct direction. So when user need to go forward, the toe side will vibrate, and when user need to turn left, the left side will vibrate. We are using AI to detect accurate position, and positioning accuracy is very crucial for our user. So we use the inertial sensor in it, and also use GPS data, and we mixture these data. We using AI. Okay.
And as you know, Upton, I'm very keen to test out all of the various tech things here at VivaTech. So I'm going to try it out. I have already pre-installed my equipment, the Ashirashi equipment. And if we get it vibrating, I can give you a demonstration that it is pretty strong, the vibration. If you could go ahead. Up, yep. Yeah, definitely vibrating. Tell us a bit more how it is you use AI for this. What's the most important thing that you're hoping to demonstrate to the customers here today?
Yes, accuracy is most important because they can see the scenery in town. So they need to know where is a corner and where is their right route. Yes, it's very crucial for detect the position accurately.
And you were saying earlier this is your first time here at VivaTech. Tell us, what are you expecting from your presence here?
Yeah, now we are trying to expand our product to the European countries, and also we search for investors or technology companies we can collaborate with.
Okay, thanks. Thanks so much, Toshiko Akimoto, for your analysis and your presentation of your product here at VivaTech 2025. As you can see, Upton, it's a whole vast array of different varieties of innovations, really, that covers from my feet up until the cloud computing above us. Back over to you, Upton, in the studio.
Thanks so much, Luke, for bringing that interview. And now let's do an interview here on set for VivaTech On Set. I'm excited to now bring in Corinne Del Bilbao, who is president of Microsoft France since 2021, with over 30 years of experience in the tech industry. You have led significant initiatives to promote digital transformation throughout your career, and under your direction, the company has made major investments in AI, driving Microsoft's vision for both responsible as well as accessible AI across France. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Well, thanks a lot. Morning.
Good morning. To be here today. Yes, it's good to see you again. I know we caught up last year, and you know, the past 2-3 years, AI, but Microsoft has really been working on this for decades now. People think it just kind of came out of nowhere, but in reality, you've been at the helm of kind of realizing its ambitions. So I want to know, how is Microsoft France helping companies successfully navigate their AI transformation journey right now?
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Doar. Look, well, we have a presence of 40 years in France. Microsoft celebrated 50 years, but 40 years in France. And what we've seen, we've seen AI at work last year. This year, it's all about AI agents in action. So that's a full transformation. And the way we look at it is threefold, local presence, cutting-edge technology, and helping companies to put AI at scale. So how do we do this in France? Well, first of all, we have a massive ecosystem. We work with 10,500 partners, and we work with them, to help the different companies in terms of this transformation. We are investing in infrastructure in Europe. We're going to increase the capacity by 40% because it's super important to have infrastructure in Europe to help the AI transformation. And we are opening the ecosystem. On our cloud today, you can work with more than 1,900 models.
Wow.
And among them, you have Mistral AI, you have Hugging Face. So it's really about, promoting the local ecosystems. And the agents are coming into force. You have, three kinds of agents today. Our customers, globally, they have created 400,000 agents so far in the last 6 months.
Wow.
Whether it's conversational, so I'm talking to you, I'm a customer service. Whether it's an action, you open a ticket for you with your IT department. Whether we're working on autonomous, from order of customer to the cash. So you work with different agents which are going to be autonomous. So that's a massive transformation that we are accompanying the French ecosystem with our large investment in France.
What initiatives has the company launched to support AI innovation among startups, and how are you helping them to actually scale these solutions?
As I probably told last year, we were one of the first subsidiary of Microsoft running startups program. So as part of the announcement that we made for Choose France last year, we did commit to enable 2,500 startups with AI in partnership with Station F, in partnership with GitHub, Celenza, among different partners. And what we're doing today with them, we give access to the technology, we give access to, our cloud, we give access to GitHub coding systems, we help them with advisory, help them with the business case, and we do give access to our customers base as well. So far, we've been training 900 of them, and you have very nice startups in all kinds of sectors of industry. But the most important is that we look at our ecosystem in the regions. So we started, to have this Gen AI Studio program. This is the name of our program in Lyon, in Lille, in Marseille, so that we get this vibrant ecosystem all across France.
Absolutely. Microsoft France aims to train 1 million people in AI by 2027. What is your strategy for reaching that goal, and who are the key audiences that you're actually targeting?
In fact, the strong conviction, if you want to have AI at scale, is that you need to skill people. This is probably, the largest, competency challenge that the economy ever had, for decades. So this commitment is a super solid commitment because we do believe you can't divide, you can't have another, division in the society because of AI. So it's super important to get it accessible to everyone. So we have been training so far 400K people, and in different, platform. One is that we have a platform which is called AI Skills Navigator. You have more than 200 learning paths adapted to your own, journey, your own profession. So a kind of different, usage. We've been doing a partnership with France Travail and a startup Kokoroe, led by women, and it's all about training job seekers, 300,000 of them. And then, we have some AI cafe as well, where you have some professional background, helping companies with AI. And many other things in terms of, we have a program adapted to each population.
Absolutely. And then finally, AI is increasingly being applied in scientific research. How is Microsoft supporting AI-driven innovations like healthcare, climate science, or biology in France?
But in fact, this is my favorite topic you're talking about, because I'm super proud of that and what we've done in France. When you can associate, the cloud power, the hypercomputing and AI, then you're going to help the largest issues of the world and help, to solve some big equation in climate and healthcare. Maybe to tell you, things I'm proud of, there are three ways to help research. One is to help the researcher with the knowledge management, so they spend time on research and not on documentation. So I'm super proud of a partnership we've done with the Institut Curie in cancer research to help them, with all, the thousands of information and documents with AI agents. We've done a partnership as well with ITER, the nuclear fission, 20 years of knowledge in different formats and help researchers again to free up some time to do research. So that's one thing. By the way, the Institut Curie was a keynote of Satya at the introduction, so French flagship. And the second fold is that simulation. Simulation is super expensive and can take a lot of time. So with AI, you can run some simulation. I don't know if you've seen Aurora to predict, meteo and predict climate change. This is super powerful, more powerful than any other technology. So that's simulation. And the third, last but not least, is about discovery of new material, molecules, new material which are more sustainable. One example, we've been working with the National Pacific Laboratory to, find material to replace lithium, part of the lithium, which is, a rare material and which is spent a lot in terms of, technology. So those are the key. This is super exciting because you can open new frontiers and in fact impact you can impact society and the life of everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. We're almost out of time, but I want to ask one more question. Microsoft has been an advocate for responsible AI for many years. What does responsible AI mean for the company?
I can talk for hours, but I'm going to be very, very short here. It is at the core of what we do, responsible AI and inclusive AI, because again, if you don't do this, you're not going to have technology adoption. There are 6 principles. One is fairness, that everybody can access to AI, and that it's equal in terms of opportunity. Accessibility. Responsibility means that, we're making sure, we run a responsible AI and security, data privacy. But it's as well, to make sure, you have traceability and transparency. And last year, we published our first transparency report because it's super important to understand how AI has been built, how you can track it, and what is the output. So that's a commitment. Let's read the first transparency report. It's super interesting, and it tells you how we tackle AI and how much we think it's super important to be responsible and transparent.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks,
We're excited to see you throughout the week. Take care.
Have a nice VivaTech.
Thank you. Yes, you as well. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Now let's head out to the main floor and go inside VivaTech. All right, let's bring in Alexi, who is always good at finding some of the most innovative startups out there at VivaTech. Alexi, we're only a couple hours in, but what can you tell us?
Well, yeah, Upton, we are now in the Impact Bridge area, so that makes the connection between Hall 1 and Hall 2 of VivaTech this year, and we are going to focus a little bit more on tech specialized for women. And for that, I am right now with Marilyn Rolfe. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Exactly.
Yes, we are. Okay, beautiful. So she is the co-founder of Femnov. This is an AI-powered health tech startup transforming gynecological care. So this is building a comprehensive digital assistant to help healthcare professionals improve the diagnosis and follow-up as well of the gynecological conditions. First of all, one quick question for you. What is the main purpose of your business? What is happening with you right here?
Hi everyone, thank you so much for your asking this question. So with Femnov, we are a health tech startup dedicated to support gynecologic and midwife and everything, developing AI tools. We have a solution with a different modular solution. The first one, it's a pre-consulta symptoms questionnaire, so you can see here. So this one, it's help professionals better understand and trying trial patient health. And the second one, it's AI assistant ultrasound tools to support detection and characterization of pathologies such as endometriosis or adenomyosis. It's our first study case with transvaginal images.
So why is it important for you guys to specialize yourself on women healthcare over here? I know it's very, we're focusing a little bit more every year on this. Why was that important for you, and why is it important for you as well to be here at VivaTech?
It's very important for you, for us, because we don't talk a lot about the woman care and everything. And also, if I just talk about endometriosis, for example, this disease concerns more than 2 million women only in France, and moreover, yes, exactly, and moreover, we spend more than 10 years to have the final diagnosis associated to this disease. And so, for that, it's very important for FemNov to be present in VivaTech, to allow the professional care to say we are not alone, you are not alone, we are here to help you to better diagnose this kind of disease.
And so what can VivaTech as well bring you to your company? Because I know you're still looking for fundings, for example. What is it, important for you to present your innovation to everyone down here at VivaTech?
We are a young startup, so for a moment, we don't want to have money or everything. We focus to have a connection with some medical industry, like hospital or gynecology center, to organize some real connection to co-developing this kind of tools and to better understand the main purpose and some difficulties on the stage. And so for that, we want to connect with this kind of people and also to obtain more and more database dedicated of the ultrasound images.
And I'm pretty sure that will help a lot of women touched by endometriosis and all these kind of medical problems. So thank you, Marilyn, for presenting your innovation to us today. And to everyone coming to VivaTech, just do not hesitate to stop by over here on the Impact Bridge that makes the connection between Hall 1 and 2. There are plenty of innovations to show to everyone, so have a stop and have a chat with Marilyn.
Exactly.
All right, thank you so much. We're back to you, Upton.
Thanks so much for that great interview, Alexi. And now I want to move on into another interview here at VivaTech on set. I'm now joined by Jean-Simon Chaudier, who is CEO and co-founder of Fire Tracking. This is a company dedicated to climate and biodiversity protection, especially in the face of wildfires. I'm from California, so I can relate to this. A green tech startup using advanced AI and smart networks to detect and localize wildfires in seconds. Jean-Simon, welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. So tell us about the main purpose of the business and how you're, what is innovative about what you're doing here?
Yeah, so wildfires is a major causes of today's century. And what we want to do is to help firefighters, forest owners, and infrastructure operators to save time by detecting and locating wildfires in seconds with a high accuracy, and all without the need of a 24/7 human supervision, thanks to our extremely low level of false alarm rates.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and how does it do that exactly?
Yeah, so our technology is powered by our in-house artificial intelligence, analyzing images from video cameras installed on high points, such as water towers, telecom pylons, or rooftops. And thanks to our SaaS model and the reuse of existing infrastructures, we offer a fast, large-scale, and cost-effective deployments, basically all around the world.
Wow, that's amazing. And tell us, how did this idea come about for you?
Yeah, so we started with our first customer in New Caledonia. Actually, in New Caledonia, every year we are burning the same surface than in France, the full country. So we are talking about 20,000 to 40,000 hectares every year. it's twice the size of Paris, for example.
Wow.
And so here there is really an emergency to find solutions to fight wildfires. And when we were trying to find what kind of solutions could fit to this need, actually we've seen that there was an opportunity for AI to be game-changing in this business. And so that's why we've launched fire tracking, mainly thanks to AI performance to face this cause.
Absolutely. And what are your goals for this week at VivaTech?
Yeah, our first goal is obviously to meet potential customers, but also to accelerate our roadshow, because we are currently in the middle of fundraising in order to accelerate our development, mainly in Europe, in North America as well, California, of course,
Yes.
and also to provide additional services to our customers, because our cameras can detect wildfires. We can also detect zones impacted by floods, for example, by storms, or we can also replicate our technology to other use cases, such as the protection of critical infrastructures in urban or industrial context.
Yeah, it's such an interesting topic, because when you think about, there's actually been a lot of mobility now around environment. So a lot of people in Florida saying, we don't want to deal with hurricanes, we're going to move to maybe Chicago. And, people not being able to get fire insurance at all anymore, because, what company wants to insure homes that are so susceptible to fires after what's been happening in California the last couple of years. But you are kind of coming here with this solution to say, hurricanes, who knows what we can do about that, but actually fires. I mean, if you were to come and tell a government that you can actually detect a fire so that it can be put out within maybe an hour or so rather than let it spread, it's a huge value proposition.
Exactly, and our main goal is really to become the global standard for detecting and preventing tomorrow's environmental crisis. We started with wildfires, but as I said, we really want to expand to early warning of natural disaster risks and asset protection in urban and industrial context. So, yeah, we are a solution, but we are also a climate resilience infrastructure, which is scalable, investable, and really essential for the future.
Okay, great. How can people find you this week?
You can find us on our booth on D48004, and also reach us directly on VivaTech app, all app of VivaTech.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you this week.
Much.
Best of luck. Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Make sure you're following us online at VivaTech on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, as well as the website. You can watch us live on the website, as well as multiple different stages as well. Just head over to vivatechnology.com, and we will be back in 2 minutes.
At Electra, we try to encourage people switching to electric cars by helping them charge very easily and in 15 to 20 minutes.
We recently advised Electra on a new fundraising with 304 million euros.
It's a major milestone for Electra for the future years.
He said, we support startup growth with commercialization programs and entrepreneurship education for young and aspiring founders. We support global entrepreneurship, helping startups go abroad. And we provide the essential infrastructure to bring ideas to life. Where imagination meets reality, this is KeySaid.
Discover the new frontiers of innovation with VivaTech News. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payan on Breaking Tech. And gain insights with Molly Hall on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
Welcome to VivaTech News. My name is Upton Saidi, bringing you all the latest information about tech, innovation, of course, artificial intelligence. It's going to be a very exciting year as we just opened the doors on the 9th edition of VivaTech 2025. We're expecting more than 165,000 attendees, thousands of investors, thousands of startups, and thousands of exhibitors. The energy is already incredible here. We've already seen a lot of startups that are just eager to meet investors. We've heard from a lot of amazing CEOs here on set and throughout the event. So it's going to be a really exciting next 4 days. We're super excited to have you with us. Our country of the year this year is Canada. We just heard some interesting quotes from son Evan Solomon. Let's take a listen in case you missed it.
If Europe and Canada, if France and Canada do not work closely together, the fear is that there are other states that will leapfrog ahead of us on a competitive advantage. So one, we need to work together. That's my biggest fear, is that everyone tries to do something alone. Two, obviously unconstrained development without any ethics and values. We can't create value without values, and we share values here. And sharing values makes investment stable. My biggest hope is that there's a sense of collective responsibility, that, again, that we preserve our values. Remember, there's another generation coming. The technology is galloping. This is the first time in history, the internet made information abundant for the first time, and that changed everything. AI is making intelligence abundant. That will change our value system. And that will mean that the most important value as human beings we have is judgment. And we need to preserve our judgment to use these awesome tools in a productive way.
Some inspiring words from the executive from Canada. I'm excited to check out their pavilion, which is supposed to be very interesting this year and very exciting. That is from our country of the year. Now let's head out to VivaTech on set. Let's head out to the VivaTech on the grounds, where we have one of our correspondents standing by. Allison, it's an exciting year. What can you bring us?
Well, Upton, I'm at the pavilion of France's National Postal Service, La Poste, a very lively booth here. I'm with Pierre-Etienne Bardin. He is the Chief Data Officer and Head of Analytics for La Poste Group, and he is going to show us around. Pierre-Etienne, first, can you just tell us about innovation at La Poste?
So La Poste is welcome on at VivaTech. La Poste is 10 years of transformation, so it means a true cultural of innovation, a true culture of innovation, but with trust and sustainability. We are also on our way to become a real data and AI company. And to demonstrate that, you can showcase on the booth. You will see Dalvia. Dalvia is our solution that help the doctors to summarize the records for the patients, and so to focus on the patient instead of focusing on paperwork. And it's Gen AI, fully sovereign. And because we are talking about data which are very sensitive, healthcare data, we also, with DocaPost, built our own cloud solution, sovereign cloud solution, which is called NumSpot. You can also see it on the booths. And NumSpot is a partnership with Banque des Territoires, Bouygues Telecom, and Dassault Systèmes. And this is a sovereign data cloud. So that's very key for us to protect our own data.
So La Poste is about a lot more than just sending letters. It's also about data. You're also celebrating here 30 years of e-commerce. So tell us more about that.
Yeah, it's about sending mails, of course, but less and less. So it's about also working with our partners, e-commerce partners, to deliver parcels. So 30 years of support to support this business and to keep our leadership in France with Chronopost, Colissimo, and DPD. You have to continuously innovate. You can see now the robotic arm to manage small parcels, but you can see also cooling vests. Because of the climate change, we have to take care of our employees, and Cooling Vest is here to manage the high temperature that we can see during summer. So sustainability is very key for La Poste. And also we have electric bikes, and electric bikes. It's also about sustainability, but to deliver parcels, and we innovate with this electric trailer. This electric trailer is capable to carry up 250 kilograms, so that's very heavy, and the driver is doing that without any effort. So that you can see, and ChronoFresh is about transporting and delivering foods, fresh, dry, and cool foods, and it's a 10 years also a subsidiary, very successful with La Poste.
Yes. As you can see. So yeah, you're working hard to keep your employees comfortable, very important. There's also quite a lot of fun going on at La Poste. You've collaborated with a very well-known game, Tetris, very appropriate for a postal service. Tell us more about this collaboration.
So it's not about killing the time. It's Tetris. When you analyze the way you pack the parcel into a truck, it's like a real-time Tetris challenge. So to do that, we partner with Tetris, and we move from 1,500 parcels in a truck to 4,500, so 3 times more. So that's of course keep helping us with our carbon footprint, because 3 times more in one truck is a very sustainable approach. And to learn more about this partnership, Maya Rogers, the CEO of Tetris, and Philippe Val, the CEO of La Poste, will be on stage at VivaTech to give you more information about this amazing and inspiring partnership.
All right, thank you so much. That's Pierre-Etienne Bardin, the Chief Data Officer and Head of Analytics at La Poste, France's National Postal Service, which you can see is much more than just sending letters. Feel free to come on down to their stand. You'll find it with lots of iconic yellow, and you can play a game of Tetris.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll definitely be checking that out as soon as my show finishes. I'll be heading over to play some Tetris over there. So we're gonna now bring in our first debate of VivaTech News 2025. We're gonna talk about how tech is driving innovation and climate sustainability. But before we do that, let's watch this video. Okay, so we're going to talk about how tech is driving innovation and climate sustainability. As problems caused by climate change become more pronounced across the world, investment and innovation has been rising up to face them. So we're talking about deep sea to field of crops. The rise of AI has brought with it a fresh boost of climate efforts. This year also marks the inaugural Tech for Change Award at VivaTech, which of course recognizes risk takers, the innovative responses from some of the most promising minds of the tech world. Let's take a look.
Facing up to climate change with lines of code and the power of intelligent machinery. From ocean preservation to energy management, technology is increasingly playing a greater role in our push for sustainability. Japanese startup Ocean Eyes uses AI to model marine ecosystems in real time. Their platform can track fish populations, predict overfishing risks, and help conservation efforts with increased accuracy. When it comes to maximizing energy efficiency, companies like Tinentel have developed tech that can radically reduce energy consumption using self-regulating systems. The aim is that this in turn will bring down sustainable energy costs and usher in unprecedented efficiency. Meanwhile, green tech has also transformed some methods of agriculture. AI drone systems can now monitor crop health, optimize irrigation, and crucially, reduce precious water consumption in drought-stricken areas. Urban environments are also benefiting from technological progress. Barcelona was one of the first cities to bring in digital systems to monitor everything from traffic flow to irrigation and building energy consumption. This year's inaugural Tech for Change Award at Viva Technology will highlight more of these innovations from 200 startups making a difference in the fight against climate change. But progress in climate tech creates a challenging paradox. AI systems themselves consume considerable energy, with data centers leaving massive carbon footprints. Innovative solutions have been presented by companies like Sweep, who use their pioneer carbon management platform to help companies track and reduce their environmental impact. Promising climate solutions in tech all successfully integrate innovation, efficiency, and sustainability.
So how can AI accelerate our progress toward a sustainable future? What are the risks, and where should we draw the line between innovation and responsibility? Let's begin our debate. We have, of course, Rudy, our tech trends editor. We're also excited to be bringing in Yannick Chaz, who is Chief Technological Officer of Sweep. Yannick leads tech and product innovation at Sweep, which of course is the global sustainability data solution company that empowers businesses to track, reduce, and report on their carbon emissions and ESG performance, as well as Marie Ekeland, who is CEO of 2050, a pioneering French entrepreneur and investor CEO of 2050, an organization dedicated to funding and building the next gen of sustainable startups. Welcome to the debate. Thank you. We're excited to have you guys. So let's just start with some questions, and then kind of we'll get into it. But Yannick, how is Sweep leveraging AI to help organizations ultimately achieve their sustainability goals?
Yes, so we believe in Sweep that we should use AI responsibly. So we are adding features, very specific features to accelerate the collection, the transformation, and the management of data required to be used into the regulation of ESG regulation, as well as climate goals, for example, reporting in carbon accounting and so on. So we have features like this where AI is really helping, like collecting data, transforming the data, accelerating also the compliance with the regulation, like the CSRD, where you have a lot of indicators and qualitative indicators. And this is where AI can streamline the answers to the regulation KPIs. In the end, it's important to have very specific features and not deploy AI everywhere for everything. The goal, also what we believe at Sweep, is when we integrate these features, the user should be in control at the end of what is pushing to the regulation. It's on one side helping to accelerate, but on the other side, it's validated and the user remain in control of what is in the end committed into the system to the regulation.
Absolutely. And Marie, and as an investor, what criteria are you using to evaluate whether an AI-driven startup is actually advancing sustainability?
Yeah, so we have a 2050 mission of shaping a fertile future. That actually means we're funding companies that are solving 5 of the more essential challenges that we believe we're facing right now. So the first one is we want everyone to eat enough, eat healthily. Second one is to inhabit this earth and produce in a sustainable manner. The third one is to take care of body and mind, so physical and mental health on a daily basis. The fourth one is actually to empower people to change through the learning and education system to be contributing to that fertile future. And the last one is to put trust back into the economy, with insurance model covering us and new risk, and banking system allowing transition to happen, and media industry allowing democracy to function. So that is basically, we're funding companies that are solving a keystone solutions toward one of these goals. To understand what is keystone, what are the first thing that is actually really solving or needed, we are relying on science. So we're deep diving, and we started because you cannot do everything at the same time, right? So we started with everything around the environmental challenges, and we first deep dive through with the help of Stockholm Resilience Center, Université Paris Dauphine, and UBC, into understanding and building our climate investment strategy. technology. And then that is the first thing. We are looking for companies that actually are solving the things science has told us that should be solved. So it's a different way. We're not waiting behind our desk into having deal flow in and looking and assessing. We are actually deliberately looking into things that are keystone. And how do we assess then that AI powered, because AI is energy consuming, water consuming, all you want. So how do we ensure the net overall impact is positive? We are relying on platforms like the Upright platform, who is assessing overall holistically both the negative impact and the positive impact to ensure, even if you're on your way to solving a keystone mission and bringing keystone solution, that you're not, without knowing it, breaking other things elsewhere to have an overall net negative impact.
Interesting, interesting. And Rudy, can you sketch for us where things stand currently when it comes to AI and sustainability?
I mean, I think what you've heard from Marie and Yannick already tackles some of those topics, especially that obviously AI has lots of potential. I'll say that the counter side of that medal is that right now AI is actually increasing consumption of resources. So we've got potential versus the current situation when we have a climate emergency. Emissions continue to rise. In 2004, we still had almost 1% increase in emissions. So we need to tackle this very quickly. Right now, we saw and I'll take Google as a proxy. I think data center energy consumption up 17%, water usage up 8%, greenhouse gases emissions up 30%. I may be switching those greenhouse gases and water emissions numbers around. So, and I guess that's really the challenge for someone like Marie. How do you gauge the potential versus the cost right now? But obviously AI has lots of potential to especially optimize resource use. And also something that Yannick is doing is using AI to measure things that previously we weren't able to measure simply, and only by measuring them can you tackle them. But I'll look at some other things such as biodiversity, which is something that we didn't really mention, but there again AI is allowing us to capture things that we wouldn't have been able to capture 5 years ago. For example, the World Wildlife Fund has this species net, which they use to automatically track and categorize all wildlife cameras from thousands and thousands of wildlife cameras around the world, basically to get a map of what the ecosystems and the species look like, and also what measures are helping to protect, for example, these animals and this biodiversity.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yannick, what are some of the main technical challenges in making AI both effective and environmentally responsive?
So we know that the new generative AI tooling are really expensive in terms of energy and emissions. So again, the goal is to be able to leverage this technology in the right way and not put it everywhere for just the goal of having AI in the product, right? So the challenge is how can we leverage these LLM technologies and other type of machine learning technologies, not just LLM, but actually using the right tools at the right place to create value for the customer, to create an acceleration for the customer, and to streamline what is right now relatively difficult in terms of collecting the right level of data with granularity. We are talking about hundreds of million, billion of lines to be able to be precise in our carbon footprint and be able to take action. So the challenge is how can we leverage these technologies in the right place at the right time to balance the impact on the environment while providing value to the customer in a way where we can spread these kind of technologies to reduce our emissions and to have a positive impact on the environment.
Marie, where do you see the greatest opportunities but also risks for funding in climate tech?
So the way we build our investment strategy into climate tech, and because as you will see, there's AI everywhere, basically. So
it's the new buzzword the past few years.
So it's the first thing that companies that we need to do is to help companies or the economy collect the data, we need the data infrastructure to be up and running and to be able to understand it and build climate action plans whatsoever. This is why we started by investing in Sweep to help the companies be able to build their carbon, their carbon plan, carbon reduction plan, because first you need to understand to be able to act upon it. But in the same way, there's not only economic actors, you also have like 72% of the overall carbon footprint is coming from cities. So we also invited in a company called Climate View, which is based in Sweden, and which is basically implementing the IPCC policies into a very big AI platform with all these different, it's like SimCity, you move the things around to build your climate plan to do that. That is only possible for AI. So the overall data infrastructure that will allow companies to act is AI-based for sure, and that is a very interesting place to look for. There's, for example, a lot of things that will be missing that are already missing in the ocean to get the data right on the ocean. So that's the first layer. Second layer is that when you do the science piece, you understand the first solutions that we should be putting out there are solutions that are increasing nature's capacity to store carbon. And there's 4 kind of natural carbon sinks. The first one is the soil. So everything around regenerative agriculture that can allow the soils to be in better health and store more carbon is helpful. The other piece is ocean. So for example, building life back into the ocean or things that can store carbon in the ocean, super helpful. 30% of all the CO2 emissions are stored in the ocean every year. So we invested in a company called Coral Vita, which is using AI to accelerate the growth of corals to restore them inland and then put them back in the sea, and it's 50 times higher growth rate and 90% survival rate because thanks to AI, they can stress test on new levels of acidity and temperature and see which species will be the more resistant. And then you have forest and you also have minerals. That's another interesting way of using AI because another company we're investing in is called Pebble, and what they're doing is they're producing material that is a basic component of concrete, of cement, which is called clinker, which is super polluting in terms of CO2 emissions. But what they're doing is to build it, they're actually using CO2 as an input. So in the end, what you get is you get carbon storing concrete instead of carbon emitting concrete. But to accelerate the industrial startups path, they use AI very much so to ensure the composition is optimized in terms of having the best product at the end that is the most resistant or that is compatible with market standards. And the last piece is how do you adapt and optimize? So it's really using AI to actually use less resources. Like same thing, we invest in a company called Optimal that is optimizing the use of inputs and resources and optimizing to maximize yield in greenhouses. And so after, it's about how you can be more frugal in terms of natural resource input and how can you optimize all the kind of supply chain pathway to be able to build circular economy as well. So that's what we do.
It's very fascinating. It's really interesting to think about how innovative, a lot of these thought processes are, and it's very inspiring for the future. So, thank you so much. We are out of time, but appreciate the conversation, and we're excited to see you all at VivaTech. And let's head out now to the main floor here at VivaTech. All right, let's bring in Simon now, who has found some unique art here on the main floor. Simon, what can you tell us?
Hi, Upton. Yeah, well, you know me. I'm always on the hunt to find some quirky things out there, very interesting things. And, for anyone who thinks that technology and art doesn't go hand in hand, well, then mistaken. And to tell us exactly why we're mistaken, I'm joined here by Vienna Kim, who's the artistic manager of ArtPoint. Vienna, thank you very much for being with us. Tell us a little bit about the company and what it is exactly that you do.
Yeah, thanks for visiting. So we're ArtPoint. We're a digital art agency based here in Paris. We curate digital art onto existing screens in public spaces. And today on our stand, we also have 2 interactive installations. So I'll show you one of the interactive installations and also some of the artists in our gallery, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, it sounds amazing. One of the interactive installations is this one here. So it just looks like a plant at the moment, but actually if you touch it, it starts to morph using the screen and the displays behind it. So how exactly does this work, Vienna?
Yeah, so this artist, Christian Brinkman, what he's done is he's done a 3D scan of this plant and connected it to an electrical sensor. So when you approach the plant, it's going to sense the kind of static electricity from your skin and will start to react and transform on the screen in relation to how close you are to the artwork. It ends up becoming a really poetic and beautiful commentary on our impact, our relationship with nature and the environment, and just kind of as a reminder to us to be a little bit more mindful about how we interact with nature.
Well, let's take a little walk because there's something else in your stand that you wanted to show us as well. We can have a look at some of the other pieces that are out here, including this one. Tell us what's going on here.
Yeah, so this is just to show kind of the diversity of the artists in our gallery. So here we have 5 3D sculptures, each of which, when placed upon this stand, will reveal a new triptych from one of our artists. So they all represent different techniques. For example, this artist right now, Saris, an Argentinian artist, uses generative art, which is code and algorithms, AI, and 3D. But when you remove the sculpture and we'll put on another one, what ends up happening is that the triptych will transform. So this is just kind of a fun way to activate and pique curiosity of the artists in our catalog. What are these sculptures here for? What are they going to reveal? So yeah, it's just a great way to kind of show the diversity of artists that we work with.
And very quickly, Vienna, because ArtPoint was here 2 years ago, I actually had the pleasure of speaking to you then. So how would you say everything's changed in these last 2 years for you? What's the interest of coming back here to VivaTech and being at the heart of it all, of course?
Yeah, so I mean, 2 years ago, we really focused on reaching out to companies and events locally here in France. But since then, we've expanded quite a bit globally. We exhibit in, I think, almost 30 different locations internationally now as well. Obviously, my job as the artistic manager is to continue working with incredible artists from all over the world. So we're really kind of working on this global exposure for our artists as well. Obviously, VivaTech is an amazing place to do that, given that tons of international people come here. So we're really excited to meet different companies and people from all over and kind of share the joy of digital art with them.
And there you go, Upton. It's about sharing the joy of digital art. It's certainly worth a visit if you're walking around here to come and see ArtPoint. Vienna Kim, thank you very much for being with us. Upton, back to you.
Thanks so much, Simon, for bringing us that great interview. I'm excited to go check that digital art out myself here on the grounds of VivaTech. And whether you're joining us virtually online from anywhere in the world or you're here in Paris coming on your way into Porte de Versailles, we're excited to have you watching VivaTech News for all the latest information from Europe's largest tech and startup event. Make sure you're following us online at socials at VivaTech, as well as head to the website vivatechnology.com. We will be back with so much more in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
The automotive industry is going through an unprecedented period of change. We have been searching for a strategic partnership with a bank which would also support us in new projects.
We've assembled people from both organizations, and we've worked with a true joint venture spirit, and that across 9 countries.
Can we do something about this?
Sure thing. Let's combine the real and the digital worlds to make big changes for everyone.
That's better.
Japan boasts numerous companies with global potential in sectors of deep tech, such as bioresearch, clean tech, and robotics. JETRO endorses these outstanding businesses and supports their collaborations with international partners. Talk to JETRO first.
Hello and welcome back to VivaTech News. I'm Upton and you're following along for all the latest technology, gadget information, AI information, so much more as we head into the 9th edition of VivaTech 2025. I'm so excited to be with you, and it's already a very, very exciting day. We have, I think, tens of thousands of people have already ascended onto the floors. They're looking packed. The energy is just truly, truly incredible. We're expecting more than 165,000 people in attendance this year, and we have some major events coming up. Right now, the keynote with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is taking place, but if you're missing that, don't worry, because at 5 p.m. he'll be taking the stage with Mistral AI CEO as well as French President Emmanuel Macron. That's going to be in the Dome here at VivaTech. So it's an insanely exciting day to kick us off here for the 9th edition of VivaTech. I want to head out to our first inside VivaTech and go out onto the main floor. So one thing that, always challenging here, Will, at VivaTech is sometimes you get a little bit lost. It's a massive event. Sometimes a little bit of an indoor map can help. So what do you have for us?
You're absolutely right, Upton. What we need are indoor maps, and I'm speaking to the perfect man to discuss that. This is Hongwei Liu. He's the founder and CEO of Mapped-In. Hello to you, Hongwei. Tell us a little bit about what your company does.
Yeah, Will, great to meet you, and thanks for having me on the show. I'm one of the founders at Mapped-In. We map the indoors. So for 14 years now, you've probably used our products at this point at the local mall near you, Klépierre here in France. If you've been to any of the Super Bowls last year, 3 years running, we powered their fan experience. We're in major airports, Fortune 500 offices, trying to make the indoors as discoverable as the outdoors.
And these sorts of applications, are they for consumers or are they more for industry specialists?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's for both. Consumers use our products. They probably don't know it's us because they think of it as the mall's experience, the touchscreen they use there, or the airport directory. So our customers, the business, and what makes the indoor mapping really hard is that it's private property. You have to work for the business. It's right by the indoors changes. I always point out to folks that, Santa Claus moves at the mall every Christmas. We have to find him again, right? And so the indoors changes all the time. Gates at the airport move every hour. Desks in a hoteling office move every week. So how do we keep the indoors up to date and then give consumers that information? So it's a two-part problem, and we try to help with both.
Yeah, and we want to find Santa Claus, but I want to ask you, Hongwei, what do you want 2025 to bring this year? What are you hoping to do in terms of developing Mapped-In?
Well, this is one of the more exciting years we've had in a very long time. Probably won't surprise you if you think about it, but indoor mapping slowed down during a global pandemic where the indoors was closed indefinitely. So we learned how to be profitable as a 100-person company over COVID. We're relearning how to grow very quickly because everyone's open again, events are selling out, and our customers are investing in guest experience. So we're trying very hard to make hay as the sun shines, as they say, and we'd love for people to go to mapped-in.com and check out our stuff.
Yeah, over a decade since you launched the company. Yeah. You're here in Europe. You're at VivaTech, where they say business meets innovation. What do you want to get out of this event?
Well, I think what we're going to get out of it, every good trade show is solved 2 weeks before the trade show. If you know you have a full roster of customer meetings, you're good. So I have a great team. They've already done that. We've already been meeting our clients all over Paris. So our excuse to be in town is VivaTech. and it's a great reason to be here. Everyone knows it's happening, and we get to present on stage, which gives us some credibility to try to buy people coffee, have lunch, and tell them what we're up to.
All right, Hongwei, thank you very much. Hongwei Liu from Mapton. He's showing us the way, Upton. Thank you very much.
And it was a no-brainer. I needed to change with the new.
All right, thanks so much for that great interview. I know I've definitely used those map kiosks myself quite a bit to figure out where I'm going. And now I want to get into our next interview for a VivaTech on set. Cartin is my next guest. He is the VP of Innovations and Technology for View Vision. How are you today? Welcome to VivaTech.
I'm not too bad. I mean, it's pretty crowded, but no, it's always a pleasure to be in such an environment. Very enthusiastic in terms of technology, but also a lot of unknown face. So always. Always cool.
Absolutely. The energy here is just incredible already. So you're also co-founder of Believe.ai. It's part of Vusion's group, which is empowering physical retailers with cutting-edge AI and computer vision technology. Now, you play a key role in deploying these innovations on the ground. Can you walk us through how you transform shelf data into clear day-to-day actions for store teams?
Yeah, of course. You have to consider that everybody was saying that they were data-driven, but from the, let's say, the back room to the sales, the point of sale, it was a black box. With computer vision, today we reveal the invisible, and with an intensity that it's not possible to reach for a human. For example, a product that is out of shelf. So we put some cameras, but we can also connect with the mobile or with CCTV cam, and we analyze instantaneously all the pictures, and we will detect the product, the tag, the price, if it's absent, if it's a mess, so whatever you want to detect in whatever category you want.
What are some of the most high impact or even unexpected cases emerging from real-time AI and computer vision in retail operations?
Regarding pure retail operation, the most impact is how we do reveal the invisible. Yesterday, with the traditional technology, they were only focusing with the gap. I don't have the product. Here, we are able to detect the presence, and we can detect if it's moving picture after picture. So we have a new manner of giving the data for e-commerce prep, for the customer that is looking for a product. So we really reveal the invisible with an intensity that has never been reached in the past.
And one aspect of tech is that AI doesn't replace employees, it empowers them. So how does automation boost both staff productivity and service quality?
The idea is we are able to combine all of this information in a task manager, and this task is adapted to human. We will only focus on tasks that are giving value to the customer or to the retailer or to the staff itself, because they are really close to something. Okay, take it, you are close, and bring in there. So it's kind of a game now. They don't have to say, you have to go there, you have to go there, or it breaks the habit, which is cool for the young population that love to play games.
Yeah, that's a great point. How does your tech improve the shopping experience for consumers?
In a world where e-commerce is so powerful, there is no way you come in a store with a bad music, or worst case, you don't find the product you are looking for, or the information you had on the internet was not the good one, or the price is not the one you were expected. So we are just considering the normal commerce, as an e-commerce website. I mean, we know where the customer go, what he wants, what we have on the shelf, which position. So today it's really to have, as we say in French, a sans couture experience, frictionless experience.
And how is AI helping retailers to reduce waste and shrink their carbon footprint? And do you have any data points to show real impact?
Yeah, the data points are many. I will just focus on 2 use cases. Very basic, but everybody will understand. We take picture every 1 hour, every 30 minutes. When we see that something is not moving at the produce section, it's time to do a discount, promotion, kind of animation. And at the shelf, traditional shelf, if you see that your biscuits is not moving and there is too much, then you don't have to go and check the inventory because you find that strange. So your order is way better than before, better replenishment, better forecast. So you reduce your stock and your waste automatically.
Yeah. Final question, what are the biggest challenges you faced in implementing AI and computer vision at scale, and how have you worked to overcome them?
So there is two. One technical challenge is the bandwidth. So that's the reason why we believe at Vision that the future is hybrid, is on the mobile, hybrid AI, what we call edge AI on the device, but also cloud AI because the performance are better. But it's to tackle the hybrid. But you know, Vision Group is really used to digitize store, and the other is the change management. There is kind of some people are frightened with that will replace me. It's simply an help, and we have to sometimes better explain and to understand, to tackle the future mission that they will do. Because it was always a question: what will I do in the future?
Yeah.
And there is a lot to do. And as we say, we are here not to close the store. We are here to make the store alive.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Very fascinating conversation. We'll see you throughout the week.
Goodbye.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Let's head inside VivaTech. All right, let's head to our reporter, Karine, who is going to bring us an interview. Karine, what can you tell us?
Yes, I'm joining Shez Partovi, Chief Innovation Officer at Philips. And how, as a specialist in healthcare, how do you stay ahead in such a competitive environment?
Well, come to VivaTech in Paris, for sure. No, but, to know how to stay ahead in technology, you have to make sure you understand the problem. So we always begin with actually talking to the hospitals and physicians and nurses, because the problem is the most important thing. And then when we understand the problem space at the bedside, we work, of course, internally, but also with young companies that are doing innovative things. And we also work with large tech partners like Amazon Web Services and NVIDIA and building cloud solutions and agentic AI solutions. And so really the process is around listening to customers, physicians, nurses, patients, and then working back internally with our innovation colleagues, but also with young companies that are startups around here, and also tech giants. That's how we stay ahead.
But how do you leverage with them, and using data and AI to deliver a better healthcare?
So one of the great examples I can give you is that when you discharge a patient from a hospital home, we have a patch you can put on the chest, and the patch will take that data for about 2 weeks worth. And what it does is applies artificial intelligence to identify abnormal heart rates, abnormal rhythms. And that's one of the ways in which you can actually help deliver better care for more people at the home. And so that's an example of applying AI to data to deliver better care.
How do you make sure innovation actually reduces inequalities in terms of healthcare?
So it's really critical. Philips has this mission of improving the health and well-being of 2.5 billion people annually by 2030, and of which 400 million should be in underserved communities. So this is really close to our heart. A great example I can give you of how we do that is we have a technology in MRI called Blue Seal. Blue Seal MRI is one where it doesn't need any helium refill. What that means is the scanner is lighter, a lot lighter. What that means then is you can put it on a truck, send it to communities that might not have outpatient MR in the area. And then we also have a particular software that beams and collects remotely to the Blue Seal MR on a truck so that an expert in a center can remotely program and get the best care for that patient. So that's an example of taking technology but making sure it can reach the communities where that care is needed.
What is, for you, the next innovation that will globally reshape healthcare?
I think we're in the middle of watching it unfold. You know, when you look at the pace of innovation today in agentic AI, where AI agents actually do work, is really reshaping the way healthcare is going to be delivered. And you can think of it in sort of 3 A's. AI is going to automate things that no physician or nurse should do because it's just administrative. So automation is a big part of reshaping the way care is delivered. That's first A. Then there's augmentation, where AI augments a nurse or a physician to be able to deliver better care for more people, like being able to alert to a potential anomaly that's happening in a patient, to alert early warning alerts that come with AI. And then the third A is agility. AI is going to make reaction to data faster in health systems. AI can work all the time, look at data nonstop. It doesn't sleep, take a break, and so at night, in the morning, weekends. And so whether it's automation, augmentation of human capacity, or agility of the entire system, AI is going to completely transform the way healthcare is delivered. I mean, one last thing which really is important, which is actually care delivery in the future. Clinicians will probably, as much as monitoring patients, they'll be monitoring AI agents. It'll be part of their work team, an AI agent that's working with them, and you're caring for patients, but also monitoring AI agents doing work with you.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Upton.
All right, thanks so much, Karen, for bringing us that interview. Let's now do a VivaTech on set. Excited to now be joined by Louis Conray, who is CEO of Pascal, a French startup that has become a global leader in neutral atom quantum computing. Louis, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about what is quantum computing and what can it actually bring to the world?
Yes, of course. Well, quantum computing is a novel way of actually computing in addition to classical computing. So you really have to understand that when you implement an algorithm, ultimately it runs on hardware, CPU, GPU, and now with quantum, we have quantum processing units, QPUs. And with those QPUs, you can process data and logic in a new way, with a new paradigm. Because you're no longer using zeros and ones and classically processing and applying logic gates to it, but you are using quantum mechanics, quantum physics, to have a new logic and new algorithms for new possibilities in many different fields. Now, quantum computers will not replace classical computers, they will complement them. There are some specific problems for which you really need that particular logic. You can speed up some algorithms, some compute problems very efficiently using those quantum computers.
Okay, interesting. And talk about what is Pascal's mission?
Yeah, sure. So Pascal, we are originally born in France, and we built hardware, quantum computing hardware and software to actually solve some of the most pressing problems. Actually, quantum computing can be used in various different fields, like logistics, optimizing shipments all around the world, or energy, or also, for example, in finance, like optimizing a portfolio, or telecommunication, like solving and finding the best position for 6G antennas, for example. So it's really a revolution in compute, a new way of computing. And Pascal's mission is really to actually deliver state-of-the-art quantum computing to favor this revolution.
Absolutely. And what are your goals here this week at VivaTech?
Yeah, so our goal here at VivaTech is to engage with the partners, customers, clients, to actually make them understand what is the potential of quantum. Because I would say that quantum is now where AI was 5 years ago. And if you think about that, with that perspective, you need to understand that you need to invest and understand how to best leverage quantum computing right now. So it's important to actually spread the word about quantum computing, and this is one of our objectives here at VivaTech.
Absolutely. And talk to us about your latest milestones.
Yes. We were able 2 weeks ago to run an application, a use case, on a machine, a quantum computer, that is in an HPC center. So it's no longer in our own lab, it's in an HPC center. So we've transitioned from a technology which was like lab-based, operated by PhDs, experts, to something that is actually operated in an HPC environment, in a data center, like standard compute infrastructure. So this is really a strong milestone for us to really be able to put that technology and to bring it out of the lab and into the field. And it's a world premiere actually to be able to do that with our technology, so we're quite proud about that.
Okay, well thank you so much for joining us. We're excited to see you throughout the week.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. This has been the first show of the day, Tech Early Birds. It's been a privilege to join you to kick off the 9th edition of VivaTech 2025. It's been a very exciting first day. Just looking around, I see tens of thousands of people have already ascended into panels, talking to exhibitors. We have a lot of different countries that are here representing themselves and their tech ecosystems this year. So it's going to be quite exciting 4 days here of VivaTech. We're very excited. We also have French President Emmanuel Macron, who will be joining NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang for a massive keynote. That's going to be today at the Dome at 5 p.m. And they'll also be joined by Mistral AI's CEO as well. I'm very excited to be attending that and joining that. We're also looking forward to seeing exhibits from LVMH and L'Oreal. They're always some of the biggest, most innovative, unique things that you can see when it comes to luxury, tech, and fashion. And finally, our country of the year this year is Canada. We've already had a report from inside their pavilion. I'm excited to be checking that out as well. So all in all, this is to all say that it's going to be a massive year of VivaTech 2025, the 9th edition. We're so excited to have you, whether virtually somewhere in the world or here with us in Paris. Stay with us because in just a couple minutes, we'll be going into our next show with the amazing Marjorie, who will be posting the next 3 hours. And welcome to VivaTech News. We'll be right back.
Bonjour, de margarita une pepperoni.
Merci, mais est-ce que vous pourriez revenir nous livrer demain en fait? Parce que on a fait des passes finalement.
Bah non.
Et comment ça non?
Bah vous pouvez pas changer votre livraison au dernier moment. Il n'y a pas écrit La Poste ici.
Avec l'application La Poste, modifiez votre livraison la veille jusqu'à minuit.
Bon bah les enfants, ça fera pâtes et pizza.
The future of healthcare will be shaped by innovation.
We see a very big potential future growth of this company, and we are trying to help them to make this potential come true.
Our ambition for Contura's hydrogels is to be the leading treatment in osteoarthritis over the next 5 years, and we rely on BNP Paribas to help us along this journey.
not getting the results you expect? Don't use AI trained on any old data when you can use AI trained on your data. The AI built for business, IBM.
Elevate your leadership with VivaTech's Exec program. Discover cutting-edge startups, attend inspiring talks, network in exclusive lounges. CMOs, tech leaders join the program and turn disruptive technologies into competitive advantages.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to VivaTech News. You're watching Breaking Tech. I'm Marjorie Payon, and you're definitely going to have a daily dose of innovation here live from VivaTech. If you're looking for the place to be, well, stay put, because our reporter, our guests, of course, and experts are in the starting blocks. They're going to give you a glimpse at this 2025 edition, and you know that VivaTech this year is actually celebrating 9 years of innovation in tech and business. Coming up, turning code into cash. We'll hear from an AI coding startup paving the way to growth. And let's play games. We'll learn how to bet on the best IPs in the gaming industry. And to do so, I'm joined by Michael Fan. Michael, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. You're the founding partner and creative director of Denmu. You define yourself as a next-gen fund, 100% dedicated to video game content. What type of games are you specifically looking for?
The way we like to define ourselves is we are looking for iconic games. And one thing I keep telling my team is, I'm not an oracle, and to be honest, I never met any oracle. So it's really hard to guess what is going to be the next, big hit. But I tell my team, I want to bet on games that people will remember. Even if the game doesn't work financially, I want that all the players who play this game have retained that emotional and sentimental memory of that game, and this is what we're looking for.
Well, not an oracle, but definitely a great storyteller here, Michael, with you. When you're investing in a game per se, you're investing first on an IP, right? So what is the best bet from your perspective? Investing on an international, global IP established out there in the world, or launching new ones?
This is a great question. I think we have to understand what is the problem we're trying to solve. Maybe 15 years ago, there were not that many competition. You launch a game, and you'll probably, if you launch on a big platform, you're going to sell many games. But nowadays, there are 15,000 new games released every year just on Steam alone. So one of the problems we're trying to solve as an industry is how do we stand out? Yeah. So using established IP helps you with your marketing, right? Everybody knows that. The problem with established IP is, well, first you have to redistribute, right? You're making a little bit less money. And also another problem with established IP is everything has been established. If you work with some of the big guys, the Disney friends, right? They have the code for everything. So if you're a creator, how much can you create? So you're limited by that. And on the other hand, if you ask the players, they always want something exciting, something new. And sometimes the IP have been overused and they stagnate. So the advantage of new IP is you bring something fresh. The way we are looking at IP is we actually ask us only one fundamental question.
Which one?
What is the fantasy? At the end of the day, I think we are in the business of creating and selling fantasy. So it doesn't matter you are established IP or you're creating new IP, what exactly is that fantasy? And we try to understand that very well.
That is a very good point, actually. So you're here also at VivaTech this year to take part into a very interesting panel. It's called Transmedia Storytelling, and the way throughout various different forms of content, because we're talking about games here, but there are so many different content out there across the globe and across devices and platforms that there's probably a new way to tell a story. How do you want to achieve that?
I think when people talk about transmedia, for some reason, they actually forget the word transmedia. So what is important is to have a fundamental understanding of what is the new medium you are expanding into, and still have a fundamental understanding and respect of the IP that is coming from. So I do believe that the magic in making transmedia successful is to have that humility to understand that, oh, this is a new medium. Maybe I'm an expert in movies, but I'm not an expert in video games. So therefore, I can give a lot of guidelines. I can work with the other experts, but I also want to respect the experts of the other field. And I think that combination, that collaboration is really the true secret of successful transmedia.
And actually, let me follow up on that one, because AI for sure has been, like the secret recipe of gaming for a long time. Now that we're actually having more and more AI-powered tools in the new way we do create films, movies, and other type of shows, how far do you think the two are going to blend together?
The way we are looking at AI is fundamentally it will be used, and you will be foolish to not use a fantastic tool like this. But I want to reassure the artist. Actually, at Denmu, the most important pillar is we put the artist at the center. And it's very important is because every book that you loved, every movie, every song, every video game you played that you loved, behind that, there's a human who struggled, who was maybe horny, who was very enjoying, or who was very sad, and really want to express that emotion, and express that emotion condensed in a piece of content. And that's a dialogue between humans. There's no meaning behind a machine, right? And so we believe that machines are going to help with the production, but it's not going to replace the meaning. And only in human we can find that meaning. Well,
there's definitely a dialogue here in between humans creating, those type of compelling content. But there's also a discussion with a human, the gamer himself, or herself actually, or their selves per se. How do you want to bring more of this discussion and put it together? Because what we're trying to do out there while creating content, whatever type of content it is definitely bringing this discussion to the table.
This is a fantastic question. A lot of people, when they talk about video games, they always through the numbers, right? They talk about video game being the biggest industry in the history of entertainment. Yes, but people always forget that we are also the most important vehicle of culture for this generation and the next generation. So I would say that first, dialogue is always good, right? Because when you actually have a dialogue, you can understand each other. I think now that is a globalized industry, what is very important is great localization. Right? We released a game called The 100 Line. It's very typical Japanese game. And we thought, oh, how anyone will understand this? But the localization, we actually worked with American, Chinese, and European fans who really understand the content, the IP, and who also understand their own culture to localize the game properly. And I think this is the secret, I would say, even beyond video games for global content in general.
Well, Michael Fan, bringing some fantasy to the video game industry. Thank you so much for stopping by VivaTech News and Breaking Tech. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
And you know that VivaTech is definitely the place to do business. Let's go inside the booth and the alleys to learn more about it. And I understand reporter Luke Brown joins us live and just is now live, actually. B is for Brown for sure, but B is for Bull too. What do you have in store, Luke?
Hi, Marjorie. It's good to hear from you again this year at VivaTech 2025. Well, we're on one of the regions of France, the Région Centre-Val de Loire, because it may be in the middle of France, but they do have a lot going for them when it comes to the startup ecosystem. But they're also at the heart of a number of the key topics here at VivaTech 2025. They've got a lot of AI solutions, a lot talking about the environment, a lot talking a lot of their startups about health issues. To start off, we're going to talk to one of the guests here, Nicolas Frolov of MS for All. Now, there's been a lot of talk here in France about the issue of eternal pollutants, the so-called PFAS. Your company, your startup, has a solution to that. Can you outline exactly what it is you're aiming to do?
Yes. So my company is molecular simulation for all. Basically, we are simulating chemical reactions, and we are quite engaged in the climate and environment issues because we are tackling the eternal pollutants problem, helping companies such as Suez, for example, to understand how they could degrade these eternal pollutants, such as to make water drinkable, to certify again drinkable water for the population. So this is very important because these eternal pollutants are everywhere. They are produced massively. They are now in drinkable water. And with a molecular simulation, we can give how these molecules can be degraded and if they can be degraded into harmless byproducts.
And what kind of benefits are you hoping to provide to the big customers here in France and around the world that could be interested in your product?
Well, the benefits is that they can understand better how to degrade these molecules with cheaper treatments but efficient treatments, and also to complement what they do experimentally. Experiments are very expensive, so doing molecular simulation, doing AI, and trying and understand these huge amount of data, we can help them understand how to certify facilities to make drinkable water.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nicolas Frolov. I'm just going to continue giving a bit of an outline of the stand here. As I mentioned, this is all about one of the typical regions, the emblematic regions of France, the middle of France, and their logo this year is Take Care of Humanity, Tech Care of Humanity. They'll be focusing on climate, health, beauty, and heritage over the next 4 days. And speaking of one of those topics, that topic is that of health. We can speak to Michael Harrison of Axe Life. Tell us a bit more about the product that you're presenting here at VivaTech.
Absolutely. So what we do here is that we are actually building a medical device that helps prevention in the cardiovascular field. More specifically, what we do is that we measure the risk in the arteries. We're looking if there's any stiffness within the arteries, and we go much further. That's what's being done today in cardiovascular risk, which is looking at the risk of hypertension or either diagnosis of cardiovascular illness. So we're in a sort of gray area, and we do it with an approach that's very quick and very easy to do as well.
Tell us a bit more about the reasons that you are here at VivaTech. What's the advantages for you for being here?
Yeah, for us as a medtech company, it's very important to have eyes on the innovations of medical and healthcare. Especially for us, we're showing something that's very different and that hasn't existed really before in the terms of the medical field on a day-to-day basis. So we want to make sure people are aware of what's being done in the medical field. And when it comes to cardiovascular prevention, when it comes to measuring arterial stiffness, what we can provide in a very easy and manageable way for a lot of doctors and hospitals today.
Very quickly, just for one last final question, your product has won the Galleon Prize for Innovation for Medical Devices. Can we just have a quick look, perhaps if Pierre can zoom in?
Yeah, absolutely. So our device has been rewarded for one of the most innovative companies in 2024, which is very important for us for all the hard work we've put behind. Today, the way we work is that we have these two sensors that we put on someone lying down. We have the software that does the measurement in 14 seconds, and that's why we can insert those protocol of measuring cardiovascular risk in a very easy way without burdening professionals today, because it's non-operator dependent, so we can give it to an assistant, a nurse, for example, and they can measure as many people as possible and make sure that we sort of filter the people with higher risk and have the right care before their illnesses get worse as they get older.
Michael Harrison of Axe Life, thank you so much. As you can see here, these kind of products are coming from the heartlands of France. Of course, here at VivaTech, it's not just France, but it is stands and exhibitors from all around the world. But here, of course, a demonstration that there's innovation right here in the heartlands of France too. Back over to you in the studio, Marjorie.
Well, my friend Luke, tech care. That is definitely going to be the tagline today and for the next 2 days here at VivaTech. Green is good, but can AI and IoT make it even greener? Let's find out with our next guest. And my guest is definitely on a mission to make urban agriculture smarter, more efficient, and truly sustainable. Ziad Madini, great to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
You're the CMO and head of growth of Greenie Solutions. Yes. And you do have a dream, actually, creating a world where zero anger becomes reality. That's kind of bold, though. How do you intend solving this equation?
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. And we, as a Greenie Solution, we have a mission really to make food more accessible to a lot of people, maybe who have expert or don't have expert. And our objective is to really reduce hunger and give people the possibility through the technology to use it and make it to use it to make the future more nurture and give them access to plants and everything.
So you definitely want to empower your users, but who are there actually? Are they farmers? Are there urban communities?
Our target is the farmers initially, but through technology we can make farming more accessible through technology, because if you have technology and you can use data and you can use our solution, which I can explain it more, and you can have access and you can make more better decisions through the data, and so farmers or no farmers can really have access to grow food with no expertise needed.
So, I mean, let's dive into the technology part of it, because I do understand that you do develop intelligence indoor farming systems. They are powered by AI and IoT, but how does it work?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So, as a Greenie Solution, we build a smart box, which is just super sleek, super smart. And you plug it in and boom, it works. You don't need nothing. It's just so easy. So, people can have, this is for our hardware, and for our software, we give farmers to do 4 more key things, which is they can control everything anywhere, anytime. They can use our mobile app or our web app. Also, they can see everything live through our sensor that are all in the farm. And also, they can analyze everything fast through the data, through data visualization. And the best part is they can predict and stop problems before they even happen. It's like, this is the power of AI, that we do like a system that predict all environmental condition and also disease.
So when you're saying everything, let me understand better probably. You're talking about the crops those farmers and urban farmers are going to outgrow. You're talking about probably the meteo data, or the weather data, that they definitely have to monitor to make their farming stronger, better, and more sustainable. What is everything, basically?
Yes, thank you for this question. So this is the power of IoT. So we have the box, which is the central unit, and also we have sensors that will be displayed all around the farm, and through the sensors we can collect data, and through this data you can see it on your phone or you can see it on your web platform, and this you can make a decision and you see all environmental conditions, which can be pH, which can be temperature, which can be water level, which can be everything you can see about your farm. You can see it live.
I understand you've been created in Tunisia. Any plans to expand?
Yes, of course. We are starting in Tunisia, but now we are targeting more of the southern Europe, like Spain, like France. Here we are in France and Italy and Southern Europe. And our next target will be the MENA region, where there is Saudi Arabia, where there is Dubai, where there is a lot of people. And this is our firstly target. It's the North Africa, Southern Europe, and the MENA region, of course.
That is an amazing roadmap, actually, to be developing with your teams. And now you know that VivaTech is, of course, the place to B2B. So what do you expect from this edition?
Thanks to VivaTech, and thanks also to CCE France, because now as a Greenie Solution we are selected as one of the 6 finalists of the next Startupper Challenge, and now we're pitching in front of investors and in front of people from the ecosystem, and our objective here is really to connect with people and to have access and to share our vision with people and to meet clients and of course investors.
What type of investors specifically are you looking for?
We look for type of investor who is interested more in agriculture and technology and the food production. This is our main persona for our investor. It would be great that we have an investor that is interested in technology, because now everyone is interested in technology, but also interested in farming and in agriculture in general.
And I know that a lot of investors are actually in the audience of VivaTech News. Where can they find you actually here on the ground?
You can find me in 2 hours here. We are live in 2 hours. You will find me in the stage, near to stage 1. I will be pitching at 14:30. I'll be pitching there for the next October challenge. And you will find me there. And also you can find us in our Instagram on our social media. You can see us, Greeny Solutions.
Well, we definitely know where to find you right now. Thank you so much, Ziad, for stopping by Breaking Tech.
Thank you so much.
And now, as you understood with Ziad, you know that a lot of things are happening here at nearby stages, but also on stages. Well, guess what? Jason Wang, the CEO of NVIDIA, of course, is here today at VivaTech. He was earlier ago on stage 1, and he actually was giving his first GTC Paris keynote at VivaTech to introduce the next NVIDIA's innovation in AI. Of course, you guessed it. He disclosed NVIDIA's brand new Pro Server, the only one in the world that runs everything the world has ever developed. Take a listen.
One of the most important systems, and it's taken us the longest to build because the software and the architecture is so complicated, is how to bring the AI native architecture and infuse it into the traditional enterprise IT system. This is our brand new RTX Pro server. This is an incredible system. This motherboard looks so simple. And yet, on top of this motherboard are 8 Super NIC switches that connect 8 GPUs across a 200 gigabits per second state-of-the-art networking chip that then connects 8 of these GPUs, and these Blackwell RTX Pro 6000 GPUs, brand new, just entered into production. 8 of these go into a server. Now, what makes it special? This server is the only server in the world that runs everything the world has ever written and everything NVIDIA has ever developed. It runs AI, Omniverse, RTX for video games, it runs Windows, it runs Linux, it runs Kubernetes in VMware. It runs basically everything. If you want to stream Windows desktop from a computer to your remote device, no problem. If you want to stream Omniverse, no problem. If you want to run your robotic stack, no problem. Just the QA of this particular machine is insane. The applications that it runs, basically universal.
That was Jason Yang, the CEO and founder of NVIDIA, of course, and you know that it will be live with President Emmanuel Macron later on today at the Dome. Also, alongside with the Mistral CEO, Mr. Mensch. But now we're back here on set for our next guest. Head in the cloud, feet on the ground. That's the perfect definition of Elias Schneider. We're going to be joined live by him just now. Elias Schneider, great to have you on the show. You're the co-founder of, and CEO actually, of CodeSphere. Let me just quote you for a brief second. We are to development what Google Docs is to documents. That's how you define your cloud development platform. Is it as easy as it sounds?
Yes.
Wow,
no,
okay, drop the mic.
Drop the mic, happy to be here. Yeah, as you said, we provide the most modern standalone private cloud stack, so you can install your own AWS in your, if you want in your bedroom, but in your company's data center, basically. And the kind of new thing against today's cloud providers is that it's way more collaborative, way more integrated, and it supports the entire life cycle from starting to develop to actually running big applications in production.
Well, that is pretty amazing, actually, and actually following one of the trends of the moment when it comes to developer. You know that vibe coding is emerging as a new practice for developers. Are you integrating it in CodeSphere already?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I think vibe coding is a very interesting trend that will only go faster. It doesn't actually matter if it will go a lot better. It will go, I think so. I believe it will go a lot better, but it doesn't. That is less important to how big the economic value of it will be. And what I think what it brings is that we have to leapfrog how we deploy today. We have to stop deploying with Kubernetes and big platforms where deployments can take weeks and months. We have to go to a way where we'll have way more applications and therefore way more deployments. And CodeSec can be one solution to kind of tackle that problem, be able to deploy as often as you want, and in a much faster life cycle than before.
Well, faster and smarter as always. How far do you think Gen AI is disrupting the way we write code?
I think a lot, because now you have way more. You have the entire information of the internet. You have all the APIs, everything that the models have been trained on at your fingertips in a much faster way than when you were coding before, where you had to look it up. I remember myself when I was coding. Honestly, I didn't write a lot of code in the last few years, but my last line of code is, I think, 3 years ago. I remember Googling everything and using Stack Overflow, while when I see the team today, when they code, they very, very rarely have to actually go to Google. They will just type it and they will have all the information about all the APIs, and that makes them much faster. I think in the future, AI will write more and more parts of the code base, and we'll be more and more thinking about architecture and algorithms and complexity than the actual code.
And you've been listed last year in 2024 among the top 10 AI coding startups turning code into cash, actually. What's on your roadmap for 2025 or the next 6 months to go?
Yes. On our roadmap, we will actually support more of the more complicated applications. So that means that we are going more and more upmarket. We're tackling more complicated businesses because they have a bigger problem migrating to the cloud, adapting new technology. And in precise features, this means that we will build up a hyperscaler-ready marketplace where you can, in a similar way to AWS, get all the different databases, all the managed services, but they are owned by you, which will play a lot in today's sovereignty trend in Europe, so that you don't depend on a cloud provider. You can just go to any cloud provider, go to any cloud, go to any machine. It's all just the same metal.
Sovereignty seems to be on everyone's minds and lips actually here at VivaTech, especially when we're thinking about dreaming big for Europe in terms of the AI sector and industry. That's definitely your message to young entrepreneurs. I mean, I just remembering to our Dunce that you actually starting code computing when you were actually 15 and then went working for Google and then created your own company. So entrepreneurship is everything to you, right? Yes. What's your advice to young European entrepreneurs?
I think that Europe is actually a very interesting market. People tell you as you're starting out that you have to go to the US. And I think that was true in the past because the US is just way more homogeneous. It's much easier to scale across companies in the US in terms of a client base, and also easier access to capital. But I think as technology advances, the European market becomes more and more accessible, because in the past we had so many different countries that had their own ways of doing things, their own regulations, their own laws. But the faster we get with cloud, the faster we get with AI tackling regulation, we actually open up a bigger market than in the US here, and I think the opportunity is just larger here. So I wish for founders in Europe to found here and stay here.
That's a marvelous piece of advice. Last question, actually, Elias, with us here on Breaking Tech. VivaTech is a place to be. What do you expect from this edition?
So we meet with a lot of business leaders in C-level, especially in regulated industries across France. I appreciate that this is such a mix of high tech, but also defense, also regulated tech, also government tech. And that's why we think this is an amazing conference to be at.
That is so good to actually hear from you, Elias Scheinder. Of course, we'll be back with more in a few seconds, because that's all we have time for now in this very half an hour. But do stay tuned. We'll be right back right after this.
If you're sitting here, you're curious. Good news, Explore Media was made for you. Join a community of 10 million subscribers. We help brands create relevant and viral content. We call it edutainment. Contact us to learn more.
The automotive industry is going through an unprecedented period of change. We have been searching for a strategic partnership with a bank which would also support us in new projects.
We've assembled people from both organizations, and we've worked with a true joint venture spirit, and that across 9 countries.
Can we do something about this?
Sure thing. Let's combine the real and the digital worlds to make big changes for everyone.
That's better.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VivaTech News. You're watching Breaking Tech. I'm Marjorie Payon. Coming up in the next half an hour, the next frontiers of tech. You know, this is the theme of VivaTech this year. Well, our favorite in-house expert, Rudy Brutenberg, will be with us to comment on the trends upcoming. And from Nollywood to Africa's Silicon Valley, we'll learn how Nigeria is fostering one of the most vibrant startup ecosystems. But for now, 100 million times faster than the computers we use today, that's definitely the promise of computer, or quantum actually, computing. But with great powers come great risks. Notably in security, it's definitely a leap forward in tech that will transform the world. Take a look.
An incoming technical revolution unlocked by the power of quantum physics. Quantum computers process information using quantum bits, or qubits. IBM researchers say their calculations can be 100 million times faster than classical systems. Capabilities that seemed impossible only a few years ago are now finding real-world applications. Quantum computers can power new drug discovery, optimize AI, and break new horizons in material science. ZeroKey has used quantum power to develop a real-time location system for use in industry, offering unprecedented operational visibility of warehousing, automotive, and supply chain logistics. But this new computational power brings unprecedented security challenges. Without quantum-safe measures, current encryption protocols could be overrun by 2030. This scenario would threaten the global banking system, sensitive communications, and critical networks. Startups like Quanticore are already providing quantum-safe solutions against sophisticated cyber attacks, a critical area of innovation to keep an eye on. Increasing government investment reflects the high stakes. The European Union has so far committed €1 billion to quantum research. In March, China announced a vast government-backed fund into emerging technologies like quantum computing worth around $138 billion. In the US, the National Quantum Initiative Act allocated $1.2 billion of public funding towards this new technology. Companies like Alice and Bob, aiming to build the world's first universal quantum computer, could reshape our digital future. Quantum computing will transform our world, and the preparations are already in place for when it does.
And now it's time for a tech trend update with my favorite ever in-house expert, the great Rudy Württemberg. And of course, Rudy needs a jingle actually to be here with us live. So you're officially Tech Trends editor this year. Congratulations to you.
Well, thank you, Marjorie.
And you know that VivaTech is putting its best foot forward, welcoming, of course, the world of startups and scale-ups and corporates, but also celebrating its 9th edition. And we are going to see a lot coming up in the next 3 days, but all about the next frontiers of innovation. What are those?
Well, it seems to be AI again, Marjorie. AI.
That time of the year again?
It's that time of the year. I mean, we're seeing very exciting stuff in AI. Obviously, we have NVIDIA here presenting some of its new technological advancements there. And we do need to know that AI needs to get more efficient because obviously there's the electricity footprint, the power footprint. But some of the things that we're seeing here at VivaTech are also about what AI can bring in positive change. And one of the things that I really found encouraging and inspiring was AI in healthcare. Several issues in healthcare that AI can solve. For example, access to healthcare. For example, in places where you might not have access to a doctor, AI might be able to consult or see basically anomalies, cancers that might otherwise go undetected that can be detected with AI technologies.
And also previously or before, they actually can be detected by other methods. Exactly. That's what I understand, right?
But also preventive, right? Because AI might be able to give you some tips on what you might do to live healthier. So that's all really encouraging and interesting. Trust, obviously, the big issue there.
Trust is everything, Rudy.
Trust is everything, and so not all consumers trust AI to provide them with a diagnosis. At the same time, probably lots of consumers and patients are unaware of what AI is already doing. I mean, if you're getting some sort of scan, imaging scan, and obviously that's one of the areas where AI has really been applied. The entire rundown of what's found in your body is AI. It passes through an AI.
So an AI a day might take the doctor away in the next few years. But for now, we're also, and in a very tech-positive way, having a lot of questions and discussion here at VivaTech about the ethics of AI and the ethics of innovation itself.
I mean, AI is as ethical as its training base, I would say. And we know that there have been issues with that in the past. And then, do you need a human in the loop? Probably you do to sort of correct that a little bit. But the training databases are also improving, and there's more awareness of these biases. But yeah. There's another issue about equity of access to AI, because obviously here everyone at VivaTech has access to AI, understands what it is. There's a whole big part of the world that does not have that access, and nor does it have that understanding.
Absolutely. How do we make actually AI available to all humans on the globe, and how do we actually bring them back into the discussion and co-creating those tools for the future?
I mean, I think some of it relates to that example that I already mentioned, that AI will actually increase access to some services. You don't need a doctor anymore, but you can have an AI consulting, and then if there's something wrong, you can go to a doctor. And that actually might allow people, imagine that, all across Europe we are lacking healthcare professionals. Imagine that you have to wait for weeks for an appointment, but you can go online, use your smartphone to, I don't know, take a picture of some grain de beauté, some spots on your skin, and ask the AI to diagnose them, and they say, nothing to worry about, or don't know, looks a bit strange, maybe best to consult a doctor. That's something that that really improves that access and makes it more equitable.
And you definitely mentioned Jason Wang as one of the main attractions of this opening day at VivaTech here. Of course, he was on stage 1 a year ago to deliver a keynote, and in one of a time actually in Europe keynote, I understand. It'll be later on the Dome stage with President Macron and Arthur Mensch from Mistral AI, the French AI generative gem. What do you expect from that type of discussions?
I mean, obviously President Macron has created, and he's pushed for that, has created a very tech-friendly France. Mm-hmm. We've seen that pay off in terms of startups, in terms of investors coming here. I mean, it's definitely, and it's helped the success of VivaTech. Macron, and I'm not taking any political positions here, but he likes to talk as well. Yeah. So, and obviously there's some big names on stage there with Arthur Mensch and Jensen Huang. So I hope that the president will be able to listen to them as well.
Well, that's what we're going to find out, because I'll definitely meet you there by 5:30ish at the Dome for that very interesting discussion. Thank you so much, Rudy, as usual. And from here, our set, Breaking Tech, VivaTech News, to another alley of the conference. Let's tour around inside VivaTech. And Alison Sergent, we're joining you live now because you're sitting with a very interesting guest. His name is Alexandre Lagrange. He's the CEO and co-founder of AI Motion. What is it all about?
Yeah, Marjorie, I'm here with Alexandre Lagrange. He's the CEO and co-founder of A-Motion. He's going to show us this interesting and rather incredible vehicle that you see behind us. It's basically a cross between a motorcycle and a car. Alexandre, why make such a mix?
Paris made it because, as you know, the traffic is hell. And we have decided to bring together the agility of a motorbike with the safety of a car. So here we are with A-Motion vehicle. So it's, as you see, a cross between two, so 4 wheels, but it's tilting and leaning in the corners, very fast, like more than 115 kilometers per hour. So it can go on highways, okay? So it's really made for urban cities and outskirts too, okay?
And one of the things you wanted to do was safety, right? Can you give us a tour of the car and show us some of those features?
Of course. So as you can see, there are 2 seats inside. So I will sit maybe in. You got this safety cell, okay? Is made with using crash tests, so it's very strong, and you got also safety belts. So okay, so everything is made for safety, but it also stay very nimble and agile. So you can tilt in the corners and handle it, as you can see, like a motorbike.
And it doesn't have an airbag yet, but I understand it's going to have airbags. How does it do on crash tests?
On crash tests, we take the same scenarios like cars, front, rear, side. So we want it to be very, very safe and also still get very, very agile. So it's like 45 horsepower. It's about like a motorbike, middle size. So you are very easy to go through the traffic and, save time.
And what about the environmental impact of the car motorcycle? I'm not sure what to call it. Is it environmentally friendly? Is it all electric?
Yeah, the idea is it's electric, but more important, it's very light. So less material needed. So it's about 250 kilograms, maybe even a tenth of some cars, So less material, less batteries, less energy to move, and repairable. This is important for us.
Tell us more about the repairability, because that has to do with the special material that you use on the outside.
Yes, exactly. So what you see outside is EPP, expanded polypropylene. So it's recyclable. It's very easy to change, and it's a thing made in France too. So 80% here is made in France of this vehicle. I can show you the type of material it looks. So this is different kind of finish. So different textures, and all this is polypropylene. So recyclable, very light, and very good to repair.
Yeah, and if you've ever ridden, a motorcycle or a scooter, you know that there's all kinds of little ticks and dents that it can get. So that's part of the idea, is to keep it cheap for drivers to repair.
Yeah, exactly. We want it to be as long as possible life. So we need to be repairable. It will go 3 years for each customer. Then it comes back to us. We repair it and send it for the next life, you know.
Okay, and is that free of charge, that reparation? Or what's the price point overall of the vehicle?
The price point is, the target is 200 euro per month, okay? And with service, assistance, and everything needed, insurance too, okay? So we want that basically the customer is free. We want to free him from the traffic jam, free him from the weather problems, free him from the safety problems, and free him from the aftermarket service problems. So,
and is it already in circulation, or what's the rollout timeline looking like?
So as you can see on the video just behind us, this vehicle is riding in Paris and on highways. But next year will be the first vehicle produced and sold for the end customers.
Okay, and remind us what the name of it is?
Emotion.
Emotion.
Yeah.
Okay, and the car is called Emotion, the vehicle.
Yes, same name, brand, car for now, because now we have only one vehicle, but in the future there will be a whole range.
Okay, yeah. All right, you heard it here first. Keep your eye out for these Emotion vehicles. You might see them on the freeway already in the Paris region. Again, that's Alexandre Lagrange, the CEO and co-founder of Emotion.
Thank you, Alison.
Well, Alison, I guess we have to fasten our seatbelts. Thank you so much for the reporting. And now, from Nollywood to Africa's next Silicon Valley, we'll learn how Nigeria is fostering one of the most vibrant tech and startup ecosystems. That's inside VivaTech. And it's my understanding that Alexis Lelmont is live from the Nigeria Pavilion here at VivaTech. Alexis, your guests do have the secret recipe to African innovation.
Yes, I do, Marjorie. Well, first of all, just let me say I'm glad to be back with you at VivaTech. I just wanted to say that. From now on, we're going to speak, yes, indeed, with Bosun. That's why I'm going to call you today. You said me that it was better to call you this way, so I'll go on the easy way today. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time with us. We are live on the Nigeria Pavilion. I got 3 basic questions for you. First of all, could you tell me a little bit more about the presence of Nigeria at VivaTech this year, and maybe tell me what are the highlights that we could have during those 3 days on the Nigeria Pavilion down here?
Thank you very much. The Nigerian Pavilion is bringing together our rich array of startups to really showcase what is happening in the country in terms of innovation and startup development. Recently, according to a deal room, Lagos, which is a city in Nigeria, got the #1 emerging tech city in the world. It beat places like Nairobi, Cape Town, even places in Asia. So that is a testament to the growing number of startups and tech-enabled startups in the country. And so we are showcasing that today at VivaTech and over the next couple of days to show the ingenuity of our entrepreneurs and to show that Nigeria has solutions for the world in terms of healthcare, in the area of AI, for low resource languages, in hardware manufacturing as well, in power and electricity, in areas such as free trade zones and incorporation of digital companies, digital free zones as well. So along the value chain of many industries, Nigerian startups are helping power larger companies and are also delivering services to customers, to citizens as well. And the government is also here to also show how we are empowering startups by creating an enabling environment. And so Nigeria is a good place to build solutions for Africa and for the world.
So this is a political message as well to say that Nigeria today is leading the path and is opening the path for that. Could you tell me more about the message that Nigeria wants to send to the global VivaTech, to the global tech industry over here?
#1, Nigeria is open for partnerships. We have an array of companies that are solving problems both locally and nationally. So we're open for partnerships across multiple value chains. #2 is that we want to the world to see Africa as a talent hub. Because there's a program that is being run by the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Communication and Digital Economy. It's called the 3MTT program. That's 3 million technical talent, training 3 million young people in the areas of cybersecurity, in the areas of artificial intelligence, in software development, cloud computing, so that there's a rich array of talent for global companies to leverage on. And so these talent can also build their own companies to solve problems across Nigeria and across Africa. Also, the government is doing a massive project called 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, connecting every local government in Nigeria to fiber optic connections. And so being able to deliver government services to remote locations, opening up educational opportunities for remote areas and villages so that young people can also participate in online classes to improve their knowledge base. We're also building AI capabilities in the area of data centers, and as well as LLMs, large language models, for Nigeria and for African languages as well. So really, it's that Nigeria is open for partnerships across the technology value chain, and that is why we're here at VivaTech.
Well, beautiful. I guess the message has been spread to everyone watching us on VivaTech News today. Thank you so much, Bosun. And good luck for those 4 next days. I'm guessing there's going to be so many people coming to the Nigeria Pavilion, and you'll be here to explain everything to the many spectators that we will have today over here. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Oh, man. Say it again.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. Well, back to you, Marjorie.
Well, Alexis, I know where to find you next. You're definitely going to be flying to Nigeria. I do understand that. Thank you so much for this piece of reporting. Now, Clara Chapaz, France's Minister in charge of AI and Digital Affairs, was interviewed about AI, of course, but the AI Code of Conduct. You know, it's going to be one part of the AI pieces of regulation here in the EU. For her, the first point isn't trust and security, but innovation and entrepreneurship. Take a listen.
The very first rule, if I may say, as a minister of AI, is how do we actually innovate? Yeah. And that's probably going to be a surprise that when we talk about AI Code of Conduct, I talk first about innovation, but because if we don't have the tools, if we don't build the tools to not rely on a few handful players, then there's no way we can actually shape this technology. And so that's why France has been very focused. Since 2018, we've had a national AI strategy to say, okay, we have all the ingredients. We have talents, we have nuclear energy, we have an amazing entrepreneurial ecosystem, research. How do we bring everyone together? How do we reinvest into what makes us a great place for AI so that we can have some national champions? Because that's the only solid way we can actually then define the rules and have a say in how we want this technology to be built. Safety is obviously important. I'll come back to that, I'm sure, because if you're not creating the condition of trust, and safety is part of this trust, then no one's going to adopt AI and you're not going to get any progress out of it. But it's not the only thing government should think about. The very first thing they should think about is how do we get into the action? How do we innovate? And how do we do that collaboratively with like-minded countries so that we can build those alternatives? So first answer to AI Code of Conduct is innovation and entrepreneurship.
And we're back on set with our next guest. Let's learn how UNICEF invests in tech. And to learn more about it, I am joined by Sana Betty from UNICEF Office of Innovation. I appreciate you being here, Sana, of course. You're an innovation specialist with the UNICEF Venture Fund, and you've also been leading the fund's investment strategy. Now, I also understand UNICEF goes crypto, and you're with a crypto fund. You're managing it in the meantime. So I'm kind of curious, what do you invest in?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. UNICEF's Office of Innovation launched its first of its kind venture fund back in 2014. We've been around for 10 years, and we make investments in early stage open source frontier technology startups, exclusively in emerging markets. We make these investments through a possibilities-led approach to innovation, where we look to invest at a 2 to 5 year horizon to say, where's technology moving? How can we innovate with technology? And how can we challenge technology to deliver for children through our investments?
That is quite an amazing mission, actually, for you here at Sana. What's the model of the fund?
So we provide our startups with $100,000 in equity-free funding.
Okay.
So these startups receive this investment from us. They have to be building their solution in an emerging market. They should have a prototype when they apply to us.
Okay.
And they should be willing to work with us to build open source tech, because we believe open source is more accessible, adaptable, and scalable. And so we invest in these companies along with very tailored hands-on mentorship across 9 different streams. So we help them all the way from their business strategy, how do they open source, their software and front-end development, data privacy, trust, diversity, equity, inclusion, really ensuring we're helping them where they need us and where we can make a difference.
So I do understand you want them fired up and ready to go, basically,
Exactly.
but you're also going to be there to co-create and pave the way with them.
Exactly. That's exactly our mission. And we are able to do this in both fiat and in cryptocurrency. So they can apply to us for funding. The 100K that they get from us, they can receive it in US dollars, or they can receive it in crypto, in Bitcoin or Ether at the moment that we're set up to disperse.
So that's the reason of the crypto part of it. There you go. What are you currently working on? What's in the pipeline?
Well, lots happening. Lots happening and lots to do. As we look to the Agenda 2030 and our 2030 goals and targets for UNICEF, we're really looking to double up our investments. We're looking to do more investments in early stage local community of founders. We're investing in 3 streams, I would say, in the next few months, going into 2026 and beyond. The first is Femtech. So we're looking to drive resources and capital to female-led and founded solutions, also male-led founded solutions, but primarily looking at solutions that are improving women's health outcomes, that are addressing solutions that are designed to create social and economic empowerment for women. The second area is climate. We're really looking at AI and blockchain for driving climate resilience. And the third area is AI and blockchain, but this one is for misinformation and disinformation, ensuring credible proof of humanity and allowing a child to understand the difference between AI and a human.
Which is definitely one of the crucial topics here, and actually not only at VivaTech, but for 2025. How do you fight disinformation? And that's definitely through those very promising emerging startups that you think you can do so and achieve that.
Exactly. So we work in over 160 countries, which are emerging and developing markets, and we look to identify these solutions in those countries where they're already working on these solutions, have an idea, have built something, and are ready to come to us to say, let's get started, let's take this to the next level.
So what you're also creating out there is a team, basically, of entrepreneurs and innovators that want to make them work better.
Exactly, exactly. I think that's exactly it. It's really about building a holistic team that is building tech the right way for the right purpose, and they have the right sort of skill sets. It should be a diverse team. They should understand tech standards, how to build a product that is accessible to all users and tested by all users, and that's really what we want to come in and help these companies do.
So if you guys want to be on the A team, definitely reach out to Sana Betty here for the UNICEF Venture Fund. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you so much for having me.
Tech. Thank you so much, Sana, again. And that's all we have time for. But do stay tuned. We're going to get back right after this.
Elevate your leadership with VivaTech's Exec program. Discover cutting-edge startups. Attend inspiring talks. Network in exclusive lounges. CMOs, tech leaders, join the program and turn disruptive technologies into competitive advantages.
Japan boasts numerous companies with global potential in sectors of deep tech, such as bioresearch, clean tech, and robotics. JETRO endorses these outstanding businesses and supports their collaborations with international partners. Talk to JETRO first.
Explore the new frontiers of innovation at VivaTech. Witness the tech breakthroughs redefining what's possible. Scale faster, partner smarter, and see what's next for your business. Explore the innovations reshaping global politics. And champion sustainability, ethics, and inclusion. All at VivaTech 2025.
Welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon. You're watching actually Breaking Tech. Welcome, a warm welcome actually to the show, ladies and gentlemen, because you know we're on the opening day of VivaTech here from the ground in Paris, and our team of reporters, our team of experts are definitely here for you to let us get a glimpse at what's coming up for this 2025 edition. It's the 9th edition actually of VivaTech. Coming up, Canada. The VivaTech's Country of Honor features its trailblazing AI startups. We'll learn what Simon Harding is actually live for us now on one of the pavilions here on the ground, and I definitely see that you're with some Bangladesh innovator.
Hi, Marjorie. Yes, absolutely. As you know, one of the most exciting things at VivaTech is always discovering the very particular tech that embodies the different countries around them. We're always looking to discover what new countries are bringing to the tech innovation globally, really. And I'm here at the Bangladesh stand, which is one of the fastest growing digital economies in the world, heavily influenced on IT and tech, with close to 1 million professionals in that field. Digital market, which is worth billions at the moment, which is set to double by the close of 2025. And to talk to us a little bit about this all, I'm joined by Shahru Islam, who's going to talk to us about Bangladeshi tech as a whole. Shahru, thank you very much for being with us here live on VivaTech News. Tell us about your wonderful stand and why it's so important for Bangladesh to be represented here.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Simon, for asking me these questions. It's been the second time that Bangladesh is here representing the country. This time we have around 14 companies from diverse backgrounds. We have companies from AI solutions to IoT solutions to semiconductors to design companies to IT services. There are 14 companies, as you can see from here, all around. These companies together represent the Bangladeshi industry. As you know, Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. We are the 7th largest country in the world by population. And we have one advantage that the entire world should look into, is that we produce 35,000 fresh engineering graduates every year. That's one of the highest. So we are ready to be poised as the development center of the world when it comes to software, when it comes to AI, when it comes to IoT. And you can look at the vibrant presence of all the exhibitors in our stall. They are all excited to engage with the participants in Viva, with the visitors in Viva, to collaborate with them to expand their business and expand the horizon.
We'll speak to one of the businesses and the tech booths here in just a moment. But, you know, compared to the other times that you've been here, you said you've been to VivaTech, about what's changed, or how has the Bangladeshi tech ecosystem improved over the last year? How has VivaTech helped you maybe to reach new horizons? Tell us about the journey, shall we say.
Right. So last year we had a fabulous experience, right? We had a lot of leads, I would say prospects that turned into leads, and we had few very good conversions. In fact, one of the companies last year participating got around $1 million contract right here from Viva, right? That with a partner based out of Saudi. And from that experience this year, we included few other companies from diverse background. You see someone from the semiconductor industry, and we have few other startups who are also waiting to get some awards from VivaTech as well, startups, right? And we also have few other companies who are focusing on UI, UX. So I think that looking at this year, we are looking into engaging with more prospectful resources, not only from France, but also from extended Europe, where we can talk with clients from Italy, Poland, and many other countries who we can do effective network with and expand our business.
Well, speaking of the tech startups that are here, Marjorie, we're just going to go on a little wander. Shahrukh is going to take us to one of the startup companies. I think I'm going to be joined by this gentleman here. Mahmoudul is with us. Tell us a little bit about what it is that you do, sir.
So basically, we are a company that supports the European startups by providing smart engineers. We are basically team augmentation and team staffing solution provider. We have been serving basically the Nordic companies for like last 10, 15 years. And right now we are looking for expanding in other parts of the Europe.
And what have you seen change in your business very specifically to you over the last couple of years? Because we know Bangladesh is renowned in the engineering, the IT world, and surely this is something with more visibility that keeps opening different doors, right?
Yes. The thing is that we actually observed that since the inception of AI and other things, we have seen that the demand of like highly smart engineers at this moment. So in Bangladesh, we actually have lots of populations, and in populations, the top 2 or 3% people are basically pretty much genius. And we have the leverage to actually use those engineers. We train them up, we hire them up, and then we provide to our clients. And they are getting the service from those engineers. And it's basically a game changer for us. And I think it's a game changer for the startup communities in Europe as well.
And if I can ask you to take a little bit of a leap into the future, I know it's not easy, I'm putting you on the spot here, but we see that AI is changing, you know, almost daily, regulations and all these things are big topics at the moment, but I guess that it's almost like the sky's the limit for you guys because there's so much innovation still to come that it's only going to benefit what you can bring to the party.
Absolutely. I personally think AI like as a calculator. 60 years back when calculator was introduced, people thought that no one will do mathematics by memorizing or by hand. But now people can do complex mathematics using calculators, then computers and other stuffs. AI is basically a tools. It's a tool for smart people. And when the smart people will use AI, I mean, anything is possible. Sky is the limit, as you said.
And AI is one of the big themes here. Climate is also one of the big themes. So how do we ensure that all of these fantastic projects that you're leading along with other Bangladeshi techs are obviously staying climate focused, looking to make the right impact on nature, which is a massive theme this year, VivaTech 2025?
Absolutely. I mean, like, we are human beings. We actually reside in the planet. And without a good climate, we'll be doomed. So when we say that we are becoming more smarter in terms of like we will have like a zero impact on the climate, and that's why we are actually moving towards cloud. Like, I mean, nowadays the cloud solutions are basically pretty much climate friendly. I mean, they are doing lots of stuffs. So having said that, yeah, we are pretty much aware of that.
Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us. Well, here you go. If you want to visit the Bangladeshi stand here at VivaTech, certainly one of the places not to miss, Marjorie.
We definitely will, actually. Thank you so much, Simon. And we're back on set to welcome an AI gem straight from Canada. Elbows up. Joining me now, it's Olia Stasiuk, the CEO of Bonsai AI. It's a Canadian company transforming employee training with AI-powered state-of-the-art tools that actually cut learning costs and time by 99%. That's quite amazing out there. You do combine visionary leadership with a deep understanding of how AI can be applied on marketing, advanced tech accessible across industries. Can you actually walk us through what Bonsai AI is achieving here? It seems to be like quite revolutionary, to be honest.
Yes, absolutely. Happy to be here and share more about Bonsai, because really when we think about it, we're all growing and we're constantly learning. And we're learning at home, we're learning at school, and then we're learning at the workplaces. And so in the past decade, I've been taking care of employees in the workplaces. And it's such a needed piece that every employee needs, but it's also so difficult. It's literally impossible to create a quick, perfect, really good training course, because the best part of it is, you know what? Videos. And why? Because we're human beings, so we are visual learners. And videos has been beyond expensive and difficult to produce in mass quantities that corporations need. And it also was impossible before without AI either. Right? So when AI entered the game, the massive pain point now finally moving towards a good side. And so we help companies to really create those video training courses in just 15 minutes, which previously was insane, impossible, and even now people are like, really? Yeah.
Well, actually, that's definitely going to be my reaction to one of your video for sure, because there's also this idea that you can do it instantly in 29 plus languages. That's quite impressive too. But I mean, when it comes to translation, there's another part of it. It's not only about the language, it's about being accurate, of course, but also being culturally relevant. Can AI provide such a thing?
Absolutely. This is also an incredible piece that AI now gifted to us. It's not only smart translates the content, it also localizes it to specific, let's say, language, slang, and even particular audience. So another thing that we couldn't do before, we couldn't create a training course for intern in marketing and then for CEO or a CFO, right, separately. Now you can do that, and the examples, the language, the cultural nuances being smart translated as well.
That is, again, I mean, you're going to hear me saying impressive every single time and by every single answer of yours. Your company enables global training at a scale. You definitely described that, but how do you see AI accelerating cross-border growth?
I think this part is beyond incredible, because even for me, what I've learned through developing my own company, right, I was so surprised that in Europe in particular, one of the biggest drivers is language barrier. And it's not only training, it's the whole point of training employees in so many different languages. And now, after training employees, they also can sell cross-border. And so they can train partners, they can communicate with people they couldn't communicate before visually and in an interesting way. So honestly, even for us to create business abroad was like much easier than typically you would hear from anybody who recommend you how to develop your business. And I'm seeing that across the board with our clients back and forth, North America to Europe, Europe to Asia, Asia to North America, because of course, cultural part is a big portion of it.
And of course, we can see that you're an amazing CEO, Olia. I know you do take a close look at how women are actually also included in the workspace, but also as leaders themselves. How do you see women in tech and women in deep leadership, let's say, let's put it this way, actually moving forward? Can we say that 2025 will definitely be the year where we have not even, we don't even have to have this question on a show, basically?
You know what, I wish, I don't know if 2025 would be the year, but hopefully 2035 will be the one, and hopefully AI will help that. I think the biggest barrier is still the way we operate as male and female, right? And like we come always from emotional standpoint, and I still see fear of females pursuing the roles like this one, where in the nutshell, we're as capable, we have the knowledge, and all it takes is to take risks. So I think the more risks we take, and again, the more we encourage kids, right? Because it starts from the early age. It starts from growing our daughters, and it says, like, you can be in tech, you can be a CEO, you can have a software company. It starts from there. And so the more we do that, the more I'm sure we're going to be we're not going to have this conversation.
Absolutely. That's definitely my wish for our next encounter. Probably not only the next hour, but till 2035. So you're not going to wait until 2035 to add new features to Bonsai and the platform, of course. What are you currently working on?
A great question. I think one of the biggest pain points is not only just the training, it's also the technical training. So a lot of technical companies have new releases non-stop, and they really struggle, first of all, to deliver it to the team, but second of all, update those documents. So that's really like our biggest concentration right now. We work on the technical documentation creation, and then automatic updates with any new regulation, with any new software feature companies come out, and I think that's really going to shift the adult education.
So in mid-2025, we really want to believe in the power of tech here at VivaTech and be tech positive. What do you expect from this edition?
To be honest with you, so I've been here last year, and last year everybody were just exploring AI. There still was a lot of fear. I don't see fear anymore. Interesting enough, we see people questioning. People come with a lot of information they already know, and they come to say, who are you? How are you different? And that shows that we're at the next stage. So first of all, I'm really happy to see that people are more open to innovation. This year, I hope a lot of people actually will start adopting it more, and next year, I hope the next time they will come to the booth, they're going to be very excited because they already know what they're doing.
Well, they're probably going to get themselves trained on your platform and then definitely understand how to harness the power of AI. Is there one word, one motto to actually bear in mind when it comes to AI in 2025? What would it be to you?
Impressive. And they impressive because I'm seeing how fast AI evolving, and I know like we have avatars as an example. I've seen them 3 years ago, and I was said, no, now you wouldn't even tell. And it's like, it's changing in seconds, not even days or weeks. So this year definitely going to be impressive.
That is impressive. I told you, I mean, I'm going to say impressive at every single answer you do have on this show, Olia. Thank you so much for now. You'll be back in the next hour because we're going to have a debate, actually, over AI and the way we can actually harness its powers when it comes to making more business and smarter business. Thank you so much again. And now we're going to go inside VivaTech. And this time, this is my great pleasure to welcome Will Hildebrand. Is waiting for you, and for us, actually, he's waiting for us, definitely, on the China pavilions with his guest.
That's right, we're at the Chinese Pavilion this year, really showcasing Beijing's continued investment in cutting-edge tech and global cooperations and partnerships. For more about that, I am joined by Li Wangu from the China Council for Promotion of International Trade. Hello to you, Mr. Li. Just curious if you could give us an overview of some of China's recent developments and achievements in science and tech.
Okay, thank you very much, William. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to speak to you. Firstly, in recent years, you know that China has become the world leaders in scientific, science-tech innovation and made a great progress in this field. I could share a few examples, like China has made a great progress in space and deep sea exploration, such as Chang'e 5 returned back the lunar samples in 2020. Secondly, the quantum technology and artificial intelligence has made a great progress. Thirdly, the low altitude economy is kicking off and developed very fast. And we know that China's new energy vehicles put great impetus into the world auto industry. At the beginning of 2025, there are many great changes in China. I think we all of us have witnessed like DeepSeek, the large language model, shocked the world in the AI field. And China's robotics industries develops very fast. You know that the Unitree, one of China's biggest companies in the field of robotics industry, shocked the world as well, and they showcase their world-leading robots in VivaTech, and you could see their robots in the exhibition center. That's the brief introduction, the overview of China's technology development.
A very brief introduction with so many amazing accomplishments. When we look at the pavilion, it covers such a scope and range of different interests. I'm just wondering if you could take us through what the goals, the objectives are for China at VivaTech this year.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it's the first time for us to organize the China Pavilion in VivaTech. We do have lots of prospects, objectives. Firstly, you know that China remains firmly committed to advancing opening up, high-level opening up, and promoting the globalization and free trade with the aim to make win-win results. The philosophy of the China Pavilion is in alliance with this kind of policies, that is openness, cooperation, and sharing values. I think which is the same to the philosophy of VivaTech as well.
Yes, that makes sense. There's a lot of people coming around to talk to you constantly. We're lucky to have this interview. I was wondering if you could tell us about some of the startups that are here.
Yes, sure. We attach great importance upon the ecosystems. And there are nearly 20 startups showcasing in the China Pavilion, offline and online. And we launched the challenge project, and there are 6 companies attended our pavilion. One of them is the AI stroke. You know, stroke is very badly to humankind, and they have a small booth there, and we hope to bridge the SMEs and the startups to the large and medium companies. And Huawei, every year, Huawei will attend the VivaTech and organizing a few startups to attend VivaTech in their booth. They hope to foster a better open, creative atmosphere for the companies. Most of the startups are French companies. We hope to promote more communication and collaboration through our efforts. Yes, you could see them in the pavilion.
Right, and you mentioned this is a China Council for Promotion of International Trade. It's the first time to organize a pavilion here. You mentioned openness being very important for China. What opportunities do you see for collaboration in tech or science between China and Europe?
Okay, actually, I think firstly, 2024 marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and France, and 2025 marks the 50th anniversary of China and Europe, which is of great importance. During the past 50 and 60 years, both of us have made great progress, and we will continue to cooperate in this field to promote the cooperation in science, in trade, in investment, etc. And we have to see. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Li, while I have you, I'm just curious.
China has a vast market. You know, there are 1.4 billion people in China, which is a great market for companies all over the world. And China has stable policies and many talents. So which is on one hand, Chinese companies develops very well in China through our efforts. At the same time, we could cooperate with foreign companies to share the achievements, the fruits of China's development. We could cooperate, and finally, we shall, especially after the COVID-19, we shall set up more platforms like VivaTech to help companies to meet face-to-face, to communicate and set up the confidence. Then we could make practical achievements and cooperation.
Wondering if you could elaborate that last point for us. Your council trying to bridge connections with international partners. How do you do that?
Actually, the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade is China's largest trade and investment promotion organization. It was established in 1952. Since then, we devote ourselves to promote the cooperation between China and other countries. We focuses on the four main business. Firstly, to promote trade and investment cooperation by organizing exhibitions, seminars, B2B matchmakings, etc. Secondly, we provide commercial and legal services like arbitration, trade patent, the intellectual services, etc., for companies all over the world to make the business more smoothly. Thirdly, we will organize Chinese companies to attend the business summit under the framework of multilateral mechanisms like the G20, APEC, etc. We hope to foster a fair atmosphere for companies all over the world so that they could gain more success. Finally, CCPIT is the think tank as well. We published many guidelines for companies to know more about other countries before they going abroad. And we will help foreign companies to develop in China as well. During the past 3 years, we collected more than 9,000 difficulties and problems the foreign companies met in China. We have helped solve more than 7,000 of them, which was very welcomed by foreign companies. Through our efforts to promote the communication and collaboration between China and other countries, especially the companies. Yeah, I do believe through our efforts, together with CCE, Bahi, etc., our partners, we could make the trade and investment more fluently, more efficient, and we could contribute more to the people's awareness of the world. Thank you.
Mr. Li, thank you so much for your time. Li Wanggu. We're out here at the China Pavilion. You heard that the message is openness and building partnerships. Back to you, Marjorie.
Message heard, actually. Thank you so much, Will. We're back on set, of course, with our next guest. And it's my pleasure to be joined live by Christopher Lai, the Director for France, Spain, and Portugal at the Hong Kong Trades Development Council, which means that you are basically promoting international trade and investments between Hong Kong and those territories. You've seen the Hong Kong ecosystem, of course, benefiting from its unique location and its strong financial structure and government also support, but you've seen it evolving over the years. How is it doing right now?
Well, thank you. I'm very, very happy to be here, of course. You've already mentioned the infrastructure of the ecosystem and the financing part of it. I think what's particularly impressive in terms of the evolution over the last decade or so is its emphasis and its deliverables in terms of innovation and R&D. Increasingly, whether it's local R&D supported by the government, as well as those from other, MNCs, international universities, R&D institutions. A lot of them are doing R&D and innovation work in Hong Kong to take advantage of not just what you mentioned, but of course, market access, etc.
And what is quite unique, in my opinion, in Hong Kong, because I had the great luxury to be quite a lot on the island, is the fact that it's a truly global territory. When you're a European startup and you want to expand there, what would be the key advices you could actually give those entrepreneurs?
Well, I think firstly, and I agree with you, it's a very global city. In fact, we have about 4,700 startups in Hong Kong last year. About 1/3 of the founders are actually from outside of Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is very equipped to help European founders to scale. I think one thing to be very useful to keep in mind is not just cultural differences, but also the difference in size of market. So if you want to scale to China or even Southeast Asia, have to be agile, because what's applicable here in France, for example, may not be directly applicable in those markets. So as long as they're agile, they're flexible, they work with the investors and partners in those markets, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
And there's not one Bay Area in the world, actually. There's also, of course, the greater Bay Area. This is Hong Kong, but not only Hong Kong. How do you see this new territory for innovation going?
Well, this Bay Area is basically, there's 9 cities in the Guangdong province in southern China, plus Hong Kong and Macau. If we combine them as one single point for discussion purposes, the GDP of this area in 2023 is equivalent to Italy. And if we give it another 5 to 8 years, it should reach Germany's GDP, according to OECD. So what you see is this area has 86 million people right now. It's an area that's very affluent, with great desire and great demand for quality products and services. And so if keeping this in mind and using Hong Kong's access to Greater China and the decades of experience our investors has in China, that can be very useful for European startups.
And as Hong Kong Trades Development Council, I'm sure you've seen so incredible success stories across the year. Anyone you want to share with us?
Sure. We're in France, we're in Paris, so I'll share just 2 very quick notes from France. Firstly, it's a fintech company called VivaTech. They place their APAC headquarters in Hong Kong and making use of Hong Kong to scale to other markets. Okay. Of course, some of our institutions are supporting them there. The other one is VivaTech, is a prop tech that's based in Paris originally. The metro operator in Hong Kong, the MTR Corporation, their first investment outside of Hong Kong was in fact into VivaTech, and one of the co-founders are actually now located in Hong Kong.
That are truly success stories. Thank you so much, Christopher Lai, for stopping back. Breaking Tech.
Thank you.
And that's all we have time for, but do stay tuned, because we're going to be back right in like a few seconds, actually, with more on innovation here, live from VivaTech.
The future of healthcare will be shaped by innovation.
We see a very big potential future growth of this company, and we are trying to help them to make this potential come true.
Our ambition for Contura's hydrogels is to be the leading treatment in osteoarthritis over the next 5 years, and we rely on BNP Paribas to help us along this journey.
Coming up, a journey to the center of the Earth. We'll learn how deep tech can help monitor more accurately underground movements. And we're going to power the future, believe it or not. Sustainability is not an ideal anymore. It's a requirement to make the AI and data centers industry as efficient as possible. Well, our guest definitely has a scalable solution to share. Pierre Sanson, great to have you on the show. You're the executive vice president, actually, at Qscale. You are based in Canada and are driving the next generation of sustainable data centers. And you do believe that AI infrastructure can be scaled responsibly, don't you?
That's true.
So Qscale is per se redefining AI data centers through a sustainability-first approach. What has sparked this vision? Necessity, I guess?
Yeah, well, let me start to define what is an AI data center.
Absolutely.
Yes, so in today's world, I believe an AI data center needs to be ready for large clusters of GPUs or CPUs. That means a lot of power, a lot of density of power, but also liquid cooling. So these are two of the main aspects. At Qscale, we have 142 megawatt of power, and we're all liquid cooled from the start. Mm-hmm. So to answer your question, this vision started like 5 or 6 years ago now. There are people in the company that saw it coming, I would say. So we designed and built this data center to be very focused on high density workloads. So you were talking about sustainability as well. Mm-hmm. The driver behind Qscale is efficiency. We're trying to make everything the most efficient as possible, and the byproduct of that is sustainability.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a reality nowadays. I mean, you need to combine efficiency with sustainability to be even more efficient in a way. And I heard you actually use this idea that Qscale was built on the circular model. Can you dive into it? What in your mind is the circular energy and model?
Yeah, so the first ingredient is renewable power. So it's part of the discussion, I guess, but the Quebec province is we have hydropower everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And all the time, which makes a real difference. So the ingredient to be sustainable, because most of people hear that AI is not a good thing for the earth, you know, mm-hmm. It pollutes. Well, if you do it the Qscale way, it could be good. So the way we do it is we are using renewable power, but because we are also liquid cooled, mm-hmm. It's much easier for us to capture the heat from the servers. So let me give you an example. We let's use a 10 megawatt cluster that will generate 10 megawatt of heat technically. This is captured by water, so it's easy for us to bring that water to the greenhouses nearby. So these guys will extract the 10 megawatt of heat to heat their greenhouses. The water comes back to us colder, so we don't have to use the chillers that we should be using to cool the water otherwise. So this is like a full circle of benefits. And by doing this, we have a local producer that will grow smart fruit that we don't need to import from California with trucks on the cold winter that we have in Quebec. So this is like there's no losers in that circle.
It's definitely a 360 approach that I can hear of. And now we talk about efficiency, we talked about sustainability and the fact that circular is the key here. But there's another word when it comes to AI and data centers industry coming back and back. This is definitely sovereignty. It's a growing concern. How is Qscale helping Quebec and Canada secure control over their digital future?
Yeah, well, I mean, the basis of sovereignty is having your data on your soil, right? So I mean, data centers are the foundation of data sovereignty. We are based in Quebec, as you mentioned, in Canada, and we are also we will be expanding elsewhere as well. Mm-hmm. But the bottom line of this is, if you don't have a Canadian company that is on Canadian soil hosting your data, this concept it doesn't exist.
And it's not circular anymore whatsoever, even in terms of sovereignty. What makes Quebec an ideal for even French AI infrastructures to actually lead their projects? We definitely understand about the source of electricity and the fact that it's super cold. So, I mean, you can store as many data centers as you want, but still, I mean, if a French AI infrastructure wanted to move to Quebec or Canada, what would be your advice?
Yeah, well, to me, there's a new opportunity that didn't exist a few months ago, right? I mean, if I'm using...
Elbows up.
Yeah, elbows up, this is exactly what it is. But for a European company, I don't want to reduce it to only France. But the advantage for France is nous parlons français, right?
Absolutely.
But the other countries in Europe as well could be interested in Canada. I'm not just talking about Quebec, but Canada as a whole, because if you are serving customers or employees in the US right now, maybe you want to have your data center in Canada to be serving these guys. Lots of benefits. Of course, this is a friendly place for European countries. We now have a new bill in Quebec that is called Bill 25, which is pretty close to GDPR.
Absolutely.
So this is, it used to be something that was preventing some French companies to be deploying stuff in Quebec. I don't think it should be the case anymore. So with all this, we're free cooling most of the time. We have a lot of power, all the benefits of Q-Scale, but also this collateral benefit to be in North America without being in the US.
Absolument, as I would say in French. Canada is, of course, the country of the year and honor here at VivaTech for this 9th edition. And you're bringing, guys, to the table so many beautiful and amazing AI startups, to be honest. What is, in your opinion, the uniqueness of the AI Canadian ecosystem?
Well, I think there's very interesting clusters of researchers in Montreal, in Toronto, and elsewhere in Canada. Basically, AI was not invented, but almost in Canada and Quebec. And I mean, this is the foundation of all the startups and what's going on right now in Quebec and Canada. And as I mentioned, we have all the infrastructure needed to be able to deploy and scale up these companies, the Canadian companies, but also other companies from the rest of the world that could be benefiting from these infrastructures.
Oh, Canada. Pierre Sanson, thank you so much for stopping by Breaking Tech and VivaTech News. And now I'm pretty sure that one of our reporters is ready for an Inside VivaTech. That's our time to take a tour on the alleys and booths of the conference. Luke Brown, my friend, what are you up to?
Hi, Marjorie. It's good to hear from you again. Now, of course, here at VivaTech, there's a great deal of flashy innovations that a lot of people are wanting to get their hands on, but that is perhaps ignoring one of the key foundations, the back rooms, really. The back rooms of a lot of the innovations have to take place with other companies, and one of those companies that I'm proud to present here is a French startup, Flex AI. We're joined by its CTO, Dali Kilani. Thank you very much for being here with us today. You've got a lot of solutions to provide a lot of startups here in Europe. The logo that we can see on your cap is Compute and Chill. Tell us a bit more about what you're actually providing to those companies.
Absolutely. So we hear from a lot of AI practitioners actually that it's too complex. AI infrastructure is complex. Getting GPUs is complex. It's putting them, making them dance and deliver the value that people are trying to get out of the building some AI applications or building their next model or the next, breakthrough in healthcare or in other applications. So we decided to make sure that we make all that complexity disappear by putting things, putting that infrastructure to dance by bringing tens of years of experience from our team and to make all these GPUs behave and serve the workloads that customers bring. These workloads can span serving models, fine-tuning some existing models, distilling maybe some larger models on specific data sets, or even deciding to train your own models on some very internal private data sets. All of this can be done in a couple of clicks and can rely on GPUs that we can provide through partnerships, or it can be in a bring your own compute type of setup where people can leverage the compute access they have, whether it's at hyperscalers or on-premise in highly sensitive or highly regulated environments.
What is it that's so special and so unique about the service that you're providing that wasn't already existing on the marketplace before?
So the way we actually approach this is we introduce the concept of workload as a service. So people can come in and say, hey, I would like to, here's my data, here's my code, I would like to fine-tune this model, for example, on my private data, and this can all be done within minutes. So time to value is an extremely important thing that we realize is key for iterating and actually for innovators. People like to go from idea to making things happen and see the result very quickly. So that's what we're focusing on, and we're focusing also on portability, so that when value is being created, usually people start their POCs in some environment and they want to take it to production, but they want to be able to kind of move and have that freedom to use different types of hardware, different types of CSP partners, and we give them that freedom, hence the Flex AI name.
And you're working in partnership with another company, which is Sesters, but they're providing the hardware. But there are also, it's a key issue, they're a French company. Why is it important for you to keep that data and that capability here in Europe? Is that the tech sovereignty, is that really an issue for you?
Absolutely. I think nowadays we hear more and more about sovereign AI. Even Jensen Huang, NVIDIA's CEO, keeps talking about sovereign AI as the next key. We see it in various regions in the world, whether it's in the Middle East, in the US, in Asia, in Europe. It's absolutely key right now to take control of this AI, the next wave of infrastructure that's going to be critical for economic, basically, development. And therefore, having a partner like Sesters to offer a full stack from data center, hosting, and the software stack for people who want to create European solutions and target the world, of course, but be in control of a full solution that is located here in France and in Europe is absolutely key, and it's resonating with a lot of customers.
Okay. Dali Kilani of Flex AI, thank you so much for that. We mentioned there that they are working in partnership with another French company. This one is based in Marseille, in the south of the country, so really both ends of the country being involved in this ecosystem of tech sovereignty. And that is, we're joined now by the head of AI at Sesters, Kassem Lounissi. Tell us a bit more about the partnership. What is it that you're providing as the partner in this relationship with Flex AI?
We give them, we give them, the part of the GPU and compute aspect, and the idea is to have a workload and services in top within our infra. So it's a mix between the GPU and the part of software when we push it inside our company with Flex AI with that partnership. So the idea is to bring the GPUs and for the software part, it's from Flex AI to give it to us.
And we were discussing there the issue of tech sovereignty, but that is one of the key things that you're providing, is that the data that you're hosting on your hardware is going to be staying here in France, correct?
Of course, the idea is to have like an offer with private AI and private inference. So all the data is inside France, and they don't move on around Europe or the US side. So.
And what are you hoping from these 4 days here at VivaTech? What is the advantage for you being here, present on at the event?
I think maybe to have new use cases and to know new use cases about private AI and to push the private inference offer and to see what we can handle with agentic AI inside the new compute aspects, and to see if we can have now a new capacity to have sovereignty inside France and Europe.
It's also a question of networking for you, of course, because Sesters, this isn't the only project that you're working on. You're working on data centers and hardware here in France, here in Europe. How advanced is your company on those questions that are moving here in France on data centers that you're installing in Europe?
We have plenty of new capacity coming, I think. So we're looking for some capacity around France and Europe side, and the idea is to get like a sovereignty in this part and to have like a big AI factory all around France and Europe to serve all this company with a big sovereignty inside it.
Kassem Lounissi of Sesters, thank you so much for taking the time to present your company. I'm going to hand back over to you, Marjorie, in the studio. But as you can see, the question of data sovereignty is really key for a lot of the companies here at VivaTech 2025. Back over to you in the studio, Marjorie.
Thank you so much, Luke. As usual, Luke Brown, like before, bold and brilliant, and everything you can see here on the floor at VivaTech. We're going to take a journey to the center of the Earth, how deep tech can actually help monitoring more accurately underground movements. We're going to find out. And to do so, this is my great pleasure to be joined by Habib El Khatib. You're the CEO of Spotlight Earth. Your deep tech startup actually is providing real-time, non-invasive whatsoever detection of underground movements, which is crucial, I do understand, for environmental protection and infrastructure protection. So, first question here, can you tell us more about the mission behind Spotlight Earth?
Bonjour, and merci for inviting me. The mission of Spotlight Earth is to monitor the CO2 storage. So one of the biggest problems we face today in climate change is the concentration of CO2 into the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. The main problem is that we continue to create the CO2 molecules, which means that because we are drilling more for oil and gas, because humankind in general is not moving so fast or fast enough to tackle the CO2 emission reductions, then we create too much CO2 molecules. So one of the ideas that we are following in Spotlight is to say, when you are producing the molecule, why not capturing them, transport them, and inject them into the underground where they were originally coming from, because the CO2 coming from coal, oil, or gas is coming from the subsurface. So we design a technology to monitor that and make sure they stay permanently into the ground. And
carbon capture is, of course, part of the question nowadays, but your solution do rely on seismic imagery and AI. How do you turn complex Earth observation data into actionable insights for your clients?
That's a very good question, because in fact, it's super complex for a simple reason. Mm-hmm. Nobody will ever see the subsurface.
Okay.
It's behind your feet, look down, you don't see it.
I'm doing it, no.
So you don't see it. So that's why we are doing a kind of acoustic measurement, that's what you call seismic. It's a kind of echographia of the subsurface. And with that, you get a first image of the underground. You use this image with complex algorithm to create a flow model that we call a digital twin when you are not a geologist like me. So these digital twins are used by the bigger operator of carbon capture and storage to make billion-dollar decisions to create a facility to capture, transport, and store CO2. The crazy idea we had in Spotlight is to take these flow models, the digital twin, and use it to predict where and when you should monitor to validate this model or trigger alarms. So we are the alarms of the subsurface for CO2 storage.
Well, watch out, here comes the alarm. In which sector your platform actually is currently making the biggest impact? Because I mean, I understand there's many.
Yeah, so today we focus on becoming the leader and one of the standards of CO2 monitoring underground. But obviously this strategy of detecting changes into the subsurface can have multiple applications, such as geothermal energy, that's one of them. It could be for methane gas storage, when you store it during the winter, the summer to produce it during the winter. It could be also for, I would say, aquifers or hazards. So that's why we work from the nuclear down to the CCS industry.
So there are, I mean, numerous industries and sectors where you can empower the decision-making process of so many different industries again.
Exactly. And that's one of the power of the subsurface. In fact, no matter how big we dream, and we are here in VivaTech, so we dream big, we will stay for a long time with our feet into the ground. And that's why the underground, with the metals, with the minerals, with the resources, is so critical. So I like to say that subsurface is one of the problems of the energy transition, but it's also a solution for us. And that's why you need experts like us to do that.
Well, head in the clouds, feet on the ground, they say. How do you see Earth observation technology evolving, actually? Because it's definitely your domain here.
Absolutely. So, in fact, we are, like any domain, impacted by AI, by big data, and so on, which is kind of fun in that we created big data before it has been even invented. The seismic industry in the past had been one of the biggest providers of supercomputers before the military and the meteorological institute. I'm talking that in the 90s. So that means we were, as an industry, I was not in this industry yet, but this industry were in the forefront of big data. And yet, today we see that we are, hit by the tsunami of that, and our whole industry has to rethink the way they think. I will give you a nice story about that.
Let me tell me a story.
So it's a story about, the seismic people, the geophysicists, so that's how we call them, we like to say all models are wrong, some are useful.
Okay,
and that's a sentence we say since the 90s. The point is, since the 90s, we invest so much, I'm talking about billions and billions of dollars, into building supercomputer to have accurate model, and yet we're still saying all models are wrong. That's crazy. No, I disagree. Now models are tend to be more and more correct. Digital twins are now a good representation of the truth, and we need to evolve. And that's why simple ideas like Spotlight are sparkling everywhere in our industry, because we bring simplicity by embracing the change.
Well,
so that's what we are doing.
Seems you are born ready, actually. Thank you so much, Habib El-Khatib, for stepping back. Breaking Tech. You are definitely the CEO of Spotlight Hearth. And now, what about talking about some beauty tech? Of course, with L'Oreal, firstly ranked by Fortune magazine as the most innovative company in Europe. Well, its CEO, Nicolas Hieronymus, introduced some of L'Oreal's group last creation that will make the future of beauty way easier, smoother, and, of course, smarter. Let's take a look.
We have harnessed the power of tech to decode the root causes of biological aging at the cellular, molecular, and tissular level, with the will of longevity for beauty. This approach allows us to map skin health to anticipate, intercept, and reset the root causes of aging in a truly integrative way. Lancôme Cell Bioprint is like a small lab on a chip, which enables you to determine your own skin biological age and predict, and that's the most important part, potential skin issues in just 5 minutes. Agentic AI is transforming the way consumers experience beauty, creating a growing demand for augmented services, providing tailored advice, hyper-personalized product recommendation, and support. Then there's another thing, Noli. It means no one like I. It's the first AI-powered multi-brand e-commerce startup. It's a startup that we founded, and it's reinvented how people discover and shop beauty products, allowing 85% of beauty users to shop with more confidence.
How to build a more resilient future, actually, and more resilient urban future and urban ones. Let's see what the city of Amsterdam has to bring to the table. And to learn more about it, this is my great pleasure to be joined live by Sasha Stolp. You're the Director of Innovation at the City of Amsterdam. And actually, Sasha, Amsterdam is often seen as a pioneer when it comes to building more resilient future for a city, but also thinking sustainably, in a sustainable way, and monitoring what we call smart urban planning. What, in your perspective, is so unique in your city that you can lead by example when it comes to building more sustainable urban and resilient urban futures?
Well, thank you so much for being here. Well, a lot of questions in one. Yeah. But first of all, I think that what we had in Amsterdam was a quite early conversation with knowledge institutes about what do we have, how do we have to solve our problems, and then to incorporate companies in the discussion. Well, instead of keeping them away from the vulnerable discussion, because in the end, it are companies who will have the solutions, we have to buy them, and in the middle, we have to require new data and new insights so we can actually change, well, it's called system change, our procurement, and then we can buy solutions which fits our city and which helps to create new knowledge but also new business cases.
So this is definitely a proof of concept you're trying to make here, while again trying to build those more resilient urban cities. I do understand that you are integrating climate adaptation, circular economy, digital tools. I mean, all of them, all this mix is actually making those urban transformation efforts possible, right?
Yes, and because it's very important that we speed up. So what we did is not look as maintenance, for instance, as a cost post, but we said it is an investment moment to build back better and to incorporate all these assignments into what looked like a simple maintenance assignment. But in the end, it will be your ground floor for innovation, because that's where the test bed is. And then you'll have a prototype, and when you have a prototype, you have a really working thing. And if you have a really working thing, people can see that there are better solutions. And if you measure them right, so for instance, we know right now that in the construction sites, even a simple project, the reduction of CO2 emissions is much bigger at the raw material side than, for instance, in taking new equipment. And that helps to make the right choices.
And the reason why it works is actually that you're not only bringing a tech to the table, it's only about bringing discussions in between policymakers, citizens, of course, innovators. How do you make this conversation super smooth?
You make this conversation, indeed, it is about how do you provide what we say a common basis of trust. You have to focus on trust, and you even have to create a role for that. We call this role the mediator of innovation, the one who is in between the one who started the idea, the one who invented it, built it, but also legitimized it. Because they speak different languages. If you start talking with the constructor, he talks in completely different language than, for instance, somebody of a knowledge institute or somebody of the government, and they're looking for different standards. Yeah. So how do you bring this together? That's trust.
Absolutely. Again, trust is everything in this world. So you know that this year at VivaTech, cities are exploring to reinvent themselves through technology. And again, it's not only about tech this time. Do you have one advice to a city that would go the Amsterdam way?
Well, take in consideration, am I the one who can take the role of mediator of innovation, or do I have to bring one in? Because most often we want to go too fast. And the mediator of innovation helps to sit down a little bit, have the moment, and to see first, how are we all at the table? Are we all willing to do so? Because if trust is growing, the speed of innovation is going up. But you need to have this guardian of trust.
You have the base, on the basis of trust, you can actually build more on innovation and efficiency. Thank you so much, Sasha, for being with us today on the show. And that's all we have time for, but do stay tuned. More to come here on Breaking Tech.
Explore the new frontiers of innovation at VivaTech. Witness the tech breakthroughs redefining what's possible. Scale faster, partner smarter, and see what's next for your business. Explore the innovations reshaping global politics. And champion sustainability, ethics, and inclusion. All at VivaTech 2025.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you're watching VivaTech News and Breaking Tech. I am Marjorie Payon, and we have a lot of amazing segments for you in this next hour. We're live from Paris with our reporters and guests, and we're going to bring you the latest, literally the latest on trends and innovation. Coming up, how is AI transforming and empowering business? We'll mix and match perspective on a brand new format here on VivaTech News, which is called The Debate. And we're going to shape Europe's digital future. How can leadership and ethics get the continent ready to take over its sovereignty in the AI race? Well, our guests are definitely betting on European cooperation to push the EU forward. Guests are side by side. Antonio Kruger, your CEO and the scientific director of Germany's leading institute research in AI. It's called actually DFKI. I'm correct. I'm happy.
That's right.
Though. I'm happy. And you're also head of the scientific committee of the German AI Competence Centers. And Bruno Spertis, you're the CEO of INRIA, and a man of many talents, if I may. You're a mathematician, of course. You're a former tech advisor and an AI startup founder. And you're also a board member of the European Innovation Council. Am I right?
Yes, I'm Marjorie.
Welcome to you both. Welcome to the show. Bruno, let's start with you, if you may, actually. And that's a tough one, I have to say, especially in 2025. How do you define digital sovereignty today?
So I guess that this has to be defined in a modern way, okay? First, I think that digital sovereignty is our ability to understand our technological dependencies and to choose, to identify which dependencies are critical ones. What do we want to develop within this landscape, and what coalitions do we have to build in order to develop these technologies. And that's why there is a strategic partnership between France and Germany and between DFKI and INRIA in order to be able to build this coalition.
And actually, Antonio, I have to say there's a lot of expectation right now on the way the global map of the AI industries is totally being reshuffled at the moment. How would you actually define Europe in the AI race? How far are we?
So the first observation, of course, is that AI is a very dynamic field. Yeah. So this is something we've seen in the last couple of years where we made progress that a couple of years ago would not have been imaginable. Yeah? And of course, there are leading nations and regions, that drives this, in particular through infrastructure and hardware, for example, in the US, but also in China. But in Europe, we are very strong in terms of talent, innovation capabilities, in particular at important intersections of AI, of different disciplines, And I've noticed also that with the more modern architectures, the importance of infrastructure is, I would not say completely reduced, but it's not the driving factor anymore. And I strongly believe we can catch up here, and we need to catch up to then build on top what I believe the operation system, of future societies that will have core at its center. And there we definitely have a chance if we act now, actually, in really this kind of small time window, that we have available, that we act now to basically build this infrastructure, and on top, actually, the ability of our talent to design this operation collaboration system of the future.
So what you're saying here is that we're still at the right time and at the right place to be able to address those questions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it's the right time now. We have the chance actually to build an infrastructure that accomplishes a couple of goals. One is technological sovereignty, so that we can build on an infrastructure that is operated within Europe by Europeans, and then at the same time keep also the talent, and with that actually build actually software layers on top of that and move forward.
And I do hear some strong, like French-German friendship energy out there, but you're still really asking yourselves question about the way we can do it the European way, to be quite honest. So how important is deep, publicly funded research in securing Europe AI's leadership? Are we doing enough or no, to be honest?
So do not forget that the table can always be changed in the battlefield of digital science and technology. And that's why it is so important to invest into research and innovation, to be able to be at the forefront of science and technology, because you don't know the technologies that will change the game tomorrow. And that's why it is very important to be able to partner. And in Europe, you have a lot of initiatives at the national level. For instance, in Germany, you have your AI strategy. In France, and you play a role within this strategy. In France, we have our AI strategy since 2018, and INRIA has a key role in order to coordinate the research part of this strategy. You have bilateral initiatives, such as the initiative between the FKI and INRIA since 2020, okay? And of course, you have the European level with key projects such as the AI factories, for instance. You're involved in the German project. INRIA is involved in the French project, and now in front of us, we have the so-called Gigafactory game. Yeah. And this has something to do with the infrastructures. You have underlined the importance of these infrastructures. So we have to articulate all these levels, and that's why, once more, this is so important to have trust between key organizations such as the FKI and INRIA, for instance.
Antonio.
Absolutely, and the collaboration, Bruno mentioned it, it's ongoing since 5 years. We started with joint projects. We built a network of researchers and also institutions, between the different DFKI sites and different INRIA sites. We have addressed all kind of different topics on AI, and we also want to go a step further, because I believe it's very important that we have these binational collaborations, beside, of course, also European collaborations, but we all know that also European collaborations take time. This little bit, they have thrust, of course, but are a little bit slower. But we need to move fast, and it's very important that Germany and France, as the two major economies in Europe, just takes initiative, and move forward in this respect to keep the talent also in Europe. This is, I think, also very crucial. That we provide opportunities for the young people to stay in Europe, to develop themselves in Europe, and therefore I'm super grateful for this cooperation with INRIA. I think it's a cornerstone of this endeavor.
And actually, I do understand this as more of a cooperation in AI across European borders. But your question is actually a kind of legit here. How can we retain AI talents in Europe?
We can retain talents in Europe by providing them sense in Europe. That is to say, a European way for AI, an ethical way, for instance, with key applications to our key domains such as health, education, etc., and by providing them the opportunity to work in fantastic organizations such as DFKI and INRIA, for instance.
And it's also important, some people say, okay, now with the American administration, there is a chance to get more talent from the US to Europe. And this might be true to a certain extent, but I think it's much more important to keep the talent in Europe that we have. We had a certain brain drain the last years in the area of AI. And my feeling is that the tide is turning, but of course we need to provide them the ecosystem, the infrastructure, infrastructure that allows them to strive and develop themselves, and this is what we are trying to build together.
That's what I can definitely hear. Let's look ahead, gentlemen, if you may. In 5 to 10 years from now, what would success look like for European AI sovereignty?
To have an ecosystem at the same level as, for instance, the Silicon Valley ecosystem. That is to say, network of people able to work fluently between academia, startup companies, industrial companies, venture capital, and I guess that the big wealth of these ecosystems is the ability to be an ecosystem. And that's why partnership is so important.
Absolutely. 5 to 10 years from now, what have we built?
So I strongly believe, if we are successful, then we will have this ecosystem that Bruno described that provides a trustworthy infrastructure that's not only trustworthy for the young talent and the researcher, but also for industry. This is something I'm hearing more and more, that people are also, companies are even willing now to pay a price for a trustworthy and independent infrastructure and a software stack on top of that, and I think we need that, and when we will have this, this will lead to success, of keeping people here, having thriving business, having unicorns in Europe, at the same level as, for example, in Silicon Valley.
Well, I guess the solution here is to dream big and dream European in a way. Thank you so much, Bruno Sportis and Antonio Kruger, for stopping by Breaking Tech.
Yes. Thanks for having us.
And now we do have a brand new segment for you this year, a debate that will definitely get the discussion going, and how AI is transforming and empowering business. We're going to find out. But before we do dive into our conversation, we're going to see how LLMs and agentic AI are reshaping businesses. So large language models have already taken the business world by storm, of course. But do you know what agentic AI is up to? This is a kind of artificial intelligence with increased autonomy, holds a huge potential for almost every sector. Take a look.
A profound shift is underway in the workplace, from offices to boardrooms to factory floors. Artificial intelligence is evolving from basic automation to active business partners. This new wave, called agentic AI, involves systems that can autonomously pursue goals and take independent action. It's already in use across sectors, cutting costs, speeding up development, and reshaping customer engagement. In e-commerce, AI agents manage dynamic pricing and inventory in real time, responding to demand with more personal interactions. In logistics, delivery routes are optimized step by step. In healthcare, companies like Insight Technology use AI to improve life-saving screenings for diseases like cancer. According to McKinsey's 2025 AI report, over 70% of companies use AI in at least one business function, up from 55% last year. And it's not just chatbots. AI now supports software engineering, product development, and supply chains. Generative AI is tied to big profit gains. Companies that restructure workflows around it see the highest earnings. AI agents assist humans in completing complex tasks in hours instead of thousands of hours. Taiwanese startup AI Plux uses AI to simplify patent processes, freeing teams for strategic work. With more agency, like Breezy AI overseeing company security, concerns over control and data privacy are rising. A 2024 MIT study found 78% of leaders worry about AI decisions made without oversight. Still, businesses that embrace agentic AI could gain major advantages in speed, innovation, and market edge. The question now isn't if AI will transform business, but how to make that transformation work for companies and society.
And And so how exactly is AI empowering business? We're going to explore actually where the biggest opportunities lie and what it really takes to turn AI into a long-term and sustainable success. Our panels, I bet, know the questions and the answers by heart, actually. Kate Sully, you're the director at IBM Research. What I understand that you're focused on connecting cutting-edge AI research with business, which is good for us, actually, and you took part to the MIT and IBM Watson AI Lab, and you're also a leading technician product management for Granite, which is IBM's family of LLMs, believe it or not. Olia, welcome back. Actually, Olia, you're the CEO of Bonsai AI. You're one of AI's Canada gems, and you want to make a difference on how using AI to drive workforce efficiency, learning, innovation, and people empowerment. And our third guest today for the debate format is, of course, Constantin Gal. You're a managing partner at EY Parthenon. You're leading strategy and transformation projects across Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and India, of course, and Africa. And you have an eye for the automotive industry. You actually tell us how the automotive industry can be a proof of concept for driving businesses ahead through AI, of course. Kate, let me ask you a question, actually, because, I mean, again, I'm really interested into what Granite can do, actually, today. And you are willing to have businesses move beyond experimentation, that's my guess. Are they true empowerment to achieve real and measurable impact? Because we hear a lot of things about how AI can transform a business, but do you have facts and figures?
So we hear all the time customers have done experimentation. They've built prototypes and figures, and then it comes time to deploy. And all of a sudden, things like cost, things like latency, things like speed become an issue in deployment. And so where we're really focused with Granite is building cost-efficient LLMs that they're not going to do every single task in the world. We think you're going to need a mix of models of different sizes, costs, and shapes. But Granite is a small large language model, 8 billion parameters in size. It can run on a single GPU, and it prioritizes inference efficiency and speed. And so we see for a lot of customers, you start off with much bigger models experimenting, and then you bring it down, your use case down to Granite, and often through some specialization, so you can fine-tune the model further, or bring your own data through a RAG pattern. You can achieve similar results on a much smaller model, much more cost-effective. We see, over 90% cost savings when you deploy those types of patterns, bringing models down to a Granite level in size.
Well, let me follow up with a question, and Constantin and Ocha, of course, I want to have your answers too on that one, because there's still a lot of myth, to be honest, of how we can think about AI transforming business, but there's also realities. What is the most common misconception you are hearing among business leaders when it comes to implementing generative AI? What are they looking for, trying to put those tools in place, and what do they end up with?
Yeah, I hear all the time people are, making a big bet on one model, and they think, okay, we're just going to be a, XYZ shop, and we're going to deploy it, and all of our problems will be solved. And the reality is, again, you need a toolkit of different models of different sizes, shapes, specialties, costs in order to optimize and kind of play that balance and find the best. So we spend a lot of time working on educating our customers just to help understand the different pros and cons of different models and help give them a catalog of options that they can choose from when it comes time to deploy to get real value.
Well, education is everything, of course, especially when it comes to Bonsai, but that is very true what Kate was stating here. Again, business leaders might come with a lot of questions in mind, a lot of solutions they want to see being achieved. But, there's as many LLMs out there on the market as realities for them to actually being put in place.
Absolutely love the point, because really I was just thinking in my head that that's kind of what made us special, because instead of competing with everybody on the market, we decided to kind of work with everybody on the market because they do bring different values to the table. And for us, a good example was processing documents, and it was such a big pain point, but then companies were so scared to put the documents into anywhere, right? And so it came down, we were selecting one of the LLMs specifically for document processing from that perspective, which one is the most secure. And then now we have specific one for book authors, and it comes down to which one can process the largest documents the most carefully, right? And I think like a lot of companies, unfortunately, smaller companies went out of business because they haven't thought of that. And they were like, no, we're just going to do it our one way. And then in reality, AI is so fast that it's way smarter to partner than to compete.
Constantin, what's your take on this? Because I mean, you're seeing a lot of business leaders out there. I know you're pretty much focused on the automotive industry, and you're definitely one of the best. Like you got the best knowledge on this very sector. But is there in the automotive industry proof of concept of what other business leaders might have in mind when again they're coming to the AI market saying this is the solution, this is the magic wand? Guess what? It's not.
Yeah, I think coming to the two ladies, there's a multitude of toolboxes that you can use. The old saying goes, if you have a shitty process, you can digitize it, whatever you want to digitize it, it is still a shitty process. So I think a lot of leaders come to the table saying, I need to have something. It's almost like a tick-the-box item these days. I need to have an AI installation or whatever, be it agentic or generative. They're not really asking themselves, what is it I'm trying to solve for? Is it an efficiency game? Is it kind of new service to be rendered? And then exactly to what you were saying, there's a multitude of how we can address it. So I think you first need to spend that first initial thought, ask the question, what is it I'm trying to solve for? And then also take a step back and say, with everything that's available, what would be a smartest, almost like clean slate approach, best way to tackle it?
So it's always comes back to the why. Why do I want to implement AI in my company? What problems do I want to solve? What business growth do I want to achieve? If I want advice for those business leaders out there, what would it be? Again, come back to the reason why you're coming to the table.
So I think a lot of folks are really focused on cost cutting right now. But one piece of advice I'd have is really think of how can you combine generative AI with whatever it is that is your true moat, your differentiating factor in your business, and think through how that can then evolve your entire business strategy around that. So I think companies that only focus on cost cutting are ultimately going to be left behind. And 5 years out from now, generative AI, to your earlier point, is changing so quickly that if you're not developing those muscles also on how to innovate and innovate around your core strategy with generative AI, it's going to be an entirely different industry in 5 years, and you might not be a player.
Constantin, what trends do you see nowadays in 2025? Because it's been up there for a while now. I mean, November 2022, of course, generative AI has taken the world by storm, but we're 3 years in the process now. What kind of questions do those leaders come to you with?
I think on Kate's point, there's currently two waves. Wave number one is the cost cutting, mainly around generative AI and digital workforces. So take out cost, so have more money to invest, as everybody needs to reinvent. But I totally agree with kind of the USP in the business model really needs to be challenged in light of what's down the road. So am I still a hardware provider or am I a service provider? Is it kind of something, and we've all heard the announcement of Microsoft, so is something as a service still relevant, or is it agents as a service? So do you offer entire solutions rather than just kind of supplementing parts? That's pretty much the core of what we are currently discussing in any industry.
There's definitely this question and point out there, but there's also the question of being pretty much more critical of the solution we're trying to reach out there. Do we as business leaders need to come in mind finding a solution on the market with this idea that we have also to opt for the most ethical solution on the market?
Yeah, I think we always have to think about ethics, so that never goes away, and now it's harder than ever because obviously the speed again comes to the game. So sometimes we do have to make a critical decisions. Will I go this all the way in, or will I stop here because that kind of the ethics or legal entry, right, like legal barrier? And I really much agree with exactly what Kate and Constantin said, because one of the things that I wanted to add to that point is I think we need to really move fast with AI, but we need to make decisions slow. And going back to that, what I would say, it's like, okay, you have all of these tools in front of you, but by the time you implement them in 2 years, they're not relevant anymore. So what exactly you want to have in 5 years? So I would say think 5 years. And my best example is like I've been in education of in the workplace forever, right? And so we used to give like quizzes, ABC. We used to give open-ended questions, and people would never get a feedback. They would wait like 3 months for the feedback. They don't even remember their answers. So now when you build the software, you build the feature, you need to think of how do I go all the way next level? And my next level is like use the avatar that gives you immediate response feedback. I don't need those open-ended questions anymore. Nobody needs to grade that anymore, so why would you even develop that? So think of it exactly how my colleague said, think of it, how do you take your business still within your strategy, but to the way next level?
Very demure. Thank you so much, guys, for like crossing this perspective here on Breaking Tech. That's all we have time for, unfortunately. But stay put. We'll be back in a few seconds with more on innovation here, right here, live from VivaTech.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore the VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions. Use the AI-powered navigator to create your personal experience.
Only the ServiceNow platform puts AI agents to work across your company. They deal with the small stuff that bogs you down.
Agents like secret agents?
You know, I once played a secret agent.
Oh, I missed that one. I heard you were great.
I was great.
At Electra, we try to encourage people switching to electric cars by helping them charge very easily and in 15 to 20 minutes.
We recently advised Electra on a new fundraising with 304 million euros.
It's a major milestone for Electra for the future years.
Not getting the results you expect? Don't use AI trained on any old data when you can use AI trained on your data. The AI built for business, IBM.
Discover the new frontiers of innovation with VivaTech News. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. And gain insights with Molly Hall on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
welcome back to Breaking Tech and VivaTech News. Of course, I'm Marjorie Payon. We have a lot actually coming up for you in the next half an hour. You know that VivaTech is literally the place to be. So we have ready for you with our reporters and with our guests and experts, of course, all the next frontiers of innovation. We're going to talk about the edX of innovation. We're going to talk about AI. Of course, it's on everyone's minds and every attendee leaps here at the conference this day. It's a 9th edition. We have more for you to come. Cloud is the limit, my friend. How can AI infrastructure take the entire industry to the next level? We're going to ask our guest in a few segments, but first, you know, there's a lot of conferences happening out there and a lot of keynotes too. Well, actually, McLaren Sanofi was on stage earlier ago, and they were discussing and diving into the future of healthcare. How could it be shaped by the speed and precision of Formula One? Sanofi CEO Paul Hudson and McLaren Racing CEO Zach Brown explore a unique collaboration that's accelerating progress across both industries. Of course, you know, put yourself in the driver's seat, and we'll be back after that sound bite.
On the shared values, you know, we're into data, we're into innovation, pioneering technology. Huge operations, right? Factories around the world. Our factory is much smaller, but we're very nimble. So felt like in the business Paul is in, that we could help with that data, that operational expertise, some of the know-how that we go racing with, which is something that when people think of McLaren Formula One, they of course think of our racing team, as they should, but there's a lot of technologies that we develop within motor racing and ways that are of working that are applicable to other businesses such as Sanofi.
For us in 2024, we did the calculation. One of the reasons why we talk a bit more publicly now is that we had more than a 300 million euro return on the investment, much more modest, with McLaren by adopting technology and ways of working that we've collaborated on with Zach's engineers in our manufacturing sites, doing things as simple as monitoring how we change over between lines and taking the pit stop mentality to try and shorten that downtime on a line from, say, 50 minutes to less than 20 minutes. The productivity gain is so significant.
Can Europe dream bigger? This is definitely the new mission of our next guest. And the mission is yours, actually. Damien Lucas, great to have you on the opening day of VivaTech. You're the CEO of Scaleway, and you have one ambition in mind, becoming the one and only hyperscaler in Europe. Again, you do have a tagline this year, Europe can dream bigger. Sure it can, but how?
How? The first thing is to build the infrastructure that enables the technology in Europe to be independent from the other superpower of this world. Having a third option, not only the US, not only the Chinese option, but also having our own European public cloud provider that is up to speed with the other competitors, should they be the US ones or the Chinese ones.
So do you think there's still some key priorities that are holding us back from building what we hopefully think as of a tech platform of tomorrow?
There's nothing holding us back.
Okay.
No problem. We should just move forward. We need investment, but this is possible in Europe. We need talents, but we have talents in Europe. We need capacity, and we have all that. The good thing is we've got a great data regulation. The European data regulation is, I believe, better than in any other place. Better than the US data regulation, better than the Chinese data regulation, better than the Russian data regulation. And in order to fully operate under this data regulation, we have to have our own cloud infrastructure, public cloud infrastructure that plays with the rules of the EU in terms of data, that operates with those rules.
And I do understand you are launching a campaign out there. It's called 1 million euros, 1 hour to win.
Yes, this is hours of GPU compute, because another very important thing that we do with those data that is critical for the transformation of those companies is AI. But AI requires a lot of compute power, a lot of hours computing, etc., etc. So the cost of adopting AI is sometimes a barrier for European companies. And this is the reason why we are offering that amount of GPU hours of AI just to help the European tech companies move forward and adopt AI largely.
So tell me, Damien, what makes Scaleway different from the global hyperscalers? This European flavor in ethics and values?
Yes, it is. I mean, European values are different. The way we operate in our data center, we operate in a greener way. We care for the planet more than any other hyperscaler. We operate under the GDPR and other data regulation laws from the EU. That makes us unique as well. And we have our own software stack that is fully developed in Europe with the way we develop in Europe. And all that together makes us unique as a European player compared to the other players we know in the cloud infrastructure, those hyperscalers that we know in the US and in China.
Add in the cloud, feet on the ground, but also in the AI future, actually. Damien Lucas, let's dream big. Thank you so much for stopping by VivaTech News.
Thank you very much.
And now, VivaTech, you know, it is truly a place where innovation begins and deals are being made. Time to report inside VivaTech. And Alison Sargent, I know you're joining us live with your next guest, and I'm hearing that Password have no secrets for you whatsoever anymore.
That's right, Marjorie. This is incredible technology. I'm here with Thomas Sema, the CEO and founder of Y-Neuro. They're developing something called Neuro ID, which is going to revolutionize passwords. You know, using a Face ID or a fingerprint, perhaps, to unlock your devices. Well, they use something called a neural signature. Thomas, explain what that is, how it works.
So we have built the world's first neural authentication technology. No more password, no more facial recognition or fingerprints, just you. So we capture a neural signature, we call it Neuro ID, to replace all the traditional biometrics. So you just have like a consumer devices such as headphones, earbuds, smart glasses, and you can use your Neuro ID to be authenticated as simply as possible.
Okay, so essentially the headphones I have in my ear right now could read my mind and unlock my devices?
Interesting. The thing is that, biometric is booming. Digital identity is a 130 billion market by 2030. All the tech giants, such as Apple, Meta, Snap, are going to use and implemented EEG sensors in everyday life products, such as smart glasses. And it's like magic. You can use your Neuro ID to authenticate on everyday life basics.
Okay, so you're saying this is something that's going to be in all of our devices. Can you show us how it works?
That's right. It's better than any words. So here I've got like a headset, but it could be smart glasses or whatever. I just put it just like that, you know.
It's stylish as well, this one?
Yeah, totally. And you can see it on the screen. So right now, we're going to create my neural signature in a couple of seconds. So let me...
What is it doing? Is it like scanning your brain?
So the thing that we develop and implement our own AI software solution to transform all the brain waves into meaningful information. And we built a unique signature for any user. It's so much unique. It's so much private and secure than any other traditional biometrics. So let me try it.
And it sounds like it does need some special placement on the head. You know, you have to get it in the right spot.
Yes, totally. So in a couple of seconds, so it works perfectly. So I'm creating my profile in a couple of seconds, just right here, you know. And then, for instance, I want right now to have access to my Mac. let's see what's happening right now.
And this, I imagine, is kind of when you're getting started, but it would be faster once it starts to read your brain and it gets used to you?
Yeah, totally. Right now, it's just a traditional demo. You know, we have many people, we are live with a headset, but with the smart glasses, it will work so much better, in a better way. So maybe better if I ask Apolline to try it.
It's all right. As we'll have someone else try. As we're waiting for it to work so we can get the real demo, can you talk about why it's so important that this is invisible? I mean, how secure is it?
Yes, totally. So the neural signature is so much unique. It's private by design. And the thing is that today, for instance, if you use your facial recognition, you use your own face. Use your fingerprints is the same for your entire life. And for instance, 5.6 million Americans have been spoofed. We have many fraud and many problems if we look at the market right now. And so we need all kind of solution to really offer something better on the market. So right now, for instance, if you use your Neural ID, you have access to your private space. It works beautiful. So right now, you can easily see the signature of Apolline, but when it will be your everyday life devices and when you use the technology, this is just to illustrate what you're going to have. And you can easily see how you're different than other participants and other users. We try the technology over more 10,000 people over the world right now, and it works perfectly in many types of devices.
Can you talk about some of the people that are already using this technology?
Yeah, so the technology, we're a software solution. We do B2B partnership. And the Neural ID technology could be used on all the consumers' electronic devices, all the tech giants in the US, in Japan, in South Korea to implement our solution. Our solution is booming, and if we look at the market, we're going to have 2 billion devices using biometrics. So we are specific on these specific verticals to implement the neural signature for every day and for everyone on this planet. We have built a new norm, a new standard for the market.
Yeah, it's truly magical, I have to say. This is one of the many reminders of the way that when technology meets magic here at VivaTech. Thomas Sema, thank you again so much for that interview. That's Thomas Sema from Y-Neuro developing that technology, Neuro ID. Get ready, it's coming for all of our devices, Marjorie.
Thank you so much, Alison, for this incredible reporting. Well, from an alley to another, we have more incredible reporting inside VivaTech, this time with Alexis Lallemand. Alexi, my friend, you're going to have to look me in the eyes.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, don't worry. So you wanted me to try some stuff? Here I am. I am with Alex Cabañeros, is that it? From, Biel Glasses. We are still in the Impact Bridge area of VivaTech. As you have a beautiful innovation to show us today, as you can see, I'm wearing those right now. Can you, tell me a little bit more about what's happening in my eyes right now?
Yeah, so right now what you are wearing are smart glasses that are intended to help visually impaired people, especially those who have low vision, which have mobility problems. So with these glasses, what we do is we analyze the scene, we detect anything that it may be a risk for the person wearing the glasses, and then we make them perceive where these risks are so they can avoid it, and they can walk around like freely.
Okay, so basically what do I have right now in my vision is a orange-ish rectangle. What is it for, and how can it help visually impaired people?
Yeah, so what we do is once we detect obstacles, we use technology of artificial intelligence, also robotics, to detect obstacles. And what we do is we signalize it in two ways. One is graphical signs, which is like rectangles, which change the color depending on the distance, and they can identify where the obstacle is so they can avoid it. And we combine it also with audio cues, so they can also understand if the obstacle is on the right, on the left, if it's like a negative obstacle as a whole, so they can perceive it and they can avoid it autonomously.
So we were saying just before we go live that it's getting pretty popular with you over here. Everyone's stopping by, and maybe well, you can't see it, but behind the camera there's a lot of people watching what's happening right now. Can you tell me as well what are the next steps for you as a company? You are already being sold in Denmark, or you're gonna go onto the market? Is that it?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, we are not in the market yet. We will go in the market on September, like at the end of this year, okay? And we will start selling. And right now, what we are looking is like we are trying to make the glasses a bit lighter, more maybe a bit statics, okay? And then after that, we will go to the market.
So you were telling me as well about maybe adding a new version at some point with haptic sensors in it?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, right now, as I said, we are like combining graphical signs using augmented reality and also audio cues, but we will also add haptic, like vibration, so the user, like the person, can better understand the position of the obstacles in order to avoid them better.
So if we talk a little bit more about the future, the years ahead, what can we wish to you guys? What's going to be happening for you?
Okay, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, for us, what we want is like to allow visually impaired people, low vision people, to walk around freely. Okay, so what we are intending is like to making the glasses a bit more smaller and available to everyone, so they can access to the glasses and they can move around freely without being afraid of falling, of having like injuries. Yeah. Yes.
All right, well, beautiful. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much for the explanations. Let me take those off, as you want to see my face still. I don't know. But thank you. It was pretty clear. And so just here, you can have a look on how everything is set up on me, like a handbag, I would say. Wearing it on the shoulder. Yeah, it's perfect. Well, thank you so much, Alex. And yeah, I guess we'll back to you now, Marjorie.
All eyes on you, Alexis. All eyes on you, ever. Like always. Thank you so much for those brilliant pieces of reporting. Well, you know that more than 13,000 startups and scale-ups are featured here at VivaTech. Our reporters have the key to this startup paradise. We're going to go inside VivaTech again with one of our other team, and this is actually going to be up to in a few seconds. First, we're going to stay on set, actually, with our next guest. We are all about the frontiers of tech, of innovation, and we're going to learn more about the trends investors should be looking at right here, right now. And our next guest is you, actually, Edouard Kuckerman. Great to have you on set. You're managing partner at Catalyst Fund, is that it?
Yes, I've been establishing the firm 25 years ago.
And actually, yes, you do have decades of expertise as an investor in the fast-growing venture market. Deep tech, AI, mobility, medtech, cybersecurity, name them. You are definitely one of the first who have believed that tech could actually be paving the way for investors to renew themselves. What should investors have their eyes on, especially now at this part of the year, 2025?
As you can see in VivaTech, you see a lot of AI companies. The issue of AI is concerning every industry, but what is important is to check which company monetize their AI capability and generate revenues, because this AI technology has been around for many years. We at the time invested in Mobileye, which was, I believe, the first AI Israeli company that focused on the auto tech industry, and using AI enable them to become a market leader. So we see AI applied to cybersecurity, to medtech, to a lot of fields. The question is to look at the fundamentals of the company and not at the AI buzzword in general.
Exactly. So every single time you're in front of an entrepreneur or a founder that is going to pitch you his company, because of course he wants to raise some funds out there, you are going to get back to the basics, right? What solutions are you trying to, what solutions are you trying to bring to the market? What problem are you trying to solve? That is definitely what helps you separate from the buzzwords out there and getting back to reality?
Yes, and also to look at the business model of the company, but what the impact of the technology for the people. There are companies that have disruptive technology. We'd like to invest in deep tech, but we have to see the impact of this deep tech into how the market perceives it. And obviously, it's a challenging period also for Israel because of what has been going on in Israel in the last year and a half. So because of that, we have also established a new platform, Catalyst Investment Club, that is very disruptive in our own industry of venture capital.
Because, I believe that with this brand new platform, again, it's Catalyst Investors Club, you really, this is what it is, actually. You really want other investors to join the club, join the movement, and have a different access to what a technology can be. So what you want to do out there is provide them with your knowledge, and again, decades of expertise in that regard, and help them walk their way through every single step you had to actually debunk before them.
Yeah, the venture capital industry has been exposed to many companies, but the private individual that want to invest in company didn't have access to this privileged market. And therefore, we put a VOD in place where we have hundreds of videos of disruptive technology companies, and we show to the investor community opportunities which were being backed by lead venture funds. So someone has done a proper due diligence, they can cherry pick the company and the field that they are interested in, and co-invest together with lead venture fund at the same valuation as the one that was the venture fund that invests in that same company.
So what you want to do out there again is to have every single private investor join the club and transform them into new tech investors, right?
Yeah, it democratizes the access to the venture opportunity to private investors. As you know, it's complicated for Israelis to travel overseas or for international investors to come. So that's why this platform is enabling these investors all over the world to look at this deal flow. What is very special on the platform is that we started, like many Israeli startups, with a local market, but we turned the platform international. So we offer now American deal flow, European deal flow on the platform. So any entrepreneur that comes to VivaTech that wants to put their video on the platform is most welcome.
So it works both ways, right? Either I'm an investor and I want to join the club again, either I'm an innovator or founder and I want to be featured on your platform. How can I do this?
You just join you register on the platform, catalyst-ic.com and Catalyst Investors Club, and once you are on the platform, you can propose your video, and if the company was backed by a lead venture fund, we offer a private investor to just co-invest together with the lead venture fund.
And you were, Edward, actually saying that we definitely have to go behind and beyond buzzwords, right? There's a lot of trends this year that also are here, like in the alleys and booth of VivaTech. What should I have my eyes on as an investor? How should I invest more, in probably more wisely when it comes to tech? Just, saying no to the buzzwords, which are AI, looking really at the reality of AI in every single product or solution out there. What are the trends?
I think as a private investor, you have to be very cautious because one very interesting phenomenon that it takes more and more time for a company from the time they were established to the exit. On average, for Israeli companies, it takes 18 years from the day the company is established to the exit. So I would recommend to invest in a company that has enough cash when you invest to turn the business profitable, more mature companies, except if you have a very long-term approach. I would recommend to look at more mature company and also to follow companies that were backed by lead venture funds.
So it always gets back to this question, timing, right? Timing in life is everything, but how much am I ready to invest for how long?
Yes, typically, the rounds are getting bigger. The time to exit taking longer. I mentioned 18 years. So if you invest in early stage, you don't want to be diluted, you need to be aware that you need to support the company for a very long period of time. This is why, if you have a decision to invest in private equity, you need to define the timeline you want to stay in the company, and accordingly, you choose the level of maturity of the firm.
Well, Edouard, I think I'm ready to join the club. Thank you so much for stopping by Breaking Tech and VivaTech News. That's all we have for you guys on this very opening day of VivaTech. But stay put, because we're going to have an exciting day 2 for you tomorrow. And what's more, that Tech Newsroom is next with our reporters, with our guests, with our experts. Stay tuned for the outstanding Molly Hall.
Elevate your leadership with VivaTech's Exec program. Discover cutting-edge startups, attend inspiring talks, network in exclusive lounges. CMOs, tech leaders, join the program and turn disruptive technologies into competitive advantages.
He said, we support startup growth with commercialization programs and entrepreneurship education for young and aspiring founders. We support global entrepreneurship, helping startups go abroad. And we provide the essential infrastructure to bring ideas to life. Where imagination meets reality, this is KeySaid.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore the VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions. Use the AI-powered navigator to create your personal experience.
The automotive industry is going through an unprecedented period of change. We have been searching for a strategic partnership with a bank which would also support us in new projects.
we've assembled people from both organizations, and we've worked with a true joint venture spirit, and that across 9 countries.
Welcome to VivaTech News. You're watching Tech Newsroom. I'm Molly Hall, and we're broadcasting to you live from Paris. This says we're coming, well, from the center of Europe's largest startup and tech event. And it is opening day, and what an opening day indeed. We're going to take a pulse of all the day's events. We'll be bringing you the latest announcements and the newest tech disruptions. This as we're exploring the new frontiers of innovation. Well, VivaTech is, after all, the place to be, and we're following every moment of it live. I'm Molly Hall. Thanks for joining us. Let's go ahead and kick things off with VivaTech on set. And it's my pleasure to welcome Benoit Torlotin, the CEO of Bouygues Telecom. Hi, Benoit.
Hi, good afternoon.
Well, so talk to us a bit. Now, we understand that you are driving the company's strategy to really leverage AI and cutting-edge technologies, this in a bid to revolutionize connectivity and customer experience. So I'd like to know how you would describe the role of innovation at Bouygues Telecom today.
Well, you know, innovation for Bouygues Telecom has always been a central point of our strategy for 2 reasons. First, we have been, and we consider we still are challenger in some of our markets. And anyway, we want to keep a challenger spirit. And when you are a challenger, you have to innovate. And second, you know, in the telecom market, our services tend to get more and more commoditization. So to fight against this, we have to differentiate, and to differentiate, we have to innovate. So the innovation is really an engine in the growth of Bouygues Telecom. It's necessary.
Well, then talking about really this engine in terms of integrating AI within the company's operations and business processes, where are things standing there?
Well, you know, we've been working on AI for years. Let's say classical AI. We've been working in our customer relationship department to enable our employees to better answer to customers. We have developed voicebot, chatbot. We have worked in the network. But then, when generative AI appears about 2 years ago, we moved a step forward. We concentrate, we invest more in this. And for example, we built an internal AI factory when we gathered all people from the different departments, from the technical staff, to really work on use cases for all departments, HR, legal, marketing, communications, networks, IT, and to really bring real new use cases, industrial use cases, because we must have industrial use cases. And we have had some, for example, this led to a launch of some kind of internal ChatGPT for employees, which is securized, because the security is very important, but enable all employees to have access to this new technology. We also have launched some special coaching by AI for our sales force, for our salesmen. So there are hundreds of use cases today in which we are working with generative AI.
Well, then let's focus a bit about the experience and services provided now to customers. How are we seeing you leverage AI for that?
Yes, right, because we are working for AI for our employees, but also for our customers. Always to think about bringing our customers some useful innovations, not innovation for innovation, useful. And we're working on this with partners. For example, we launched, beginning of that year, an exclusive partnership in France with Perplexity, to be able to offer all our customers 1 year of Perplexity Pro for free. That was exclusive for France, and we want this because we are in the mindset to democratize all the new technologies for our customer. Another example, we have launched also a sales assistant worked by AI with Google on our website, so we can help our future customers to choose their mobile phone thanks to a generative AI working 24 hours a day, in fact, so that's very, very interesting. And last thing, we're also working with Salesforce, for example, to bring agentic AI for our employees answering to our customers so that they can better answer in a more efficient way. And the best way to have loyalty of the customers is really to give them the good answer at the right time. That's what we're doing thanks to AI and Salesforce.
All right, well, now you're joining me here at VivaTech. I'd like to know a little bit about what you're unveiling. Tell us a bit about what we can expect from you.
Yes, we're unveiling something very, very specific and very innovative today in VivaTech. It's a brand new solution based on AI for public companies, for public authorities. It's a kind of intelligent voice agent that can answer to the customers, to the people living in the town, answer bringing good information about the life in the town. When you need some information about what is the schedule of the swimming pool, how can I put my children to the school, all the questions you have about your town, this intelligent vocal agent that we are building with our partner Volubil can answer 24 hours a day, weekends, holidays, and we are beginning to put this with Meudon City, which is our partner also, to launch this really in July for all the people living in the town of Meudon.
Excellent.
And you can have the demonstration on our booth. Please come to our booth. We can demonstrate it.
All right, wonderful. Do you actually know the booth number? Do you know the location exactly?
E40.
E40. All right, excellent. So for those of you here, perhaps on the exhibit floor, make sure you head across to Bouygues. Now, finally, just looking ahead, Benoit, I'd like to ask you in terms of the future AI innovations, like what can customers really expect then from Bouygues Telecom?
Well, that's our future secret, so we don't tell you. But anyway, be sure we will bring AI to our customers because we already think of two things for our customers: useful innovation and democratized innovation, accessibility. We are working really so that all our customers, consumer or B2B consumers, can access the new technology, which are useful for them. So we still have some ideas about this.
Excellent. Well, Benoit Torlotin, CEO of Bouygues Telecom, thank you very much for joining me here. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you very much.
All right, well, it's time now for Inside VivaTech. All right, we can cross now live to our reporter, Luke Brown, who's standing by for us. Luke, what do you have?
Yeah, hi Molly, it's good to hear from you. We are here on the VivaTech floor once more, and whereas it has to be said, a lot of the things here at VivaTech are about how innovation has lots of fun applications, but there is also a much more serious question, a serious side to a lot of the issues here. The real-world impact that technology can have on human lives and on society. And we're joined for this by Yannick Aleno, the president of the Antoine Aleno Association. Many thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The reason that you're here is that you created the association following the death of your son a couple of years ago in a traffic accident. It has to be said, here in France, traffic accidents are the biggest cause of death amongst young people. Can you tell me a bit more about your mission? How do you want to use tech to protect lives?
Yeah, when Antoine been murdered by a guy who stole a car in my night fort, I said, okay, why that guy can get that kind of car without more securities? So I said, okay, an iPhone has a face recognition, digital connection, and you can steal an iPhone, for example, right? So I said, okay, I think with that point, the technology can really be helpful for the security in the world. Just numbers. 1,000,002 people die on the road every year. Half are less than 25 years. So it's a drama for the full world. And I do believe with the new approach and new technologies, that's why we're here in VivaTech, we really can have the opportunity to make the road safer.
And it's not just one project that you're working on here. You're working with more than 30 different partners. What do you think the impact will be having able to work on so many different levels of the tech domain, but also the road safety domain?
It concerns anyone, you know. We have 30 partners, and I think tomorrow anyone has to be a partner of that. Anyone. Because tomorrow it can be your kid, right? So, and we start by thanks VivaTech. 1 year ago, I did a challenge and ask startups to think about the security in the world. So we had 140 nearby startups who bring us ideas, and we had a short selection of 40, and we celebrate 3 people. But they all can be celebrated. That's the key, you know. So I think with that thinking, with that view, we really can have the opportunity to change the world and make the road more safety.
We're just going to take a very quick look at some of the tech innovations that you've got on here. We've got a driving simulator which indicates what happens to a driver when they are distracted by their mobile phones, for example, the distance they drive in the absence of their attention because they're looking at their mobile phones, and that gives us an opportunity to see the impact that can have. And Pierre, if we can just move over to this side, watch out, and you can tell us, on this side we've got a VR simulator about the effect of drugs and alcohol on people. Can you tell me a bit more about the message that you're hoping to provide to the people here and to the users of these applications?
For the distractor, for example, they can understand that, you know, try to make a great analysis of what happened in the car, and to find a way to give some instructions for the constructor to move a bit, to move the philosophy of what's inside in board, and that machine is done for that. So, because the distraction, like the phones in board, all the things we have in board today, can have very bad consequences, okay? And then we work with neurology, people who find a way to see the impact of alcohol and drugs in the brain. You know, what happens when you have a drink? What happens for your attention? So all those startups work on that, and to show what will be in your head if you have drug in your blood, you know what I mean? So, and it's really today things we have to show and to make a new approach of communication instead. So this is the first step. This is the first day. I do believe they will increase that. VivaTech gives you the opportunity also to meet people. That's very important. We meet someone and next year we will be in New Delhi to talk about that. So France, here, VivaTech here is finally the light of the future of the safety road.
And one final question, I forgot to mention that you're a Michelin-starred chef. You're internationally renowned. You've got 17 Michelin stars, 9 restaurants around the world, but very much that makes you a public figure. What kind of impact do you feel being a public figure and holding this discourse and showcasing this kind of technology can have? Your role in that?
You know, my job gives me a lot of things, a notoriety. And when Antoine left, I said, okay, that kid was so important for us and my family. And for me, I said, okay, I will put my name on, and I will try to change the world. That's the food and the cuisine bring to me. We can change the world together. It's time for action. It's time for action.
Okay, thank you for a very touching message there from Yannick Aleno, of the president of the Antoine Aleno Association, and clearly the impact that they're hoping to have here on society can be positive, given the tech on show here really can have a direct impact on saving people's lives in France and around the world. Back over to you, Molly, in the studio.
All right, Luke, thank you very much for that. We will be checking in with you, of course, later on in the day. Luke Brown reporting there. Well, it's time now for Inside VivaTech. And we can cross to Alexis Lallemand, who's standing by for us now. Alexis.
Yes, Molly, we are still in the Impact Bridge area right now because this is sponsored by EDF. And so to talk about that, I am with Julien Villeray. Just a quick question with you, because I know you got to go fast afterwards. So just tell me why. So this is the second year, I guess, you are sponsoring
the Impact Bridge,
yes. So this is the second year for you. Well, why is it important for EDF to sponsor this special place over here at VivaTech, and what are you guys doing over here?
It's very important important for us to showcase the fact that electricity means decarbonization. So if you want to decarbonize the world, you have to electrify everything. And that's what we show here. And we have an example just right behind you, that when you innovate and you try to electrify some processes or some businesses, you can decarbonize them. And that's what we want to show here.
Okay, all right. So to speak a little bit more about the innovation I have behind me, so you're not the one who's going to talk about it, right? This is with Axel? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to switch on to Axel. Thank you so much, Julien.
Thank you.
Have a good day. And then the inventor, the creator, or one of them. So, Axel, can you tell me a little bit more? What do I have behind me? This is something that if we go a little bit back in time, 2024, Olympics, I guess this is the keywords that we want to have. Unfortunately, just lit off. But tell me a little bit more, please.
Yeah, actually, for us, creating a carbon-free flame for the Olympics and Paralympics, it's an ambition that goes way back to the London 2012 Games. And for Paris 2024, our team of designers and engineers spent 2 years working on this technology. So it's a combination of water mist, air and LED light to create a dynamic and poetic flame. And for us, it's a compelling statement toward desirable energy transition.
Okay. So I guess, so how much time does it take just before it lights up again? Because I don't know, we just saw it. I don't know if you guys saw it on screen, but
yeah, it just light up.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, beautiful.
We've got it on screen. And so next we had to bring it up to scale to a 7 meters wide flame ring for the Olympic cauldron. We teamed up with 2 French companies, Atelier Blam, which specializes in the design of unique pieces for art and architecture, and Bel Environnement, who are leaders in hydraulics engineering. We made a lot of tests in every weather condition to check every technical aspects of this one-of-a-kind cauldron. Okay. And during the past few months, we made the engineering even better to bring back the cauldron for the next 3 summers.
That's it. We're going to be able to see it in Paris. Yeah.
It's being assembled as we speak, and you can all discover it in the Tuileries Garden from the 21st of June.
Okay, all right. And until when?
Until the 14th of September, and for the next 3 summers. So you've got time to see it.
Okay, all right. I guess you're proud of this creation you did, because we had like millions with an S of people going over there in the Jardin des Tuileries to see that flame. Can you just tell me a little bit more about your passion of that, and maybe what kind of emotion does it bring you to see one of your creation showcased to a lot of people in the world, actually?
Well, it was absolutely amazing, because what we had is really a combination of luck, because there was this art project to make the flying cauldron, which would only be possible without technology, otherwise it's burned and it's dangerous. And so we were already passionate in developing this carbon-free flame, but when we discovered the art intention by Mathieu Lehanner, everything just made perfect sense. And then we all discovered, everyone in the team discovered the project on the opening night of the Olympics, because
it was a surprise for every one of them.
Yeah, we couldn't make a test with everything before that, because we were afraid. Confidentiality was the capital importance. So the first test was on the 26th of July last year, and we were all amazed. But we were also amazed by the reaction of people evening after evening coming to see it up in the sky.
Pictures in the social networks and so on.
Yeah, I think it's been photographed under every angle possible.
Well, okay. Well, thank you so much, Axel. It was a perfect explanation, and thank you for bringing these lights on the 7-meter cauldron that we see every night. So, Jardin des Tuileries, huh? Am I right? Huh? Yeah.
Same
Okay.
place as last year.
Same place as last year, and for the 3 next years.
3 next years. Yes.
Beautiful. All right. Well, thank you so much, Axel. And I guess we are now back to you, Molly.
All right, Alex. Alexei, thank you very much for that. Indeed, the Olympic cauldron, quite a sight it was here in the French capital. All right, well, let's bring things back on set. We're going to discuss generative AI, this when it comes to all of its challenges and opportunities. My next guest has over 30 years of experience in AI, Gen AI, and large-scale digital transformations. He's head of Quantum Black AI by McKinsey in France. It's my pleasure to welcome Stéphane Bout. Hi, Stéphane.
Good afternoon.
So thanks for joining me here. Firstly, I'd like to ask you, we know that, of course, ChatGPT launched back in 2022. Tell me a bit about where we stand some 2.5 years later when it comes to business adoption and financial impact.
There is a paradox here. On one hand, more than 80% of companies have deployed generative AI in at least one business function. But on the other hand, most of them are not observing a concrete impact in their P&L. Why? This is what we call the Gen AI paradox. In fact, if we do a deep dive, we observe that most companies have deployed horizontal use cases, such as enterprise copilots or enterprise-wide chatbots. This is very powerful to improve individual productivity, but this is not reflected into the company P&L. On the other hand, the vertical use cases, the ones that are embedded into business functions, business processes, the ones that have the highest economic potential have not been scaled. Why? Horizontal ones are easier to deploy. They are off-the-shelf solution. Vertical ones requires, in most cases, to be built from scratch. And in addition to that, we were also facing some technical limitation. In particular, the first generation of Gen AI solution were not able to automate more than one individual task. This is changing now with agents.
Indeed, that's what I was going to just ask you next. When it comes to agentic AI, we certainly see it seems it's the next major leap. Break it down for us. Keep it simple still if you can. Just, what are AI agents and really what new opportunities and risks do they pose?
So, very simply, AI agent unlocks the potential of vertical use cases by allowing to automate end-to-end complex business processes. And at stake here, we don't have only productivity gains. Agents can also turbocharge operation or even boost companies' revenues. Typically, for example, in a complex supply chain environment, an agent could serve as a kind of orchestration layer across sourcing, warehousing, distribution, connected to internal system, but also to external sources of information such as weather forecast. Agent can reschedule continuously, for example, transportation, inventory flows, identify disruption in the supply chain, and process them. On the top line side, agent can help also to boost revenue on a website, or even create new revenue streams, such as, for example, in industrial companies, agent embedded into connected product can trigger maintenance actions or unlock features, enabling pay-per-use or subscription-based models.
Also, then that being said, tell us a bit about some of the key levers that companies need in order to scale AI.
One very important element with agentic AI is that if you want to capture the full potential, it's not only a question of simply plugging agent into existing business workflows to automate tasks. You need to reinvent your business processes around agents, exploiting the agent-specific strength, such as real-time adaptability, task parallel execution, elasticity, or resilience under uncertainty. Some forward-looking companies have started to leverage this opportunity.
Well, can I ask you then, from your perspective, what you're seeing in terms of which sectors are really seeing the most transformative results from Gen AI today?
In fact, today we see that most sectors are starting to deploy generative AI, but as explained, very few have really generated impact at scale. Yeah. Now with agentic, we see an acceleration. I have in mind, for example, the case of a bank we have supported, Quantum Black, to create a digital factory composed of more than 100 agents. The challenge here was to modernize a complex legacy application composed of more than 400 pieces of software, several millions of lines of code. And here we have built a digital factory with more than 100 agents grouped into squads, supervised by human beings. And thanks to that, it has been possible to reduce the modernization effort by more than 50% and the duration of the transformation by 30%. So as you can see, this is no longer science fiction. Agentic AI is now being deployed.
Well, then finally, I'd like to ask you talked about some of the ways to help implement it faster. What are you seeing as the biggest challenges, this when it comes to balancing innovation and responsibility, this when it comes to really deploying AI systems at scale?
In fact, if you want to scale, you need to combine 4 elements. Of course, you have some technology enablers. In particular, to support the deployment at scale of agents, you need to set up a platform allowing to orchestrate a high number of custom-built and off-the-shelf agents. But of course, this is not the only challenge. You need also to deploy new governance mechanisms in order to control the autonomy of agents and ensure that they are acting in a responsible way. And you need also to prevent from agent sprawl across your organization. And finally, last but not least, you need to acculturate your workforce, in order to ensure a trustful cohabitation between agents and human beings. This is probably the most challenging aspect.
Indeed, and that's certainly something that's been coming up throughout the day. Well, Stéphane, thank you very much for that. Again, you are the head of Quantum Black AI by McKinsey here in France. Stéphane Bout, I appreciate you joining me here.
Thank you very much.
Well, we do know indeed that leadership in the AI era poses a number of new challenges, as we just heard some of them explained there by Stéphane. This for tech leaders, CEOs, and digital decision makers. But one thing indeed does remain clear, and it's that the human touch is more necessary than ever. Take a look at this report.
3 challenges facing tech leaders which are likely to reshape the next decade of business: digital sovereignty, scaling AI, and redefining tech efficiency. The question of who owns which data has become even more critical in a time of decentralized AI, cloud infrastructure, and blockchain. True digital sovereignty now means the ability to act with autonomy across borders, systems, and standards. Control over data depends on using interdependent systems and navigating regulation at a local as well as global level, all while staying agile and compliant. AI adoption has surged, but most initiatives face growth challenges. Companies like Palo Alto and Volvo have faced this by integrating AI into their core operations in a bid to move beyond experimentation. Organizational readiness remains the most important factor for success rather than the technology itself. Strategy, governance, and company-wide alignment remain critical. With the advent of quantum computing, readiness also means forcing leaders to rethink digital resilience. Efficiency is key in a cost-conscious and KPI-driven environment. Companies like Evolva and Cisco have understood this, setting the pace with technology that boosts productivity as well as supporting long-term sustainability in line with CSR targets. This year's VivaTech Tech Leaders program brings these challenges into focus through closed-door sessions, real-world case studies, and VIP discussions designed for immediate impact. This conference aims to be vital strategic planning sessions for the leaders shaping tomorrow's ever-changing business landscape. VivaTech also empowers marketing decision-makers with its dedicated CMO Summit.
All right, well, you're watching VivaTech News live from Paris at the heart of VivaTech 2025. This is the 9th edition of Viva Technology. We're going to take a quick break, but stay with us. And be sure, of course, to follow us across all our socials. We'll be right back after this break.
Bonjour, de margarita, une pepperoni.
Merci. Mais est-ce que vous pourriez revenir nous livrer demain, en fait? Parce que on a fait des passes, finalement.
Bah non.
Et comment ça, non?
Bah, vous pouvez pas changer votre livraison au dernier moment. Il n'y a pas écrit La Poste ici.
Avec l'application La Poste, modifiez votre livraison la veille jusqu'à minuit.
Bon, bah les enfants, ça sera pâtes et pizza.
Japan boasts numerous companies with global potential in sectors of deep tech, such as bioresearch, clean tech, and robotics. Jetro endorses these outstanding businesses and supports their collaborations with international partners. Talk to Jetro first.
Welcome back to Tech Newsroom. I'm Molly Hall, coming to you live from the 9th edition of Viva Technology, Europe's biggest startup and tech event. Well, it's been quite an opening day, and let me tell you, it's certainly not over here. This is because we got right in front of me. You can't see it yet, but I'm looking, in fact, at really a thriving ecosystem that's bringing together tech startups, investors, and corporate partners. There you go. They're all out there. They are connecting right here in the French capital. That's because VivaTech is indeed the place to be. All right, well, we're going to kick things off this half hour with VivaTech on set. And it's my pleasure to welcome Katrina Meehan, Director of Public Affairs at Omio. Now, this indeed is a travel tech unicorn that's reshaping how we move across Europe and beyond. So tell us a bit more about Omio then, Katrina.
Indeed, thank you, and thanks for having me. So as you say, Omio is a tech platform. It's a European unicorn aiming to make travel more seamless for people, no matter which mode they're going. So you can take, rail, air, bus, even ferry. And what we want to do is to link that all up and make sure that people have a more seamless experience when comparing and booking travel.
Tell us a bit then about what you're presenting, what you're showcasing here at VivaTech this year.
Yeah, so super happy to be here. I was just on a panel with the European Commission, for example. So what we're really trying to show is what innovation can do in the travel tech space to make things easier for consumers, boost innovation, boost growth, and also along with that comes some policy changes, which is sort of my specialty area, and we're really encouraged to see that the European Union is working on creating a more level playing field in the travel space.
Well, yeah, I'd like to ask you then a bit about this. You mentioned then the whole goal is to really create a seamless digital travel experience across Europe. What are you seeing as some of the biggest barriers to that?
Indeed, and I'm sure yourself as well included, all consumers, when we're trying to book travel across Europe, we often face some hurdles. So we don't always know which tickets are available, where we can book them, how to book them. So what we want to do is make sure that there's enough sort of data sharing, enough commercial agreements between companies in order that you know where you can go to book those tickets. Unfortunately, there's still quite a fragmented landscape in Europe. And so what we really need to see is a bit more of a unified approach, and making sure that independent distributors like Omio have a safe space to compete, which then in turn helps drive down prices for consumers, improves the offer, and also just boosts innovation.
Can you tell us a bit really about how Omio it kind of excels in this area and really what it brings to the consumer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Omio sells about 80,000 tickets daily, right? And that's across all modes. We're present in 45 countries, 32 languages. In Europe, also outside Europe, really bringing together sort of global travel. And what we try and do is really break down these barriers and make sure that you can get from A to B without problem, right? So if you want to go from Copenhagen to Porto and you don't know how to book that or which modes to take, we want to be able to make that journey easy for you to find and book.
Can I ask you a bit about kind of how we can see how things can really become a true engine for scale-ups and digital platforms? How are we seeing public affairs able to move beyond compliance, let's say, when it comes to that?
Yeah, totally. And it might not seem like an issue that public affairs would be able to help with, but actually what we're seeing is in several markets, especially in rail, there's often a dominant operator, which is a historical operator, sort of in a position where they set the terms for independent independent distributors to work with them. And what we see is that the European Union now is taking an interest in this. There are two pieces of legislation, which I'm not going to bore you too much with. They're called MDMS and SDBTR. And the idea is that a European, or anyone in Europe, trying to travel within Europe, should be able to move from one side to the other seamlessly, much like we have with roaming, right? So when you go to one country or another, you can use your phone. It's easy, you don't have to worry about the costs. That's what they want to do, is to make sure that you have the availability of the tickets that you want to buy, that distributors can sell those tickets as well at a fair price, right? So we need fair remuneration for the cost of selling those tickets. There's these principles called FRAND, which is I'm also not going to bore you with, but it's fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. And so those are the principles that the EU is working on in these initiatives to really link up the whole system and create this seamless experience that we're also trying to build.
Well, I'd like to ask you, Katrina, before I let you go, is really what do you see that the future of European travel looks like in about 5 years from now, or down the line, if you will?
That's a great question, because if you ask me about technology, I have no idea what's happening in 5 years. Travel, because we know that the political landscape, the mandate's set for the next 5 years, we have a slight idea that it's going to be more seamless, it's going to be more linked up. Passengers are going to have more rights in whether it's multimodal or across rail as well. So those are the things that we want to make sure we also contribute to.
Wonderful. Well, Katrina Meehan, thank you very much for joining me here, Director of Public Affairs at Omio.
Thank you so much.
Well, the coverage continues here at VivaTech 2025. We're going to cross now to our reporter, Will Hildebrandt, who's standing by for us. Will, tell me, where are you and what do you got going on?
Hi, Molly. Well, picking up off that last discussion about how international some things are, I want to tell you about where I am. I'm at a crossroads here. It's sort of the epicenter of VivaTech. Behind my camera woman is Swiss Tech, China, and Normandy. Back behind me, we have Nigeria, Senegal, we have Canada, we have Africa Tech. It's an international event. We talk about 165,000 visitors, 13,000 startups, thousands of investors. This is what we mean when we say business meets innovation. But it's not just other countries, it's smaller time as well. French regions, the Paris region, the Occitanie region. We also have Normandy represented, and we're talking about all different kinds of things, from digital passports to robotics to AI. And you just walk through VivaTech and you can feel the energy behind me, to the left, to the right. There's business being done at every level. We have venture capitalists here looking to invest. We have startups. We have people looking to develop their businesses. So much of this is about informal networking. What happens on the sidelines of these major discussions that we've been talking about? Who's coming to speak? So this really brings together all levels of the tech industry. And what's fascinating is to meet the people from around the world, to hear the languages being spoken. And this is one of those moments where you remember when you first went to VivaTech and why you want to go back again the following year.
Excellent. Will Hildebrandt, yes, certainly indeed. As you mentioned there, it really is just such a global, international event. And we're going to really be exploring it much, much more over the next 3 days, actually I should say 4 days, because indeed we've got Saturday as well, which VivaTech is open to the general public on that day. Well, okay, let's bring things back on set, and it's my pleasure to welcome, of course, the man about town, our tech trends editor, Rudy Rutenberg. Hey, Rudy.
Hi, Molly.
So, okay, this is the first time we're seeing each other, but I know you have been here throughout the day. You're keeping an eye really on just seeing what is going on. So I'd like to know, beyond the technology, tell us, what are you getting so far in terms of your takeaways on practical applications of, I have to say, AI so far?
Right. I mean, the first day of VivaTech is always a good one to sort of get an idea of what's going on, and of course, it's AI. We didn't really doubt that. There's still a bit of the, bit of the technology around AI, some of the big ideas of what we can do with AI, but we're also seeing some, which I think is more, in a way, more interesting. I mean, obviously the technology and the the theoretical stuff is very interesting, but what can we actually do? And one of the examples that I saw was a discussion about how there are AI in medical uses. For example, how in places that might normally not be serviced by doctors, you can have, and this was Philips describing this, just have a very simple scanner, and you would do a pregnant woman, 3 scans over her belly with that handheld scanner one way, 3 scans the other way, then you have an AI basically looking at the result and determining if there's anything out of the ordinary, and that way that in a place that might not necessarily have access to advanced healthcare, you can still have that sort of thing. There was one thing that was, obviously all the technology companies have these big ideas, but they need to be implemented by the industrial companies if we, for example, want to have some of the resource efficiencies that we're talking about that are going to be helpful for the planet. And one of the board members of Siemens was speaking here about how Europe, as an old industrial continent, has this treasure trove of industrial data. And so far, the AI models have often been trained on information that's accessible on the internet. So basically everything that's out there on the World Wide Web, but there's tons of data within factories, within companies, and if you can get access to that, you can create models that are much more relevant to manufacturing, for example, on a shop floor, on a factory floor.
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, the opportunities really are endless just in seeing how far it can go. But with any change, and certainly, of course, with AI, and there is just major concerns that so many of these changes will lead to people losing their jobs. So, I mean, have you been hearing much commentary on that, or what are you picking up on?
Obviously a concern, as with any new technology that arrives, but as was pointed out by several people, including the chairman of PwC, the internet was another concern, and it actually turned into tons of job creation. And AI is another one where people are concerned. It's certainly going to change work. I think everyone agrees with that. Some roles are not going to change, but certainly, in content creation, for example, I think we're going to see changes. And what we are also seeing is, of course, AI and vibe coding, these large language models allowing people to code more easily. And the chairman of Manpower certainly said that in the past 18 months, there's actually been a reduction in the need for programmers. Yeah. So there's a change there. On the other side of the coin, Siemens says that AI is helping them have people do a better job. And if AI can replace mundane tasks such as writing an email or filing your expense reports, then the time that you have left might be used more fruitfully.
Hopefully, as long as we're not spending that time scrolling.
Right. I mean, one of the things that it was the CEO of Cohere, which mostly services enterprise and uses AI in enterprises, says that right now, if you're not building and applying, but you're still in the concept phase, you're already behind. So you need to be out there and you need to be applying AI. Another point that was made on one of the panels is about, how... sorry, I lost my point there.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, fine. You're going to bring that one back on the next time when you have that on one of the panels. Well, excellent. Well, Rudy, thank you indeed for watching. I know, of course, you're going to be following and scanning, really just seeing what else we're coming across, because after all, this is opening day, so we've got a lot in store for us. Rudy,
absolutely.
Thanks for that. All right, well, it's time now for Inside VivaTech. across to our reporter, Allison Sargent. Allison, good to see you. Tell us, what do you got?
Molly, I'm here at one of the many health tech companies here at VivaTech. I'm with Jennifer Gauthier. She's the co-founder and CEO of SkinMed. It's a company that's very, very important if you're like me and you need regular skin checks at the dermatologist. Jennifer, can you tell us about what you do and give us a demonstration?
Yes, of course. Let's show you right now.
Okay, so Jennifer's going to take a photo of a close-up with a microscope you see there of one of my moles. It looks like we have a shadow. There we are. We're turning on the light. Up a delicate reserves. There you see the close-up with the arm hair and everything, all the little details. And so there we have our photo, scanning a mole. And then what are you doing next, Jennifer?
I'm just sending this to the system, and now we will ask the AI.
Okay. So you probably get the idea. We're going to ask AI, is this mole on my wrist dangerous or not?
This is your arm, your mole.
Okay.
So we're gonna analyze. This is a small one, so I adjust the size. And now analyze.
All right, this is the moment of truth. We're waiting for the analysis.
2 seconds.
Okay, so
I'm sure it's okay.
And Jennifer, and now, so what's the result?
The result is this is a navy. The AI is very confident about his advice, and the malignancy is very low. So don't worry about this one.
Okay.
But you have to check the whole body.
Yeah, so it's good news for this one, and it's a sliding scale of it can be of certainty. It tells you how sure it is that the mole is, might be dangerous, definitely dangerous, or not dangerous at all?
For you, this is not dangerous, but we are going to send this to dermatologists to be sure, and for you to have a real report from a human, because human is implanted too.
Okay, so it gives you a first idea, and then it's sent to a professional dermatologist that gives a report several days later?
Yes, 3 days maximum.
And we mentioned how important it is to check your skin regularly. And Jennifer, there's a story behind this company. It's not a happy one. Can you tell us why you started it?
We started with my husband because his cousins got melanoma, third stage. She was 29 years old, and now it's difficult for her. So at this moment, we knew we have to do something with dermatology and skin cancers.
And you think that having this kind of technology, something simple where you don't have to make an appointment necessarily at a dermatologist, could have saved her?
Yes, of course. The goal is the early diagnostic. We can save life if the detection. Yes, it's already in 500 pharmacies in France. So the people can go to the pharmacy, ask for a detection, and they will have an answer within several days.
And this already exists in pharmacies. Do you have a sense of people that it's helped and how accurate the technology is?
Yes, for the last 15 months, we detected about 471 cancer and 912 pre-cancer. So I think we can say we saved life.
And it's available here in France. Are there any other countries where it's available, or you're hoping that it will be soon?
I think it's available almost everywhere in Europe for the beginning, and we hope that at the end of this year we will go elsewhere.
And is that one of your goals at VivaTech? What are you hoping to get out of the next few days?
We are hoping maybe some investors. We have a lot of projects, more than just the pharmacy. We want to go all around the world, and we want to have our own clinics too.
Jennifer Gauthier, thank you so much. Very important stuff. Again, that's Jennifer Gauthier, the co-founder and CEO of SkinMed, one of the many examples of health tech here at VivaTech that's really changing the world and even saving lives.
Thank you very much for that. Allison Sargent reporting for us there from the exhibit floor. Well, you're watching Tech Newsroom, this on opening day of Viva Technology. And it has really we're seeing a constant flow of exhibitors and attendees, this as well as top speakers, everyone connecting and exchanging, inspiring each other, really one another, this on all the latest tech innovations. Well, now, VivaTech is spotlighting Canada this year as the country of the year. So we're going to hear from Evan Solomon. This is Canada's first ever Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation. Now, he talks about his major fears, actually, it can be said, and hopes for AI during his mandate. Let's take a listen.
Europe and Canada, if France and Canada do not work closely together, the fear is that there are other states that will leapfrog ahead of us on a competitive advantage. So one, we need to work together. That's my biggest fear, is that everyone tries to do something alone. Two, obviously unconstrained development without any ethics and values. We can't create value without values, and we share values here. And sharing values makes investment stable. My biggest hope is that there's a sense of collective responsibility, that, again, that we preserve our values. Remember, there's another generation coming. The technology is galloping. This is the first time in history, the internet made information abundant for the first time, and that changed everything. AI is making intelligence abundant. That will change our value system. And that will mean that the most important value as human beings we have is judgment. And we need to preserve our judgment to use these awesome tools in a productive way.
That there, Evan Solomon, Canada's first ever Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation. Now this, of course, we're going to be touching upon Canada's thriving tech ecosystem later on in the day. This and the VivaTech debate, we're going to really shine a spotlight and see about what is making Canada stand out, this when it comes to the latest innovation. And as we heard Evan Solomon speaking there, I mean, he was just one of over 400 world-renowned speakers that are speaking throughout the 4 days over our 4 stages across. We've got stage 1, blue stage, purple stage, and we're really hearing from visionary tech leaders as well as policymakers and groundbreaking founders. And these sessions, they're really aiming to dive deep into really today's most challenging and pressing topics. Well, now indeed, technology is advancing at lightning speed, and it is raising big questions about whether regulation can keep up. Now, luckily, global efforts are already underway to build strong AI frameworks. This making sure that innovation moves forward responsibly, not recklessly. Take a look at this report.
How to serve humanity's best interests in a world where technology is advancing at such a blistering pace. It's one of the most pressing issues of our age, and political decision makers and regulators face extraordinary challenges in their response to it. So far, efforts have focused on attempts to balance tech progress with governance and regional innovation. The European Union's Digital Services Act represents a landmark moment in this approach. It establishes accountability for online platforms while attempting to preserve freedom of expression and innovation. Global innovation has also started to be reshaped by new regional champions. India's UPI payment system has revolutionized financial inclusion in the country and processed over 16 billion transactions in December 2024 alone. This government-backed platform has triggered the creation of hundreds of startups and has inspired other countries to follow suit. Kenya's M-Pesa mobile phone money service now connects over 70 million users across 140 countries, driving economic growth through digital financial services. In Latin America, financial inclusion has taken form in Nubank, a digital banking platform now worth almost $63 billion. This technology has brought banking services to millions previously excluded from financial services. Meanwhile, governance frameworks are being set up to address unique challenges posed by advancing artificial intelligence. The OECD's AI principles have been adopted by 46 countries, while the global partnership on AI brings together 29 nations collaborating on governance standards. Across the world, governance is playing a key role in shaping how technology develops. The challenge now is to turn effective strategies into action at scale.
That was Josh Fardy reporting there. Well, you are watching VivaTech News. This says we've got really the pulse of innovation that has kicked off here in the French capital. We've got over 3,500 exhibitors and over 13,000 startups, this from around the world. And we're seeing cutting-edge hardware, software, and solutions that can transform your business and disrupt the latest technology and industry. Now, whether we're seeing people all across the exhibit floor, they are scouting, they're looking for new tech, seeking inspiration, and they're also perhaps just looking for their next strategic partner. Well, VivaTech is the place where everyone comes to connect, because this is the place to B2B. Well, you're watching Tech Newsroom. I'm Molly Hall. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back, so stay tuned.
The future of healthcare will be shaped by innovation.
We see a very big potential future growth of this company, and we're trying to help them to make this potential come true.
Our ambition for Contura's hydrogels is to be the leading treatment in osteoarthritis over the next 5 years, and we rely on BNP Paribas to help us along this journey.
He said, we support startup growth with commercialization program and entrepreneurship education for young and aspiring founders. We support global entrepreneurship, helping startups go abroad. And we provide the essential infrastructure to bring ideas to life. Where imagination meets reality, this is KeySaid.
Can we do something about this?
Sure thing. Let's combine the real and the digital worlds to make big changes for everyone.
That's better.
If you're sitting here, you're curious. Good news, Explore Media was made for you. Join a community of 10 million subscribers. We help brands create relevant and viral content. We call it edutainment. Contact us to learn more.
watching VivaTech News. We're coming to you live from Paris. This from the heart of VivaTech 2025, Europe's biggest technology and startup event. I'm Molly Hall, and you're watching Tech Newsroom. Thanks for joining us here. This says we're bringing you live interviews and highlights from across the exhibit floor. And indeed, we can actually kick things off this hour by crossing to our reporter, Simon Harding, who's been following French President Emmanuel Macron, who is going to be touring VivaTech this on opening day today. Simon, what do you got for us?
Hi, Molly. Well, absolutely. President Macron is due to arrive in the next half hour or so. He'll be touring around VivaTech 2025. As so often is the case with these things, his presence here was only confirmed a few days ago. You remember when he was able to exchange with Elon Musk and one of the VivaTech events a couple of years ago. This time, once again, one of the main themes on the agenda is going to be artificial intelligence and how AI is changing the world. What the Élysée Palace are describing as an exceptional meeting alongside the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, but also of the CEO of Mistral AI, Arthur Mensch. It's going to be a very interesting conversation between all three businessmen as to how AI can be used on a various amount of subjects, how also France in particular and the French tech ecosystem can attract more investors. We know that France and Germany, for example, are two of the most rapidly expanding tech markets at the moment. However, the United Kingdom is one of the markets that still attracts the most VC investors around the world, with a lot of money coming in there. So President Macron wanting to address that as well. One of the other big themes, not only of VivaTech 2025, but also of President Macron's address and visit here, is going to be the climate, how we can use technology to address the climate change problems that the world is facing. We remember when President Macron said, let's make our planet great again. I think that's something that still holds very true at the moment. That's very close to his heart as well. And of course, the last thing is that competitive economy and with all the stakes that are in play. You know, how can France be at the real forefront of the economical landscape here? How can we repair sometimes what has been a fragmented landscape in terms of technology in Europe, promote collaboration between different European entities? That's true politically, socially, and it's also true in the tech world as well. So there's plenty to look forward to, plenty certainly to listen into as to what President Macron is going to say, and we'll be trying to keep tabs with him all throughout his visit here at VivaTech 2025.
All right, Simon, great. Yeah, indeed, keeping tabs, it's not an easy task when the president visits here because, as we've mentioned, it really is quite a large crowd that gathers here. But Simon, I know you'll be covering it for us, so we will cross back to you later on in the day once he arrives. All right, well, it's time now for VivaTech on set. And it's my pleasure to welcome Kenel Denzel, co-founder of Vibes. And this is a dating app designed by and for the queer community. Denzel, thank you so much. Kenel, thank you so much for joining me here. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Oh, if I might add, Vibes is not really a dating app. It's more of a social app for the queer community.
Okay, well then, indeed, let's actually explain to me a bit more specifically about Vibes. What is it?
Yes, so it's a social app to foster authentic connections. So for once, we're not telling our users what they should be looking for directly on our app. So it's designed as a social network, kind of a mix between Instagram and Twitter, so you can exchange with everyone around you. But what's very specific is that you can organize get-togethers to go from virtual to real life and meet around a coffee, around an exhibit, or even to practice sports.
All right, so it really is then this notion of kind of fostering a connection, right? And the idea of inclusivity?
Exactly. It's inclusive and it allows you to go back to building authentic relationship with people around you. And it goes perfectly into the trend of swipe fatigue and dating fatigue that we can observe currently on the market.
Yes. Okay, well then what really made you want to help co-found Vibes?
Well, in my personal experience as an LGBTQ person myself, it's very difficult to find a sense of belonging and of community. I left home very young, at 17, to go into business school. And I discovered this entire ecosystem, the queer ecosystem, because we have specific association, we have specific bars. it's really difficult to find these places, even online. And so with my co-founder, we realized that it was a common need, not just for us, but for 10% of the global population, and that it was not addressed. We had the ability to find some Facebook groups or to have dating apps, but just being friends or looking for networking, looking for answers, we did not have that. And so we created it.
Excellent. So can you tell us a bit about where are you operational? How have things been going since the startup?
Yes. Well, it's pretty amazing. We launched about 2 years ago, and we already have 170,000 members that have joined us, all across France, Switzerland, Belgium, and currently we're kicking off our European extension from VivaTech to the world.
Excellent. Okay, so then, tell us, what indeed are you showcasing here at VivaTech?
Well, we're showcasing this amazing milestone of reaching 150,000 users, and also it's during Pride Month, so it's quite symbolic for us to be here representing the queer community and also announcing this global expansion.
Wonderful. So essentially, things have been going since the 2 years since you founded, and you are just looking to expand, and that's what you're bringing here at VivaTech, this notion of even more growth.
Exactly.
Wonderful. All right. Well, Kenel, thank you very much for joining me. Kenel Denzel, co-founder of Vibes, which really is, as you said, a social site and a way to bring community and kind of just a new way of thinking how we meet and relate in this digital age, I can imagine, right?
Exactly. There is also this sense of using the digital in order to recreate those connections that we've lost in real life, and to use it as a tool and not a tool of isolation, which we see a lot, because with the apps and all of the social networks, there is a will to keep us using our phones and to disconnect from other people. And that's what we're trying to break as a cycle with Vibes. We're trying to break that social isolation, and currently it's working. We have hundreds of testimonials from our community members saying, well, thanks to Vibes, I've met some new people, and I'm going out of my apartment for the first time in a long time.
Wonderful. Kenel, thank you very much for joining us here. And again, you're the co-founder of Vibes. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, now we're going to switch gears, and it's time for Inside VivaTech. All right, and I believe we can cross to our reporter, Karine Debac, who's standing by for us. Karine, what do you have?
Yeah, hi, Molly. I'm standing with Mathias Lellier, a Deputy Managing Director of Live Nation. And what is going to be the future of live entertainment?
Oh, wow. Thanks. So actually, at Live Nation, we're the number one, the leader in live entertainment. So we've always worked very closely with all technological innovations since COVID. Actually, you can name countless innovation from live streaming, then AR, VR, NFTs, blockchain, now AI. And too often, we're experts in live emotions. We connect fans with artists, with performers. That can be music artists like Beyoncé or Billie Eilish that plays tonight actually in Paris with us. But it can also be an esports competition, which is actually the live version of gaming or fashion shows. All of these are live events, physical emotions where fans connect together during this priceless moment. And too often we've opposed technological innovation with what we do. And actually, it's the other way around. We all work together to enhance the experience. It can be from creative solutions to ticketing to you name it. So we're really happy to be here and actually showcase what we do, explore, have all those very interesting meetings, talks, panels. So yeah, that's what the future for live entertainment is supposed to be.
So tomorrow you will be showcasing something, and so without spoiling too much, what will be happening tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, so for the first time ever, I think we're the only company representing entertainment here at VivaTech, so we're super happy to be actually the entertainment partner of VivaTech this year. And for that, we are going to co-organize with VivaTech a great big event at the Dôme de Paris, so where you have most of the big speakers. And tomorrow is going to be a special show from a band we represent, French band called The Blaze, and we've prepared an immersive show. So it's going to be a 360 surround sound system only for this special show, and of course with all the videos and crazy media as you can imagine on the huge screen that we've seen with at Le Dôme. So expect something really crazy tomorrow.
It's the first year you're an official partner of VivaTech. What motivated your team to do this partnership?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, since we're the leader in live entertainment, we need to be aware of everything that's happening and also how to actually use and include in our business all the technological innovation. So, of course, and also face all the challenges we have, sustainability, diversity, all of this, and AI plays a really big role into this. I was talking about, of course, the fan experience, actually helping artists. I just had this very interesting meetings with a new company. We have a startup challenge here. So we had 100 plus people actually coming to talk about their initiatives. And I just met with a company who develops AI manager that's replaced, but for developing artists that can't actually afford to pay a manager, that can start using an AI manager. So all this, it's really interesting and how it's shaping the future of our business of the entertainment industry.
And did you have time to stroll around a little bit and discover some things? Here it is just the beginning. What excites you most for now at VivaTech?
So since because of the live entertainment, as I was saying, it goes from fashion shows. So we're very interested to see how LVMH is stepping in this world. We work with Ubisoft for esports. So I think that the panel tomorrow. So we're connecting our business with so many entities here and companies. That's really interesting how we interact our own. Each respective ecosystem can interact together through technology. So to be honest, it's our first day here, and it's been packed and crazy with all those panels and meetings. But I'll make sure to go around and see, Canada. We have Canada facing us, so very exciting.
Are you as excited by VivaTech as when you attend a festival or a concert?
Yeah, I think the entertainment is the new frontier of corporate events. I know more and more corporate events take inspiration from the entertainment industry and what we do in festivals. And to be honest, we see the same kind of vibe here. Really happy to kind of see the same look and feel as music festivals.
Thank you so much, and keeping my fingers crossed for tomorrow. Back to you, Molly. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll certainly be looking forward to tomorrow, Karen. Thank you very much for that. We'll come back to you later on in the day. Well, now it's time for VivaTech on set. My pleasure to welcome Julie Ranty, CEO and co-founder of Pollen. Now, indeed, a bold player in professional learning and the collaborative economy. Julie, thank you very much for joining me here.
Thanks a lot, Molly. I'm very pleased to be here.
Well, so I'd like to ask you, firstly, tell us a bit about really what led you to co-found Pollen.
Well, our ambition with Pollen is to give access to the best level of professional training. And how do we do that? Is by changing the trainers. To us, the best trainers are the operators on the field, not professional trainers, but people who are currently operating in marketing, in data and AI, in leadership position, who are the best at their jobs and who will be able to share a concrete solution, concrete insights, so that all the trainings are very hands-on and actionable for all the learners. And so we design for companies such as L'Oréal, Doctolib, etc., custom training programs on the most forward-looking skills.
Excellent. Well, I understand that you've just wrapped a study then on AI maturity and training. Tell us a bit about what the results are, what came out of it.
Yeah, we designed a study with our friend in the edtech scene, which is called EdFlex. We interviewed more than 200 learning and development managers and talents, and two results were key. The first one is that there's a big training frenzy. 87% of the L&D manager make AI training their number one priority for the year to come, because only 10% of them feel the organization is mature. 57 of the talent are already using AI, but there's a big gap between the widespread adoption and the feeling of the maturity of the company on that technology, because we're still at the beginning. It's a very fast-moving technology, so we need to upskill people throughout the way and every time. It's really a lifelong learning challenge.
Well, you touched a bit upon it. Can you tell us, and really, how is this indicating how companies are indeed preparing for the future, or really how they should effectively design AI training programs?
Yeah, they are designing programs on two dimensions. The first one is on core technical skills regarding AI, so it's like prompting, building agents, which are like the fundamentals. But as they do that, with a very job-related approach, because you don't need to have a theory on prompting. You need to know, when you work in sales, how to easily rely your CRM with the follow-up email and make some workflows that will enable you to gain maybe 20% of productivity. And that's concretely in your use case how it works. But as you train people on the very technical use case on prompting and building agents, at the same time you need to invest a lot on soft skills. And actually 78% of the participants say that one of the big focus for them was soft skill, critical thinking, project management, empathy, adaptive thinking, resilience, because as we are all evolving in a very fast-moving world, those are the competencies that would make the differentiator. Because soon, I hope that everyone will be able to prompt and to build agent. It will be kind of commoditized. So what will differentiate each talent is going to be their most human skills. So, and talents, they have realized that. So they want to invest in that for them.
Well, there's certainly then a lot of really good insights that are on that study. And our viewers, just in case you can indeed take a look at this study on Pollen's website. Now, Julie, the last time you were here with us at VivaTech News, it was back in 2023, and you had just launched Pollen. Tell us, how have things been going in the time since then?
Well, it was 2 years ago, but it seems like a century when you're at an early stage company. In 2 years, we achieved some very great steps. We've trained 7,000 people coming from great and very demanding organization and really matching their satisfaction. L'Oréal, Doctolib, BNPP, Orange, Deezer, on 3 specific topics: AI, leadership, and marketing and sales, with, as I mentioned earlier, top trainers, top operators from the field. There's the CTO of Malt, who spent earlier 15 years in the Silicon Valley. There's the head of product of OpenAI, which is at the heart of the R&D on machine learning. There's the VP Data of BlaBlaCar, or the former CMO of LinkedIn Global. Those are the kind of trainers that we have at Pollen, and I'm very glad that they decided to share their knowledge, share their expertise with our community of learners.
All right, wonderful. Well, before I let you go, now some of our viewers may recognize you indeed, because you were, of course, the standout managing director at VivaTech for the first 6 years. This has helped to get things off the ground and helping to turn it into what it is today. Tell us, as you're looking around and seeing everything on the exhibit floor, how does it feel to be back?
Well, it feels great. I mean, it still feels like home. I arrived this morning and I was really happy. I'm also happy to see that the event has continued to grow. Even more international, even more innovation, with this very big focus on AI. So no, that's really exciting to be on the other side of the fence with a booth and some keynotes today.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Well, Julie, thank you very much for joining me here. Julie Ranty, CEO and co-founder of Pollen. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Molly.
All right, everyone. Well, we're going to go ahead and head back out to the exhibit floor. This for Inside VivaTech. We can cross to Alexis Lamont, who's standing by for us with our next guest. Alexis.
Yeah, Molly, we are now in a way more quiet place as compared as before. We are in the media lounge and we are going to talk a little bit more about investments with my guest today. You are Thomas Schneider. Is that the correct pronunciation? Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're going to talk about VCs and investment today. First of all, I wanted to know, because you are a partner at Isomer Capital, I wanted to ask you the question basically of what is the main purpose today of your presence at VivaTech?
So, yeah, sorry. So, thanks, Alexis. So, first of all, Isomer Capital has been known in the market because we have institutionalized early-stage investment in Europe. Europe is a very fragmented geography, and it was difficult to find a way to invest early-stage in tech companies. And we have invested to date in 93 VC funds, and we have over 2,500 companies in our portfolio. So, by looking at those companies, there is a large portion of our portfolio who is invested in French startup, and VivaTech is a perfect environment to test a bit what's happening, how the French ecosystem is growing, how it's buoyant, and also catch up with some of the portfolio companies. So VivaTech, I come every year now since the last 4 years, maybe started a bit before, but for the last 4 years I was there. I can see the evolution, and it's a fantastic environment to have a very effective trip. So we are based in London, but we invest all across Europe, and France has been definitely on the radar of many investors due to the dynamism of the startups in this geography, and therefore I'm coming here. It's very effective. I meet the entire ecosystem in one place.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your main goals at VivaTech this year? You're going to be here just for one day, or you're going to be spending the 3 next days over here? What's your schedule, basically?
I'm spending 2 days. It's overwhelming given the number of companies that are there. So as I say, we invest. We try to be a very good investor in Europe, and with the sheer number of companies that are in our portfolio, we always come to try. How can we help our portfolio of companies? How can we discover new technology? Because we also have investors from all across the world that invest with us and that rely on us to identify who might be the winner of tomorrow. So we have investors from Japan, investors from Taiwan, investors from US, and every time they look at Europe and even France, they don't understand it. They say it's 44 countries, it's pretty fragmented. They say, where do I go? I go to London, I go to Paris, I go to Bucharest, I go to Stockholm. Where do I start? In the US, it's a bit easier. You have one place, Silicon Valley, New York, and in Europe, you have to travel and be a very hands-on investor to find out. So what we did is that we found who were the best investors in every geography, and they would then be the backers of the founders of that geography, and then as they grow in our portfolio, we might co-invest and lean more capital toward the winners. So my purpose today is exactly that. It's seeing the trends, seeing how France has been amazing. Since BPI France started this program in 2012, they have now 21 billion under management. They've backed 660 funds. And today, it was interesting, there was maybe a bit controversial, but Parisian, in terms of money invested in a Parisian ecosystem, has overtaken London. It was some data from Deal Room. It was I think 2-3 weeks ago it came out. Pretty impressive. So I don't know if on the margin it's still true, but it shows how an ecosystem that invests on money, and so in that case BPI France, but also all the VCs that have emerged from that program over the last 14 years, have managed to bring back Paris to the same level of London, which was historically the largest ecosystem. So chapeau bas to the French. And also, if you look on the AI side, it's pretty interesting as well. We always talk about the US, and yes, the US is the biggest producer of relevant AI company, relevant LLM, and so forth. The second is China, we all know, let's not forget that they are big countries with a lot of people, a lot of money, and etc. But if you look at the third country in the world, is France. They have produced three relevant LLM, three relevant AI companies. Obviously, we can mention Mistral, we can mention Ash. But that shows that all this investment that seems at the time, a bit difficult to make, and how do you ignite an ecosystem, it works because France is massively investing into that. So very positive about that. And just the last point, obviously we don't. If you look at the investment of the US over the last 10 years in AI, we're talking about 470 billion. This is a report that was published by Stanford. It's called the 2025 AI Index. It's a massive report, 500 pages, but pretty accurate. So the US have invested over the last 10 years 470 billion. China, I think we are around 120 billion, and Europe as a whole, we are 30 billion. So we need to invest a bit more. But if you look at the number of PhD in ICT, so information technology and communication, so PhD in relevant in tech, so engineer people, real people. The US, again against the report, has had in 2022 2,750 PhD in ICT. Fantastic. If you look at Europe, we're talking about 3,862. So that's fantastic. So we might not have put enough money. Now we have to do something to make sure that they don't leave. That's another subject. They should stay in Europe. That's a political topic. I'm not going to enter into that. But that shows that we have the brain power to create amazing people, and we have amazing people that are coming from Europe. We have to find a way to keep them here. And same for AI adoption. AI adoption in Europe is exactly the same as US. So we're not the museum continent, or France is not a museum. On the contrary, I'd say we are fast adopting this new tool, and that's fantastic because it's creating. Okay, we might lose on the LLM side, so because we can't do or we don't do, or maybe in the future we will do, but the $1 billion, the $10 billion, or if you take the political American way, the $100 billion is going to be huge. In Europe, it's a bit less. It's a bit. We have to be aligned with our history. But having said that, we can build a lot of apps or on the second layer. So we might not have the infrastructure layer, but don't forget that there's a lot of open source LLM that are available, and we have built amazing company. In my portfolio, I have a French company, Poolside, amazing company, which is now $1 billion company. I have 11 Labs. I have Synthesia. These are all companies that have leveraged the existing tool to build a big company that will, we were talking earlier on, the language company. 11 Labs is now the 3.8 billion. It's an amazing company doing massive revenue, born in, from Polish founder, now in the UK, but in Europe. So we have the mean, because adoption is very fast, to build the next champion in France, and it's already happening.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Thomas, for all these details on the investment that we're gonna do in Europe. Thanks to you, partly. Good luck for the 2 upcoming days over here to target many companies and startups. I'm pretty sure we'll join your portfolio and be able to construct and build the future of employment over here in France and in Europe. All right. Thank you so much, Thomas. We're back to you, Molly.
Excellent. Thank you, Alexi, for that fascinating insight there. This and all that Europe has to offer when it comes to its competitiveness, which indeed, as your guest Thomas Schneider just said, there's certainly quite a bit. Well, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Tech Newsroom. Stay with us. Our coverage continues.
If you're neurodivergent, the internet can feel overwhelming. So we created the TD Accessibility Adapter, a free tool for all.
It's nice to know that TD cares about something like this because it makes me feel like they care about me.
Our focus is helping you focus. TD, ready for you.
Activate your leadership with VivaTech's Exec program. Discover cutting-edge startups. Attend inspiring talks. Network in exclusive lounges. CMOs, tech leaders, join the program and turn disruptive technologies.
Hello and welcome back to Tech Newsroom. I'm Molly Hall. We're live inside Viva Technology 2025 on opening day. And indeed, we're expecting over 165,000 people really to be walking through these doors over the next 4 days. This as we're going to see over 13,000 startups, 3,500 exhibitors, and over 3,000 investors, everyone all coming together this year to connect, to inspire, to be inspired, and really to do business. That's because VivaTech is the place to be to be. And it's time now to kick things off with VivaTech on set. And it's my pleasure to welcome Andres Soit, the Minister of Energy and the Environment, this of the Republic of Estonia. Thank you very much for joining me here.
Thank you for having me.
So I'd like to ask you firstly, tell us a bit about how Estonia is really fostering cross-border innovation and what role international events such as VivaTech play in all of this.
Yeah, like you mentioned in your intro, I mean, you are expecting 165k visitors. That's more than 10% of Estonia's population. So international events are a place to be. We are tech nation by definition. We started with Skype back in early days, and of course now it has been developing much further. There are a number of well-known Estonian companies in the tech field. We can start from Bolt, also Wise, Skeleton Technologies is working here in France. So that's the way how we operate, and we of course come here to network, to connect, and as you said rightly, to do more business.
Indeed. All right, well then let's talk a little bit about this, about the opportunities that you see for Estonia, this in terms of deeper digital cooperation between France and Estonia, this in areas such as AI, such as cybersecurity, e-governance. Tell us a bit about what you see.
I start from cyber. We had a very good meeting in Orange about cybersecurity and post-quantum and cryptography. So these are precisely the things we are also working on Estonia to really make sure that whatever digital services are offered, they are safe. And cybersecurity is really instrumental for that. Of course, AI is a word or the word everybody speaks about. Back in the day when we jumped on the internet wave with a tiger leap, making every school in Estonia connected to the internet in late 1990s. Now we have another program which is called AI Leap, and that's basically teaching every student at the high school and teachers of a high school how to use AI as an application and a tool in your studying, in your daily lives. So, and there is a lot of work what is done in AI using as an application, say in quality control, combining computer vision and AI. So it has really become, I think, a normal business and household tool.
I'd like to ask you a bit about how you think that Estonia's experienced this in building a digital society, as you kind of mentioned just in the earlier adaptation when it comes to the internet, but of course, given the current landscape, how can this be shared or adapted really by other countries looking to modernize as well?
I think we benefited of having three things: mindset, ambition, courage. And this is what we are happy to share. I mean, I think our story and journey is fascinating. Every country is different, so you can't copy, but certainly you can learn and you can adapt whatever is better fitting to your circumstances. But it all starts from a very simple principle that you need to have a mindset to improve things, making the world a better place. And maybe it's also a fact that because we are small, 1.4 million population, so you don't design any product or service for a market of 1.4. So what it means is that you always look at the world as your marketplace. And that gives you an ambition to really come up with something what is scalable. And lastly, it only happens if you have a courage to test, to fail, to succeed eventually.
Indeed, of course, that whole process of testing and failing, which is so much a part of eventual success. Well, you mentioned the world and really opening out for it being successful. Tell us a bit about what kind of international talent and really just investment that Estonia is looking this from their presence here at VivaTech this year.
We started in Estonia pretty much on a software side in a startup ecosystem and in a tech field. We have now been increasingly moving to deep tech, also to physical assets, and we have a good number of companies here who are working in, for example, in sustainable packaging. There are partnerships of Estonian companies with LVMH. Then we have also a good number of companies who are in the field of energy, on smart solutions, on EV charging combined with a PV or a solar power. A number of companies which are also working on energy efficient solutions. Also, one very interesting company who has developed a technology what actually helps a blind person to really orient much better and to feel, and to help a deaf person to listen music and feel the noise. So everybody is welcome to visit our booth here in VivaTech and to learn these companies. And of course, we are here really to share and to make business ties. And as you asked, so what we can we be copied? Well, maybe not copied, but we are very happy to share our journey with the rest of the world.
Wonderful. All right. Well, Andres Soit, Minister of Energy and the Environment of the Republic of Estonia, I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right, well, certainly over the next 4 days, we're going to have hundreds of top speakers that are really sharing their insights. This when it comes to really just what is the latest in the tech ecosystem. And we've seen that in the past 25 years, Alibaba has become the leading e-commerce platform in China and one of the largest in the world. Well, its chairman and co-founder, Joe Tsai, spoke earlier today at a top session. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
The Alibaba core business is all about data. We capture data, we cleanse data, we store data, we manage data, we analyze data. So very early on, the core development, technology development is on how to manage the massive amounts of data. I'm talking about tens of thousands of petabytes of data in our ecosystem. Every day, there's new users coming in. There's hundreds of millions of transactions every day coming in. So very early on, Alibaba has developed a distributed computing architecture we call Max Compute, which today is the core basis of our cloud computing business. What does Max Compute do? It's a data warehouse and data analytics platform. And that's what we were good at. And fast forward to around 2020, so this is before ChatGPT came out, our scientists have already started to develop using massive amounts of data because they saw the advantage of training a model using the transformer architecture, but with massive amounts of data that we have access to. And if you think about a model, it's just an expression, it's an abstraction of computing power and massive amounts of data. And that's how we got into the LLM sort of development. But of course, thanks to OpenAI, they have woken up the entire world about the power of this transformer architecture and the future of generative AI. And every large company jumped into it. So from 2022 to around a year ago, there's so many companies in China and also around the world that say that they develop their own large language model, the foundational model that's going to rule the world. But over time, there's a little bit of consolidation, and today I'm very proud to say that our development team have developed one of the more competitive LLMs in the Chinese market.
All right, well, that was Alibaba's chairman and co-founder Joe Tsai speaking to Maurice Levy, this on opening day of VivaTech 2025. All right, well, now we're going to bring things back here on set, and it's my pleasure to welcome my next guest, Daria Siegel, the Senior Vice President for Innovation Industries at the New York City Economic Development Cooperation. Hi, Daria, thanks for joining me here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, well, so let's see. Of course, this is the organization that really is leading the charge to make New York, my hometown, your hometown, I have to say, two New Yorkers on set, one of the world's just top innovation hubs.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to ask you, really, what are we seeing as some of the most promising tech-driven initiatives?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're so proud that New York City today is the #2 global tech ecosystem. Okay. 10 years ago, nobody would have believed that, right? You thought of finance, you thought of retail, you thought of so many different things. But now tech is one of the largest and fastest growing employers in New York City because all of those sectors need to innovate. And so they all need to adopt technology. But at EDC, we're very focused on AI and making sure New York City is the applied hub for global AI because all these sectors need to adopt AI to stay ahead. And so startups are coming to New York City because they want to commercialize, they want to sell, this is where the customers are. And so we're working to support that, particularly focused on sectors that might get left behind by the AI craze that's happening right now. So small, medium-sized businesses, the brick and mortar, the hospitality, we need to make sure that they all have those opportunities and are working with startups on new use cases to grow AI and make sure New York continues to grow and thrive.
Well, can I ask you just a bit, though, about what will make New York unique in its approach to all of this?
Absolutely. It's its diversity. At its core is like who we are. It's made of the people that make up New York City. And people want to be in New York City. More and more STEM talent is moving from San Francisco to New York City because they want to be there. And it's such a dynamic, exciting place to be. And it's not just a one industry town, right? So you're working in tech, but you're doing it and you're going to the museums, you're participating in the arts and culture. And so that's so unique about New York City. And so like as a woman in the technology sector, like we're more diverse than any other tech ecosystem around the world. And so it's a place that's really welcoming. And we're also focused on bridging that gap and creating more access for underrepresented founders and access to capital where we know they have the hardest time building those relationships with venture capitalists.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to just talk a bit more about that, indeed, just about overall inclusion. And how are you going about advocating really just for more diverse leadership?
Absolutely. So we're working both on the founder sides. We have a program called the Founder Fellowship. Over 250 underrepresented founders have gone through this accelerator. And we're also working with the VCs. So we have a coalition of 100 venture capitalists who want to work together with us to drive more capital to these founders. That's really the biggest challenge globally is who has access to these networks to raise capital. And so we need to work closely with the venture capital ecosystem because underrepresented founders are driving new ideas to new audiences that VCs don't know what those opportunities are. So they need to find these communities of people who are servicing new markets and creating opportunities in New York.
Well, we're here in the French capital, so I'd like to ask you just a bit about how we can see international, French, perhaps startups really work with NYC EDC to land successfully in New York.
Yeah, so we want to make it easy to do business in New York. So we offer services to roll out the red carpet for companies looking to expand and open their first U.S. office here in New York City. So we'll help with site selection, we help with the incentives that are available, we help connect you with the talent that you need. And we're actually launching something called international landing pads where companies, growth stage companies will be selected to come to New York and get support like business development to help them get their first customers here on the ground in the city and grow. So that'll be something that'll be announced shortly, and we're really excited to see more more French companies participating and growing into New York City.
Wonderful. All right, well, excellent. Daria, I do appreciate you joining me here. Daria Siegel, New York City Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, the news continues here on VivaTech. We're going to cross now for Inside VivaTech. And it's my pleasure, as always, to hand things over to Luke Brown. Yes, indeed, Luke, it is a pleasure. So tell us, what do you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Very much here at the Brazil stand, we are looking at the future of health tech, where they're using innovation to really have a major impact on the possibilities of medical science. And the objective here with Tissue Labs is to be able to create living tissue using a bioprinter. So we're joined by Camila Muniz from Brazil, from Tissue Labs. Can you tell us a bit more about what exactly it is, the product that you've produced here? It's a bioprinter, correct? What can you print with that?
So basically here on Tissue Labs, we developed this tissue engineering platform that we have also the biomaterials as the bioprinters. The 3D bioprinter is the same of a 3D printer that prints with plastic, but instead you can actually print with cells. So hydrogels, extracellular matrix and cells. And then you put here, for example, like a syringe with these hydrogels, the bio ink, and it will print right here a living tissue.
And how is that unique? What else, how does that differentiate you from a normal printer? I mean, is this the first of its kind?
Oh, it's not the first, but we have some patents, we have some tools that we just have in Tissue Labs. For example, we have this feature where we can actually mix two materials while you are printer. It's called mix chooser. It's a very, the bioprinter itself, it's very cost efficiency when you compare with other competitors and have a really precise accuracy. So it is a bioprinter. You're printing in living cells, someday an organ, so it's actually pretty innovative. It's the future.
Well, you mentioned there you're printing living cells. What is the motivation? It's not just any product, is it? There is really real-world use case scenarios for this that really does add value, correct?
Yes, sure. For example, today we are focusing a little bit on the drug development. 90% of drugs fail after the preclinical stage. That means after testing in animals, it's most likely that the drug failed and it passed and attained to the market. So basically, if you can print a skin or a muscular tissue or any tissue with human cells, that will be a way more reliable data when you're comparing with animal testing.
And beyond the pharmaceutical implications, what's the next stage for Tissue Labs, for this product?
So the next stage is we are going to develop a cardiac in vitro model, so then we can perform drug screening. The pharmaceutical industry will be able to perform drug screening and to know more about cardiotoxicity. That is one of the main reasons that the drugs that passes through the preclinical stage fail today.
And looking further down the line, I mean, currently it's relatively simple human tissue that you're hoping to be able to produce, but further down the line, and what's the time frame for printing off an entire organ? Is that the objective in the end?
Yeah, the objective in the end, our main goal is to be able to someday print transplantable organs on demand. That is the thing we are most focusing.
And how long a time frame is that? I mean, is that feasible?
I mean, I will say at least 10 years for now, but that's, it's a small amount of time when you compare on the impact.
And one final question. You're here with the Brazil stand, as I mentioned, here at VivaTech. What are you hoping to get from the VivaTech experience in 2025?
Oh, mainly networking. We are inviting anyone to come here and see our technology. So students, investors, clients, we have now an open seed round for this next stage of the development of the cardiac model. But we are open for everybody. We want to share this incredible technology that we built.
Camila Muniz of Tissue Labs, you mentioned that it is incredible technology, and it's the kind of innovation and incredible technology that you get pretty much everywhere here at VivaTech 2025, but really it does have an impact with that innovation on human society and medical progress. So handing back over to you, Molly, in the studio.
Luke, thank you very much for that. Luke Brown reporting there from the exhibit floor. Well, it's time now for VivaTech On Set. All right, well, let's talk marketing data and analytics. This as we explore how brands can win in the battle for attention, this in an AI-driven world. And for that, to discuss this further, I'm joined by Cécile Lejeune, the CEO of Kantar. Thank you very much for joining me, Cécile.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to ask you, firstly, tell us more about Kantar.
So at Kantar, we are managing consumer data, and we use that consumer data to help the brands to create more business with it, obviously. It's our main purpose, and we can do any kind of consumer data on the brand, on their communication, on their experience, on everything.
Well, then that being said, tell us a bit about what you're hoping to showcase and present and really get done here at VivaTech.
No, in fact, VivaTech has asked me to talk about the attention, which is obviously a main subject right now. And most of it, our AI will change, or let's say transform the war of the attention. And it's a key subject because what I said, it's true, is when you think about AI and attention, everybody think, yes, of course, AI will help attention because thanks to AI, you can target better, you can clearly even personalize all your communication, so you have the feeling that, yeah, AI will be really helpful with attention. But...
yeah, exactly. We can hear there's a but, definitely.
Yeah, there is a but because what happened now is we all see the entrance of the AI agent. You know the AI agent, like Operator from OpenAI, they will choose for you and buy for you. So if I take just an example, tomorrow with Operator, if you want to use Operator, you can ask Operator to order your taxi right now from VivaTech to the Champs-Élysées. Which brand and company Operator will choose? If you don't ask for any, he will choose for you. How he or it, I don't know even, how it will choose. That's the main question. So tomorrow, in terms of attention for the brands, they're going to have the human consumers and they're going to have the machine, the AI agent. So they're going to have to target, understand that each agent is different, will probably look at different kind of data, and different kind of, some will focus on price, others will focus on, I don't know, on the recommendation from other users. So that will change lots of things.
Yeah, indeed, it's certainly fascinating. It seems as if it's just going to be exponential in terms of really where the attention needs to be placed. So then tell us, I mean, you're mentioning a bit about how AI, how is it then helping brands stand out? Or how can you help brands stand out? Or is it making things just look too similar?
No, that's a main question also. It's true that, you know, everyone is starting to use AI to produce content.
Yes.
And there is clearly a fear of sameness, because if you use the same AI tool with the same kind of prompt, at the end you're going to have the same kind of advertising.
Yes.
And that is starting, and we can see it on, you know, let's say the simplest advertising, like the car dealers advertising. Yes. If you use the same AI tool and the same kind of prompt, you're going to have exactly the same kind, you know, car dealer outdoor.
Yes, the same image on the lone road. Yes.
The only difference will be the logo and the brand.
Yes.
And here it's clearly something that we have to be careful of.
What? Continue. Sorry to interrupt.
What we have seen also, because we've done a study about that, is we need to be careful because we already have 41% of the consumers who really bothers by AI-generated ads already.
Meaning they're already annoyed by them, is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, they're annoyed by the AI-generated ads, and it started.
Already.
It's only started, so we need to be careful.
Well, then that being said, what would you say gives Kantar really kind of an edge in terms of answering this? You know, like clearly using AI to have an edge, but using it intelligently.
First of all, we said, you know, the right combination is create with human and produce with AI, but always even the production, you should have a human touch in it, because the key element is the the emotion connection. And if you want to keep the emotion connection, you have to put human. Only human understand the emotion right now. It can change tomorrow, but right now it is the case. So the way we help as Kantar is we are using AI to help to test the campaign. So you can test your campaign using AI in 10 minutes for less than 1,000 euros. So you start to have some answers, and we are more and more using AI everywhere and data synthetic and everything, but we use it with human feelings, human attention, human emotion.
All right, well, excellent. We are going to have to leave it there, but I do appreciate you sharing your expertise, Cecile, in this area, which indeed is going to continue to be a main focus, right?
Yes, clearly it's only a start, and we all know that, so we're going to learn all together.
Wonderful. All right, well, Cecile Lejeune, CEO of Kantar, thank you for joining me here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, well, you're watching Tech Newsroom here at VivaTech 2025, and indeed we've got Palo Alto Networks. This is a global cybersecurity leader that is shaping the cloud-centric future with technology that is transforming the way people and organizations operate. Well, earlier we heard the chairman and CEO, Nikesh Arora, introduce his vision of the future of cybersecurity with AI into it. Take a look.
On one hand, if we train something, how to find the cure for cancer, the same model can be used to create a bioweapon. So our job becomes, how do we make sure that AI is not used to build the bioweapon, instead is used to cure cancer? Or the same AI which we are using today, we call it the brain. You know, I haven't seen a driverless car in Paris. Is there a driverless car in Paris?
Yeah.
There is. Okay, so I call that giving AI agency, giving AI arms and legs. When you start letting a brain decide how to drive, when to stop, when to turn, you've just given AI arms and legs. And in the next 5 years, you will see a lot of things will be given arms and legs around us, which will be managed by AI. Then again, as a bad actor, the question is, can I take over that model and make it do things? Imagine you sit in your driverless car and it doesn't stop, it just keeps driving away with you. It's a lot easier.
That was the Palo Alto Networks chairman and CEO, Nikesh Arora, speaking earlier today. This on one of the top sessions right here at VivaTech 2025, this opening day. All right, well, you're watching Tech Newsroom. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back live from Paris. Do stay tuned.
At Electra, we try to encourage people switching to electric cars by helping them charge very easily and in 15 to 20 minutes.
We recently advised Electra on a new fundraising with 304 million euros.
It's a major milestone for Electra for the future years.
Not getting the results you expect? Don't use AI trained on any old data when you can use AI trained on your data. The AI built for business, IBM.
Hello and welcome back to Tech Newsroom, this on opening day of Viva Technology. I'm Molly Hall. Thanks for joining us. It is certainly a pleasure to be here with you. This, as we're covering all of the action at Europe's largest startup and tech event. Well, coming up this half hour, we're going to shine a spotlight on Canada. This has its VivaTech's Country of the Year, showcasing its thriving tech ecosystem. We'll get down into all of that later on in our debate, but first it's time for Inside VivaTech. All right, in this latest Inside VivaTech, we're going to cross to Allison Sargent, who is standing by live for us. Allison, take it away.
Well, Molly, I have another health startup from all of you guys. This one is from South Korea. I'm here with Song-ho Yi. He's the CEO and founder of Manned Robotics. They make affordable prosthetics. Song-ho, you're going to give us a little demonstration with your robot.
Yeah, sure, I do that. So we now have a humanoid robot here. So I'll provide the robot, and then I can show you a quick demonstration of the head and then arm.
Okay.
So first of all, this one is just following the movement of this my ear set. So what does it mean is we can see what robot sees. So we have now we have a cardboard VR goggle. Then what I can do is something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so you're controlling the robot with your own head, and then what about the hand?
So we have the sensors here. So that this is the shoulder movement sensor, and this is the elbow and the hand. So I can do this movement. Just some twist. Yeah. So, can I grab your mic?
Yeah, so as we can see with the baguettes, he's able to hold things, and so he's going to grab our microphone.
Yeah. Maybe I can do this.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Ooh! There you go. So he's holding it. He's got the microphone. There it is. So he's strong and solid grip. Can he give it back so we can continue the interview? Thank you so much. Yeah. Amazing. So can you explain how your technology works?
Yeah, actually we have our own self-contained robot finger. It is used for the hand actually, and we have an elbow and shoulder for the case of the amputation. So above elbow amputees, they need like a 2 degree of freedom elbow joint so that they can use it for their life in case of amputation above elbow. And it's the same way we have a shoulder joint as well, and that can be used for the robotics as well. So, but we are mostly focusing on the prosthetic device. Maybe I can explain over here.
Yeah, so he's going to show us a little more. Basically, they can do entire arms, but also just hands, or also even a single finger. Song-ho, why don't you show us that one?
Yeah, you can see here. So, can you see here? Yeah. So, the one finger has the motor inside, and then the most important thing is that making this affordable in many ways, so that for example, the motor in brushless DC motor is customizable in just open request. So what's the difference thing is we have the self-contained robotic finger as a price of $500, and the legacy one in the market is $10,000. So 20 times less expensive if you compare with the legacy one in the market.
And that's what makes your prosthetics different from other prosthetics on the market. It's the price point.
Yeah. Something like that. And also we have the muscle sensor we developed by ourselves, so that this arm now I'm having a armband for 4-channel of EMG, so that it captures my muscle body movement, and then actually it is being used to control the hand is here. So if I do this again, release, and this is grasping. There's a little bit of AI on the development, and then we have the inference engine here on device, so that it understands my movement of this grasping, releasing, rotation, and then making fist. So with this kind of a classification, we can make the movement intuitively right away. Yeah.
And how are you able to keep your prosthetics so cheap?
So actually, we develop everything by ourselves. I can show you with this example. Can I do this? Yeah. So So usually the hand itself was very expensive, but now we develop everything so that it's now cheaper, like $3,000. And then if we consider like sensors, moisture sensors here, the legacy in the market is more than 500 euros per sensor. Well, we developed by ourselves, and then we now have multiple versions of this. It is just like a $30 or $40 only. And then also even the kind of a small wrist unit is 650 pounds from the UK. We made it by ourselves, and this is like a 30, 40 US dollar only.
So much cheaper, and
everything is like 1/10 of price.
And where are these prosthetics currently available, and where do you hope to expand to?
Initially, we are started in South Korea, and then now we are expanding to Middle East and European Union. So in European Union and United States, this is considered as a medical device. So we are now doing the documentation and then preparing test report. So as soon as it is ready, then we will be in the market.
And what's your goal at VivaTech then? Is it to look for European partners?
So yeah, we are looking for the regional partner, because the hand itself we can produce by ourselves, but the socket side should be manufactured or customized by each people. Then we require local regional partners. So that's the reason why we are here, to have a better collaboration and closer collaboration. Yeah.
And even with the collaboration with European partners, would the price point stay quite low, or would it go up a bit?
Yeah, we can provide a better way to make the custom socket as well, so that we 3D print the parts, we 3D print the kind of cases, so that we have more than 1,000 cases of coverage, so that we have, a lot of knowledge there, so we can train the local people how to reduce the cost for the customization as well.
And what do users say about using your products? Do you have feedback?
There are many feedbacks. There are many homeworks actually. Most of them asking about having more features on it, but we have a limitation, because this is a battery pack. If we put more features on there, then we require bigger battery packs. So, for example, we are now doing one by one. Some of them wants to have another feature, so that we provide that detachable wrist unit and put another hand. So this is kind of what we are facing towards. Yeah.
So constant evolution, adapting to your public. Wonderful service. Song-Ho Yi, thank you so much for sharing your prosthetics with us. Again, thank you so much. That's Song-Ho Yi. He is the CEO and founder of Manned Robotics, making prosthetics affordable. Molly, that's just another one of the very many health technology startups here at VivaTech, trying to help people improve their daily lives.
Excellent. All right, Allison, thank you very much for that update there from the exhibit floor. Fascinating stuff. Well, it's time now. We're going to bring things back here, and we're going to dive into Canada's thriving tech ecosystem. This in the VivaTech debate. All right, well, now it's VivaTech's Country of the Year, and for very good reason. Well, Canada has become a global leader in AI. This thanks to a unique combination of on-point regulation, government investment, and a wide range of innovative companies and developers. Take a look.
AI powerhouse,
and then we will
home to 10% of the world's top-tier AI researchers and high concentration of tech talent, and also VivaTech's Country of the Year. Canadian venture capital investment hit $7.8 billion in 2024, up 10% from the previous year. This surge has produced 31 unicorns, or startups each valued at over $1 billion. In 2023, Canada ranked 5th in global AI research, development and economy, and 3rd in the G7 nations. The Pan-Canadian AI strategy has invested $125 million into retaining and attracting top AI researchers. The Vector Institute, Mila and Ami have formed a research triangle driving innovation across the country. Canada's world-class research institutes have been bolstered by strong government investment. The country's business-led AI global innovation cluster Scale AI acts as a central tech hub, offering funding, guidance, and a collaborative, like-minded community for small and medium-sized businesses. Canada's tech boom is producing global standards in areas like AI, cybersecurity, and digital finance. There are more than 1.4 million Canadian tech workers, with the digital economy contributing around 7.5% of the country's national GDP. The victories of Canada's tech ecosystem have proven that commercial success does not mean jettisoning ethical considerations, and has shown the world a model for technology that serves humanity's highest aspirations.
Well, now joining me more to discuss this roundtable discussion about Canadian innovation, I'm joined by a panel of fabulous guests. I'd like to start with introducing Olivier Blais, co-founder and VP of AI at Montreal-based firm Move AI. Hi, Olivier.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for joining me here. I'd also like to introduce Marc Vaucher, Senior Director of Investments, this at Scale AI. Thanks for joining us, Marc.
Many thanks for having me as well.
And finally, Philip Valentine, Director of Commercial Success and Partnerships at Quebec Tech. Hello.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, great. Well, all of you, thank you very much for joining. And I'd like to firstly just ask, generally speaking, the report that we just heard touched upon it. Olivier, I'll open with you. Tell us, really, at this stage, what makes Canada such fertile ground for AI innovation?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I'll start with something the Minister of AI, Evan Solomon, said this morning. It takes value to generate value with AI, and I think we have all the right values in place. We take care of startups, with the Quebec Tech, for instance. We also take care of business. Scale AI is a great example. We also have amazing talent internally, and we have the scientific advancement. So we started with a head start. Also, we were the first one to implement responsible AI measures with the Montreal, what's the name? Forget, the Treaty of Montreal. Anyway, I just have a blank, but we were the first one to talk about these vital responsible AI principles, and we built everything on top of that. So everything is responsible, everything is future-proof, and that's how we want to advance.
Well, excellent. I'd like to bring you in, Marc, on this. Now, of course, you're with Scale AI, which, as we know, is really a driving force behind AI adoption in Canada. This thanks to its public investment model. So touch upon this idea, really, of how we're seeing Scale AI support startups and help to accelerate AI integration across industries.
Yes. So Scale AI is the Canadian's AI innovation hub, and we help build a first-grade AI ecosystem, bringing together. So we are a business-led consortium, bringing together AI developers, investors, researchers, scientists, governments, and to date we've supported 130 AI projects totaling $700 million of projects, contributing to the structuring and competitiveness of the Canadian economy. And in those projects, we bring together AI solution providers, service providers such as Move AI here, and many others that are in the Canadian pavilion, and adopters. So we help them grow and thrive through those projects, and we have adopters asking us, how could I solve this use case? And we help them find the right partner to do that. So that's how we help the ecosystem shine, and we help them shine in Canada, but also with the All-In event upcoming in September 24-25, but also by bringing 600 Canadians here at VivaTech.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's really quite a large delegation. I believe the largest, I understand, to VivaTech ever, correct?
Yeah, largest ever. And it was a great achievement to bring 600 delegates here in VivaTech, and we are very happy to help the ecosystem shine with companies like Move AI, Vuban, Erudi, Ivado Labs, Zetan, and many others that are at the Canadian pavilion right now.
Well, wonderful. Well, Philip, I'd like to bring you in now, and we've got Quebec Tech, which plays really a central role in connecting innovators, companies, investors, right, all across the province. So how important is access to funding for scaling innovation in Quebec?
Sure. Access to funding is very important. It's crucial for a company to basically develop and make sure that they can bring to market their innovations. What's unique about Quebec, beyond obviously the VC scene and the more traditional financial partners that exist in the market, what we like to promote in Quebec as an ecosystem is the fact that we have a lot of institutional funds. Basically, these are funds which have a public service mandate, meaning they want to make sure that we develop local companies that grow, and these are patient funds, so they're not necessarily ready to exit very fast within the process of financing. So this is a key stakeholder for the financing part of the funding scene in Montreal and in Quebec. What's also very important to note in terms of funding is the role of the government through agencies such as the pension fund in Quebec, which is called CDPQ, as well as Invest Quebec. They play a major role in structuring some deals for companies. Combined with the fact that there are a lot of incentives focused on innovation and research and development, all these stakeholders and these options for companies make sure that there are options available to all types of business models within the industry and the ecosystem.
Well, Olivier, I'd like to bring you back in now in the notion that Move AI, of course, it was recently acquired by Publicis. So, I mean, really does show kind of, I could say, a major milestone that reflects essentially, we could say, the global interest in Canadian startups. So tell us a bit about how Move AI positioned itself to really attract the attention. You know, what is it that allowed this to really come to fruition?
Yeah, this is great, and we obviously are very happy about this transaction, especially the link between VivaTech and Publicis. I mean, it's a great timing. It's happened a few weeks ago, and so what happened is essentially marketing is transforming, business is transforming. Publicis realized every interaction counts between a brand and its consumers, its clients, and this is why they needed to implement AI solution. They needed to promote AI into these interactions to make them more optimal, to make sure that all the brands were able to benefit from AI. So they had in mind to grow and get a new agency, a new practice brand, and they were looking there. They already thought about Montreal because of the talent, because of the funds, because of the innovative mindset that we do have, and that's why they started to look in Montreal where there were any different type of business in this area, and Move AI was one of the contenders, definitely. Also, something that's a little bit different from what we see in France is that in Montreal, in Canada, we have a lot of AI consulting businesses. Here, it's going to be usually the bigger Capgemini of this world, these bigger the consulting companies, and they do $1 million project. At Move AI, what we do is we create momentum with smaller increments of value, smaller projects, and this is something it was really driving Publicis, because that's how it works. That's how you democratize AI.
Indeed, exactly. Getting kind of more bang for your buck, but in smaller impactful moments.
Yes, exactly. You create a momentum because it's really important. It's hard to get adoption in AI. A lot of people, they will spend millions of dollars, they will get no adoption, so AI would be essentially useless. So you need to create this adoption. I think we have a good recipe, and this is what we sold to Publicis, and since then it's great. We have great discussion and a good network to build upon.
Oh, wonderful. Well, congratulations for that big change for Move AI. Mark, I'd like to ask you, we talked then a bit about funding with Philip. In your view, tell us how we're really seeing public funding complement private investment in advancing the innovation strategy.
With pleasure. The prosperity of an economy is everyone's responsibility, both private and public sectors. And because of the Canadian government firmly believes in AI as an economic engine, it chose early on to invest as a nationwide AI strategy. In fact, Canada was the first country ever to adopt such a policy back in 2017. You touched to that earlier, Olivier. And since then, we have been significant public investment to support that vision. And Scale AI is a perfect example of the government's commitment to helping Canadians companies adopt and commercialize AI by reducing the risks associated to such investments.
Philip, I want to ask you, bringing you in on this one, just in terms of what we're seeing about what sets Quebec's tech ecosystem apart, really. All right, so we're singing its praises. What are you going to say it's about that region, what we're saying that sets it about from the overall broader Canadian and global landscape?
So it's quite easy to say that we have amazing companies such as Move AI and the others that were mentioned by Scale AI. We all do, right?
Yes.
I think what makes Quebec a truly unique destination for companies or entrepreneurs interested into setting up their startups, their companies, especially in fields such as AI, there are two key aspects, in my opinion, that are worth mentioning. The first one is the collaborative spirit, which is quite unique. In Montreal, in Quebec overall, it's pretty much a place where people really are looking forward to collaborating. People will
it's
get...
kind of like on what we're seeing. Sorry, I was looking, but I don't know if our view... Can I
sure,
show?
Absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, so this is just, if you can see what we have down here, both in French, Ensemble Propulsons l'IA au Canada, or indeed, Let's Power Canadian AI Together. So there we have that notion, right?
So there's truly this feeling in Canada where we all want to collaborate on the same topics and the same issues.
Yes.
And I think I've been supporting a lot of foreign companies setting up in Montreal over time in my past career, and this is always something that comes up, how collaborative the environment is in Montreal, in Quebec in general. The same for Canada, but I have to say this is a specificity to Quebec.
All right.
This is the French-speaking part of the country. I want to mention as well the focus on research and innovation. There's a lot of incentives in Canada, especially in Quebec, which are dedicated to supporting companies developing new innovations, both from the universities and the private sector as well. And I think Montreal is a powerhouse when it comes to research, to innovation. There's a lot which is done already, a lot to support companies to commercialize and bring to market their solutions. That's where Quebec Tech comes into play, and other partners as well with whom we work. Loads of incubators and accelerators as well are in Montreal to support the entrepreneurs. I would say that there's these two factors combined, the collaborative spirit as well as the incentives and the strength of the research and development ecosystem are key for startups to basically develop great technologies out of Montreal, of Quebec, of Canada.
And if you let me chime in also, if I was a French person, I would like to would be interested into touching what's the AI ecosystem in Quebec, in Canada. What I would do is go to All In next September 24-25, because it's the biggest AI event in Canada. We are bringing together AI adopters, AI providers, AI solution and service providers, and we are expecting 6,000 people. 20 countries, so it's a great way to touch what is AI adopted by business and impacting productivity and efficiency all across the Canadian economy.
Excellent. All right. Well, now we've got a little change of pace for you all here. I've got a series of questions, and if you could just respond relatively short and sweet. It could be one word, it could be a phrase, but it's just kind of your thoughts on generally what comes up. So firstly, Olivier, just tell us, what's the most underestimated advantage of the Canadian tech ecosystem, you would say? Underestimated. Really what's like under the radar right now?
I don't want to steal from you, but I think it's a collaboration.
Yeah.
Collaboration is key. Nobody can create an AI solution in their backyard without talking to stakeholders. Being able to talk to business and end users and other type of stakeholders is critical to create something that's useful. I think this is our strength.
And Olivier, I completely agree. And what we see compared to France is you have much more companies in France that have their own AI team. In Canada, they are much more relying on solution providers, service providers such as Move AI and others to get that knowledge, that experience, that skill set to adopt AI within the companies.
Philip, do you have a chime in?
Sure. I think something that's underestimated in Canada is the strength of the Canadian market as a market, right?
Yes,
we always see
itself,
Canada
right?
as a gateway to the United States.
Indeed.
Maybe not so much these days.
Right.
Let's not do politics here.
Put a pin.
But Canada is actually a market of 45 million people, right? It's not that small, and there's a key link with Europe. We have a trade agreement with Europe. There are a lot of connections with European partners. So there's a lot of opportunities for companies which want to do cross-border trade between our countries. So I think it's a great fact which is heavily underestimated.
Yeah, indeed, just the market itself in of itself. All right, well now then, in one word, what's the key to scaling a startup? One word. Of course, we know there's multiple things in a recipe. If you guys had to create a recipe, each of you gets to put in one ingredient.
Well, sorry, one sentence.
Oh, okay, all right, fine, if you have to.
I heard once, if you are not ashamed the first time you show your product, you waited too long.
Oh, yes, indeed. All right, so the notion of get it out there.
Yeah.
It's not perfect right in the beginning, but it's okay, right? Because that's how you grow. Okay, excellent. Olivier?
Yeah, I like this one, but I'll take another one. Focus. There's so much happening right now. It's really important to focus and deliver something out the door, because you can be easily distracted by what's happening out there.
It's a key fact which people very often overlook is to adapt to other cultures and to make sure that your solution and your team is actually aware of cultural differences, because that's a key aspect of having success when you want to go abroad, when you go international.
Excellent. All right, well then, what would we, excuse me, getting my words mumbled. What would we say is the biggest myth about AI in business today?
It's all about Gen AI.
Great. All right. Yeah, let me tell you, I've already said that word plenty of times today, let me tell you, and I know that's our audience has certainly been hearing it, because of course it is everywhere. Okay, interesting. That's a good take on that. Anyone else?
The agents cannot do anything and everything. It needs to be, we need to work on it. It's not perfect. Yes. But a lot of people, they say, agentic, these agents, they can do anything. That's not true. You need to work on them.
Yeah, I think, the AI buzzword has been overused a little bit. So sometimes focusing back on what AI actually is will help companies basically explain a bit better how they implement AI.
One small addition, it's all about the business use case.
True.
Yeah, okay. All right, well then, let's see. If you could give one Canadian startup, I know everyone's, in different fields, but one to watch, really, that you would like to kind of highlight and bring up if you can. If not, no worries. Also, I understand, it's...
Move AI? No,
I know, that's why I was trying to say. I was like, okay, present company.
Maybe I'd like to talk about Cohere. Cohere is a great generative AI company, a great LLM company based in Toronto.
Yes.
They're a company to watch. They're progressing, they're advancing quite quickly.
Okay, excellent.
I support a lot of AI companies, so I won't provide any specific names, but there are two organizations in Quebec which can support companies developing AI solutions, and they're called Ivado and Mila. They're both research institutes connecting directly with private companies to basically support them in innovation projects. So these are key stakeholders within the ecosystem to support companies.
I'd like to mention maybe one poster child that went through our NextAI, our Canadian our AI incubator, then CDL, our Creative Destruction Lab, its Montreal-based accelerator, and then Scale AI, which is R&D. It's a successful company also to look at.
All right. Again, I understood, of course, present company. That's what I was going to say. Present company, of course, excluded. Just really expanding the spotlight, then again, on the thriving ecosystem. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here. Olivier Blais, Marc Vaucher, and Philip Valentine. I appreciate you guys coming here to discuss Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. All right. Well, the news continues here, but we are going to take a quick break. You're watching VivaTech News. All right. That was excellent.
Only the ServiceNow platform puts AI agents to work across your company. They deal with the small stuff that bogs you down.
Agents like secret agents?
I once played a secret agent.
Oh, I missed that one. I heard you were great.
I was great.
He said, we support startup growth with commercialization program and entrepreneurship education for young and aspiring founders. We support global entrepreneurship, helping startups go abroad. And we provide the essential infrastructure to bring ideas to life. Where imagination meets reality, this is KeySaid.
Explore the new frontiers of innovation at VivaTech. Witness the tech breakthroughs redefining what's possible. Scale faster, partner smarter, and see what's next for your business. Explore the innovations reshaping global politics. And champion sustainability, ethics, and inclusion. All at VivaTech 2025. Hello and welcome back to Tech Newsroom, coming to you live from Paris. I'm Molly Hall. Thanks for joining us here. This is for our final half hour here in Tech Newsroom. Well, we have been exploring the new frontiers of innovation, as well as highlights and insights, all from day one at VivaTech 2025, Europe's largest startup and tech event. Because after all, this is indeed the place to be. And we're going to kick things off with Inside VivaTech. All right, inside VivaTech now, and we're going to hand things over to Will Hildebrandt, who I see is standing by with what it looks like is not one, but two, but I believe three guests standing by. Will, go ahead, take it away.
That's right, Molly. Now, one of the things we say is you have to earn trust, you can't buy it, but what if you could scan it? Now, that's the innovative technology of the Vray AI technology. It deals with trying to find counterfeit goods, whatever they may be. I'm joining with the co-founders of Vray AI technology. We're going to begin with you, Hugo. Tell us a little bit about why you started this.
So the three of us lived in China for the past 10 years, so we know how terrible the problem can be. And in particular, I have a very close relative whose mother took a counterfeit medicine. Now I can speak freely about it because she has no sequels anymore. But back then it was really terrible. And that was really the wake-up call for us that something had to be done about it.
Yeah, this is life-saving technology, potentially.
Totally, yeah.
Okay. Thilo, can you give us a demonstration of how it works?
Sure. So the web is very simple. It is a web app, and you just open an app, everybody can download it, and you take a photo of the product. Here we can demonstrate it on Lacoste polo shirts. So I take a photo. After this, I upload the photo to the server, and I have to wait a short moment, and the server compares the picture of the label with all the photos and all the pictures we have uploaded there. We have trained the set on 180,000 pictures with our data set from super fake products that we have collected worldwide over the last 6 years with the support of governments and people on the ground in all continents of the planet.
And this would be very interesting for anyone buying luxury goods in particular.
Yes, and you see now the picture, like the picture has been uploaded, our AI has compared it to the data set, and it has genuinely verified it, so this one is a genuine one. But you can see there's no visible differentiation for you with the human eye between these two, and one is fake and one is real.
That's right, we have a real one and we have a fake one. Charles, I'm just wondering about this. When we're dealing with counterfeit medicine, counterfeit fashion, how widespread is the problem?
It's incredibly widespread and exploding worldwide. Counterfeit products kill 1 million people worldwide every year. It's more than malaria, more than war. It's an absolutely horrible problem, mostly because of fake medicine. Counterfeit anti-malaria medicine itself kills over 100,000 people per year. This is a problem that we could solve overnight if we could deploy our solution, worldwide.
So this is the Vray AI technology, counterfeit goods, counterfeit medicine. It's a way to change the way about the way we see things, because the chances are you and I have already been victims of it and maybe not even known it. Back to you, Molly.
Will, thank you very much for that insightful segment there. Will Hildebrandt joining us. We'll be crossing back to you. Maybe not today, we'll see, but certainly tomorrow for day 2. All right, well, back here I'm joined on set by our Tech Trends editor, Rudy Rutenberg. Rudy, now we've got this afternoon at VivaTech featured some of AI leaders on stage. Of course, you've been following what we've had on stage, and this has included Amazon's head of artificial intelligence, Rohit Prasad, as well as Meta's chief AI scientist, Yann LeCun. So who has been critical, really, if we could say, of LLM? So, you know, what are some of the takeaways you got for us?
Right, so this is going rather from very applied. We're taking a step back and looking a little bit at some more of the conceptual ideas around artificial intelligence. Now, Rohit Prasad has been hired or at least put in his position to put together an LLM. So an interesting comparison to LeCun, who's been critical, or at least he sees uses for LLMs, so large language models, but thinks they might be a dead end. I'll explain a little bit about that. But so Prasad was very much believing that there's still runway for LLMs, so there's still a use case for them, even though he does agree that AI, the next step for AI is what's called world models. Because if you look at what LLMs do, they don't have any inherent understanding of what the world looks like. Everything is based on what they've learned, what they've sort of absorbed in terms of learning material, and then what LeCun says, somewhat disrespectfully possibly, is they regurgitate it. So they cannot provide you an answer to what they haven't seen. They can't produce what they haven't seen. And the idea of what, for example, Meta is doing with what's called JEPA. That's their model, which is based on producing a model that actually understands what the world is like, rather than being told what the world is like.
How does that understanding and comprehension come about?
They train differently. So, for example, they say it's been trained on about 1 million videos, where they, for example, blank out a part of the video, or part of the video sequence has been removed, and then they leave it up to the AI to fill it in. And that's how the AI is learning. So very different. So the idea is, for example, that if rather than programming a robot arm to grab something in a factory, on a factory floor, the robot will understand what it means what it is to grab something, and then without being specifically trained, will inherently understand how to grab something. So a very different model. He thinks that within about 3 years, Meta will know whether they're on the right track with this, and that within 5 years, if all goes well, if the planets align, we'll see the first tangible results of this very different world model AI, as it's called.
Indeed. Well, I mean, as we see each time, it is shifting sands constantly with seeing how to advance in all of this sector.
Definitely. I mean, spatial AI is AI that is placed within space rather than within just the text models. That's definitely a trend. We're seeing some of that this year.
Excellent. All right, Rudy. Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that analysis there. All right, we're going to cross now to our reporter, Karine de Bach, who's standing by for us on the exhibit floor. Karine, go ahead, take things away. What do you got for us?
Experiment, okay? And thanks to Otman Shihab from ABS. So what is ABS?
One question, right?
ABS is
that was good. Okay, good.
Specialized in decoding brainwave for 3 main industries: mobility, cybersecurity, and neuromarketing.
See you tomorrow.
And here at VivaTech, we are unveiling our neurocognitive AI called Sensora, making you decoding and measuring emotions in real time by unveiling what we call neuromarkers. So stop talking. What I suggest you is to show you what it looks like to measure your emotion with this experience we have created in collaboration with La Durée. So what I suggest you is to have a seat and enjoy this moment.
Okay, I give you the mic then.
Let's do so. So now, what we will do, so you are sitting, and my colleague here will equip you with a Neoxa. So what is Neoxa? Is our brainwave sensor allowing you to collect your brainwave and also reveal some emotions that we have created on this. So the exercise, it's going to be something really hard to do for you. Just telling you, you will have to brace, to chill, and to eat a macaron on this. So it's quite complicated. So here you have a list of macarons. Which one would you like between chocolate, vanille, and Marie Antoinette? The chocolate. Okay. So I'll let you, my colleague, give you the macaron. And once I will tell you start eating, you will start eating. So just wait just 2 seconds while we make sure that the sensors are well connected with you. And after that, you will just have to bite it and enjoy the moments. And in live, we will be able, in real time, to measure and reveal the emotions generated. So now, you can eat it. So what we see here live, we have here some neuromarker, what we call a neuromarker. So what is a neuromarker? Is a specific brain activity generated by a specific emotion or cognitive state. So here we have listed 6 different emotions that we are able to measure in real time and to reveal what its experience is generating, which emotion is generating by this experience.
Yeah, what real world application for this technology?
Different one from different industry, but today what is generating a lot of demand is in the luxury on a retail brand. Why? Any brand launching a product on the market, we need to do a beta testing, right? So you need to, and this beta testing, so you ask people to express what are they feeling when they have tested this product, this perfume or something else. But this testing can be I would say, filtered by memory, shaped by politeness, but also twisted by what people thought they should feel. So here is a solution that is complementary what is existing and revealing some emotion that you are not really able to express by yourself. So all the brands that are launching a product on the market have an interest to make sure that that the product that is generated is in line with the emotion that they wanted to generate. And because we all know that people don't buy products, they buy emotion, and here we have a tool able to measure this emotion. So this is our exclusive artwork representing your emotion. So we have linked the 6 emotions with 6 patterns of this generative artwork. For example, the color gradients of this arts is linked to the joy. So the more the more intensity you had on the joy, the more hot are the colors. The same for other sensors. For example, the comfort that you represented is represented on the linearity, and also on the bubble and on the sphere that are here. So each artwork is unique, as each emotion felt is unique. You're welcome. It was at Abs.
Thank you, and Molly, please do try this at Abs. It's perfect. Thank you. Back to you.
Wonderful. Well, that certainly was beautiful to see, actually, I have to say. Karine, thank you very much for sharing with us your inner emotions and mind. Wonderful. All right. Well, it's time now for VivaTech on set, and I'm joined by JD Nitlesh, managing partner of the venture capital firm Iris. Hi, JD.
Hi, how are you?
Doing really well. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us here on VivaTech. I'd like to first just find out a bit more about Iris. Really tell us what areas are you focusing in when it comes to investment?
So Iris is a pan-European venture and growth firm that's been existing for quite a while. We focus on 3 simple things. Number 1, we dedicate ourselves to very vertical technological assets. So we focus on bricks that can become the infrastructure of their markets within the next 2 years. AI applied to fraud detection in the insurance space. Shift Technology, now a huge company working with all insurers worldwide. Kiriba, cloud applied to managing cash management for large corporates, which we sold last year for $3.2 billion. LeanIX, software that allows B2B companies to spot the applications and changes, which we sold 2 years ago for $1.2 billion to SAP. We do that either in venture, seed, Series A, post-traction, before they go international full scale, or we do that at growth stage, pre-exit, tech buyout, or IPO, where we help companies structure themselves. And we do that out of France and Germany. We're based in Berlin, Munich, and Paris. Venture, these are great scenes to invest in. Growth, being based there, allows us to cover the entirety of Europe.
Oh, I'd like to ask you just a little bit in terms of your current take on how we're really seeing just the climate change for startups over the past few years, and the notion of really like this shift that we've seen in one way, kind of moving from like resilience replacing hyper-growth, or, you know, the swapping one animal for another. We've got unicorns. They're okay, we all love unicorns, but actually we're looking for camels, the lowly camel. You know, really, what have you seen in terms of the shift?
It's a great question, and actually it's funny that it's a talk of the day today at VivaTech. I've been asked that question a lot. It's simple. 2021, after COVID and plenty of things, growth rates were on average 100% to 300%. So, hey, we're VCs, we're going to go to the moon. And after 21, guess what? Inflation, war, complicated economy. If you're a startup right now and you got 60 to 80% growth rate, you're among the top performers. Of course, there are still a few magic companies, but right now, the market is slower. B2B are being more careful about how they spend. So that profile, coupled with the fact that lots of companies raised money in 21, 22, when valuations were sky high, has changed the paradigm. In 21, you were raising money 20 times the revenue you're going to do next year. The next year, you're raising money 4 times the revenue you make this year. So guess what? Every euro you spend in 22 is just to catch up with the fact that your valuation is going to be divided by 4.
Yeah.
So all in all, companies have had to learn to work with the money they had, make sense out of it, be longer, not because they develop less, because the market's slower and they can take more time developing their asset, making sense of how their technology truly provides leverage, how they can become very competitive on the market. This is good. We believe that scarcity is a much better driver for innovation transformation than affluence of money. So companies have grown slower, have been more careful on money, but guess what? We still have amazing companies growing. Last year we exited Kiriba for $3.2 billion. Just a week ago we sold SurePay, which we financed in 21, a spin-off for Rabobank to Carlyle, because these are good companies. So tech buyout is very active. Usually it's a consecration that you have a lasting company, and the fact that companies have become more frugal is just the sense that they're trying to be more like companies, making money, being relevant to their investors and customers, as opposed to, hey, we're going to burn money until we're high in the sky. For us, it's just making sense of the market.
Indeed, all right, so it's very much this notion of perhaps growing slower, but growing smarter indeed for the long haul.
True.
So then I'd just like to ask you before I let you go, you're very busy here at VivaTech. You got quite a few things going on with Iris. Tell us, what do you got for your time here?
So I got to be honest, the nights are very busy because you get a lot of people from around the world. They come here for the show, but after party is the good time to actually talk about how we develop our companies together, investment opportunities, taking companies international. Throughout the day, what's great is to see the emergence of the next wave of startup. VivaTech's been built by Maurice Levy, whom we are close to, with the idea that corporates and startups needs to be close. So seeing how our corporates right now decide which company, which innovation they put ahead, or how they make sense out of AI and the transformations they want to show is very helpful to understand how they're going to grow, how to serve them better, and how our ecosystem is building consistent and resilient relationships that will make companies successful in the end.
All right, so it's not just busy during the day, but certainly as well in the evening.
24 hours.
24 hours. All right, well, we'll take it. We'll take it. You got 4 days packed in here. JD Nitlesh, managing partner of venture capital firm Iris. I appreciate you taking your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. Well, now we're going to bring things back here, and we're going to take a look at what we've seen. Meta, which has just unveiled a new global model that improves AI's ability to understand and predict physical interactions. Well, this cutting-edge model enables robots and other AI agents to better understand the physical world and anticipate how it will react to their actions. Take a look.
AI is a technological challenge as well as a scientific challenge, because we don't know how to build truly intelligent systems yet. It's one of the big scientific questions of our time. What's the universe made of? What is life all about? How does the brain work? Or what is intelligence really? Hi everyone, my name is Yann Lequin. I'm the Chief AI Scientist at Meta. As humans, we think that language is very important for intelligence. But in fact, it's not the case. Imagine a cube floating in the air in front of you, and imagine rotating that cube at 90 degrees. You can sort of picture this in your mind, and this has nothing to do with language. Humans and animals navigate the world by building mental models of reality. What if AI could develop this kind of common sense? An ability to make predictions of what's going to happen in some sort of abstract representation space. We call this concept a world model. Allowing machines to understand the physical world is very different from allowing to understand language. A world model is like an abstract digital twin of reality that an AI can reference to understand the world and predict consequences of its action, and therefore it would be able to plan a course of action to accomplish a given task. It does not need millions of trials to learn something new because the world model provides a fundamental understanding of how the world works. The impact of AI that can reason and plan using world models would be vast. Imagine assistive technology that helps people with visual impairment. AI agents in mixed reality could provide guidance through complex tasks, making education more personalized. Imagine an AI coding agent that can actually understand how a new line of code will change the state of the variable of the program, the effect on the external world in the context of existing code. And of course, world models are essential for autonomous systems like self-driving cars and robots. In fact, we believe world models will usher a new era for robotics, enabling real-world AI agents to help with chores and physical tasks without needing astronomical amounts of robotic training data. This is a very exciting time for AI research and a captivating set of scientific questions in front of us. We want to understand intelligence itself, as well as learning, reasoning, understanding the physical world, so we can build systems that can help billions in their daily lives. We're excited to announce the release of Video JEPA version 2, the next step in this journey. Stay with us as we continue exploring the possibilities of world models and push the boundaries of AI research.
All right, well, that was a look at Meta unveiling its new global model that indeed looks to improve AI's ability to understand and predict physical interactions. That unveiling taking place earlier here today on opening day of VivaTech 2025. Well, as artificial intelligence accelerates, the industry is indeed entering a new era, defined not just by powerful foundation models, but by collaborative tools that can reason, adapt, and assist across every domain. Well, this issue is at heart with Rohit Prasad's work. Now, he is the SVP and head scientist for artificial general intelligence at Amazon. And in his opinion, one big AI model is being replaced by many little models specialized in particular areas. Let's take a listen to what he had to say today.
One thing about AGI to me is definitely we will have a more general purpose model. And I think general purpose is also open to interpretation. They are really multi-purpose. They are out of the box, good at multiple things. However, it's very much like us going to universities and learning many different skills. And then we go specialize in every domain as a student. And then essentially you became an excellent journalist. Someone else has become an excellent scientist. Someone has become the world-class mathematician. I do think that we'll be living in this era where there will be a more general purpose or multi-purpose model, but that's spawning many specialist models or specialist agents, which are very skilled at their domain. They can run very efficiently in that domain. They can also spawn a personal agent for myself. I want my Noah, right? So that's the way we can think of, like, in terms of the future, is really going to be many millions and millions of agents. Some are just your own, some are working at an enterprise scale for your own enterprise. And some are these massive consumer agents like Alexa, which can help every customer in the world. So that's the world I think we're going to live in, and there is a place for very specialized agents.
All right, well, that was Rohit Prasad speaking earlier today, this on opening day of VivaTech, really giving his opinion on how we're seeing the latest shifts in AI models. Well, preparations really are underway. This for a special session that's going to take place shortly here at the Dome, and it really is quite a juggernaut session. It's going to bring together French President Emmanuel Macron as well as Jensen Huang, the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, as well as Arthur Mensch, the CEO of Mistral AI. Well, the three will be discussing major opportunities for Europe, this with the rise of artificial intelligence. This at a time when Europe, well, its economic competitiveness, technological sovereignty, and democratic values, well, they are all in the spotlight. Now, this session, it's going to consider pathways that can help to increase investment, that can help adapt regulatory environment, and deal with the fragmentation of the European market. And certainly, of course, it's not just Europe that will be the focal point. Of course, French President Emmanuel Macron will want to center it as much as possible on France. And I do believe, indeed, that we can cross over. I believe we're getting some live images, at least of the Dome, where we can see as things are setting up over there. If we can dip in, let's see if we can dip in for a moment. Indeed, we've got, of course, the event hosted and moderated by the president of VivaTech, founder of VivaTech, Maurice Levy, welcoming everyone to sit in. Let's see if we can dip in for some sound.
He's in the trenches. He is in the booth and making it.
All right, we're going to see if we can bring that connection back up in just a moment. I'll see if our production team can bring it up. But of course, indeed, AI, as we mentioned, really is, as has been the case for the past few editions of VivaTech, on everyone's minds and certainly at the center of attention. But it's continuing to shift in really how we're seeing industries impacted and areas grow. We're going to take a look at this report real quick.
How to serve humanity's best interests in a world where technology is advancing at such a blistering pace. It's one of the most pressing issues of our age, and political decision makers and regulators face extraordinary challenges in their response to it. So far, efforts have focused on attempts to balance tech progress with governance and regional innovation. The European Union's Digital Services Act represents a landmark moment in this approach. It establishes accountability for online platforms while attempting to preserve freedom of expression and innovation. Global innovation has also started to be reshaped by new regional champions. India's UPI payment system has revolutionized financial inclusion in the country and processed over 16 billion transactions in December 2024 alone. This government-backed platform has triggered the creation of hundreds of startups and has inspired other countries to follow suit. Kenya's M-Pesa mobile phone money service now connects over 70 million users across 140 countries, driving economic growth through digital financial services. In Latin America, financial inclusion has taken form in Nubank, a digital banking platform now worth almost $63 billion. This technology has brought banking services to millions previously excluded from financial services. Meanwhile, governance frameworks are being set up to address unique challenges posed by advancing artificial intelligence. The OECD's AI principles have been adopted by 46 countries, while the Global Partnership on AI brings together 29 nations collaborating on governance standards. Across the world, governance is playing a key role in shaping how technology develops. The challenge now is to turn effective strategies into action at scale.
All right, excellent. And with that report, well, we're going to wrap things up here. This from opening day of Viva Technology 2025. Coming to you live from Paris, and all that coverage, well, it's going to continue tomorrow. This for Day 2. Thanks for joining us here at Tech Newsroom. We'll see you again tomorrow. Stay tuned.
If you're neurodivergent, the internet can feel overwhelming.
So we created the TD Accessibility Adapter, a free tool for all.
It's nice to know that TD cares about something like this because it makes me feel like they care about me.
Our focus is helping you focus. TD, ready for you.
The automotive industry is going through an unprecedented period of change. We have been searching for a strategic partnership with a bank which would also support us in new projects.
We've assembled people from both organizations, and we've worked with a true joint venture spirit, and that across 9 countries.